Broken shards are falling everywhere, with the face of an uncontrollable swordmaster, a man out of his mind. This is Count Perdium's useless oldest son, Ghislain Perdium. On the battlefield, a man, or rather the finest knight of the north, cannot believe that he was defeated by that garbage human being. A hooded figure approaches the knight, mocking him, asking if the scenery is warm and cozy enough for him. As it took a long time to build the trap, the knight just fell in. This hooded figure is a tall knight as well, holding a giant double-sided battle axe on its shoulder. With murderous intent in his visible eye, the knight asks his defeated opponent if he enjoys the trap he has built for him. Seeing him, the fallen one recognizes the man, saying he must be Ghislain, and asks him if he already knew of his plans beforehand. While approaching the fallen knight, he says that this is not just the half of it. The man also knew how many of them were there, who the spies that infiltrated his ranks were, and who helped him with reinforcements. It seems he already knew everything from the start. Hearing this, the knight cannot believe what this guy says, while telling him that he's always been a hidden ace card. He then starts screaming, asking the man how he could do that. How could a useless piece of shit like him dare stand before him? Yet his speech is rudely interrupted, as the man is hit in the face by the boot of his enemy, making blood splatter all around. He then tosses the man back, telling him to shut it. He throws his helmet on the ground and tells the man that he can try and invade however many times he wants, as he is going to be the one who wins the war the next time, and the time after that, and as many times as it's needed. That is because he's already got all the plans for everything. An image of the war camp from a year ago is then shown, Luthania Kingdom, near the Perdium estate. A man wakes up in his bed, thinking what the hell has just happened. He then places his hand around his neck, asking himself if he is still alive. He grasps for air, and he cannot believe it, as just a minute ago, he was somewhere else completely. He was on a battlefield, fighting another knight, when his sword was struck out of his hand, leaving him defenseless. That is when his opponent carved him right through his chest, making him fall to the ground. The man who defeated him addressed him as the Mercenary King, and one of the continent's 7 strongest men. After killing Ghislain, Idun, another one of the continent's top 7 noble knights, says that the war is over, while looking down on his fallen opponent. He asks him if he has any last words, and Ghislain says that he has none, yet states that it was a shame he wasn't able to fulfill his revenge. Ghislain then looks up at Idun and tells him to die, calling him a sickening bastard. Hearing this, Idun calls him arrogant. Even so, Idun didn't expect him to be the oldest son of the fallen Perdium household, and asks if Ghislain didn't leave the family after his sister's death. After hearing this, Ghislain asks Idun how he knows that, since he is from another kingdom. Idun tells Ghislain that it's because he spent a lot of time working his ass off trying to track him down, because they were the ones who worked with the Delphine household in order to bring down his family. Hearing this, Ghislain can only focus on the word we. He didn't know that there were other people behind that affair besides the house of Delphine. Idun then points his sword at Ghislain, saying that anyway, there is no point in explaining it further since Ghislain is going to be dead soon anyway, so he should just accept his fate. Hearing this, Ghislain starts screaming from the top of his lungs, calling Idun a bastard, and saying that he will never forgive him. Hearing this, Idun says he is okay with that, and then proceeds to decapitate Ghislain for good. That is the moment Ghislain died, yet now he has returned, with his head still on his shoulders, looking at his reflection in a barrel of water. He asks himself if it wasn't perhaps a hallucination, since he also came back as his younger self. Looking around, Ghislain wonders if he wasn't perhaps taken captive and used as a lab rat for the mages or something. He then looks around expecting to see Idun, calling him a bastard, and saying that he will regret keeping him alive. A voice from behind then disturbs him, calling him young master. This voice belongs to Ricardo, a soldier of the Perdium household, asking Ghislain to come out, since he knows that he is awake. Much to Ricardo's surprise, within 1 second, Ghislain has approached him from behind, placing his sword right at his neck and telling him to be quiet. Ghislain has immobilized Ricardo and tells him that if he answers his questions, he will let him leave. Or maybe not. Seeing what's happening, Ricardo is unsure of what to say or do. He then huffs and asks Ghislain if he doesn't think that this is crossing a line, leaving Ghislain speechless. Ghislain looks at Ricardo, wondering what is up with his reaction, as he is being threatened right now, and he proceeds to ask Ricardo what he is talking about. Ricardo then helps himself free and tells Ghislain that he has tired himself out with his tantrum from earlier and fell asleep, but Ghislain has no idea what he refers to. Clenching his neck, Ricardo asks Ghislain if he's forgotten everything that's happened after taking a nap, and then reveals that he was throwing a tantrum about how he was going to command the group to raid the orcs. Hearing this, Ghislain cannot believe it, even wondering what orcs this guy is talking about. Ghislain wants to ask Ricardo what this nonsense he is saying, but he is cut short by Ricardo telling him to gather his stuff as people are waiting. Seeing this, Ghislain asks Ricardo where they're going. As Ricardo passes Ghislain by, carrying some bags and his sword, he tells Ghislain that they're of course headed for the Perdium estate. Hearing this, Ghislain drops a sweat and cannot believe what he has heard. He grabs Ricardo by the shoulder, telling him to say that once again, but Ricardo cannot understand what Ghislain is going on about. Ghislain then starts sweating and utters the name Perdium again, asking Ricardo if he refers to the fallen Perdium estate. Upon reaching the estate, Ghislain looks at the castle and city from the top of a cliff. He cannot believe he can still see it standing, as he was sure he saw it reduced to ashes just then. Ricardo then approaches Ghislain, asking him if he had a terrible nightmare or something, as calling his own household fallen could get him kicked out if it gets to the ears of the Count. Ghislain then starts pitching his own cheek, saying that he might be dreaming or something. He pinches so hard his cheek snaps back in place, hurting Ghislain, and he realizes that this is not a dream, and makes Ricardo believe he is crazy. With a young face and the estate in its original state, Ghislain realizes what must have happened. He must have traveled back to the past. His story is then shown, how his younger self resented the household. The immaturity born from being inferior led to trouble, and as more time passed, more people from the household avoided him. He was unable to withstand the criticism and ran away from home. Several years after that, Ghislain became a mercenary, surviving countless battles, building up his skill, and making a name for himself. He returned to the Perdium County in order to make up for his past mistakes, but his household had already been crushed to dust when he returned. This is how he had lost everything, but now, it's still here. All the people he holds dear are still here. Seeing this, Ghislain says he cannot believe it, while putting on a big old smile, and even thinking about singing a song of joy. Even so, he says it's too early to rejoice. He looks at Ricardo, and remembers how he said they were here to raid the orcs. And Ghislain says he cannot forget that day. This was the day on which most of the people in his raid squad would die. In his past life, he had followed the orc raid squad in an attempt to make a name for himself. At that time, the report said there were only 3 orcs. He thought that would be easy enough for someone like him, who had no experience commanding a squad. Yet when they got there were more than 20 orcs, and almost all of them died because Ghislain was stubborn and wanted to command the squad. Now Ghislain says it should be doable since those orcs didn't really have a strategy. The problem is, if those guys will trust him since they all think that he is some useless bastard. Suddenly a whole building flies above Ghislain's head. It then crashes a few meters in front of him. A soldier panics and starts screaming, saying that it's the orcs. And indeed it looks like the orcs have attacked first. Seeing this, Ghislain cannot believe it, asking if this isn't too soon, and wondering if they attacked this early in his past life as well. The orcs seem to be relentless, swinging left and right, killing everything in their path. A man then screams for everyone to get into formation. This man is the raid squad commander, Skovan, who tries to instill order among the soldiers, telling them not to panic and to get into a defense formation. While he says that, an orc swings are throwing people left and right, yet he manages to parry its attack. Seeing this, Skovan realizes that they left their guard down and got ambushed when they were least prepared. He then realizes that there are more of them than it was reported, and says that at this rate, they are all going to die. A man then screams to get the commander's attention. He tells Skovan that there's an orc behind him, but it might be too late, as he is prepared to strike down Skovan in one blow. In the next second, however, someone gets close to Skovan, placing his hand on his shoulder. This is Ghislain, who throws Skovan out of the orc's range of attack and prepares to strike him instead. Seeing this, Skovan cannot believe what he sees. Ghislain then prepares to attack the orc with all his power. In one strike, he pierces the orc's hand. He then cuts it all together, leaving him with no weapon at his disposal. Seeing this, everyone remains shocked at what just happened. The orc falls to the ground, and Ghislain stands unbothered with his sword prepared for another attack. Seeing what just happened, Ghislain realizes he cannot use mana, and says that he wished he had returned to the past earlier. Ghislain then turns his back on Skovan and asks him if he is the commander. He then places his hand forward and tells Skovan to give it there. Yet, Skovan doesn't really seem to understand what Ghislain means. That is when Ghislain clarifies, saying that he means for Skovan to give him the command rights. He tells Skovan that he wants to command this raid. Seeing this, Skovan cannot believe it, thinking that he already knew Ghislain was an idiot. But to ask for commander rights when the lives of their soldiers are on the line is nuts. Skovan gets up and says that he cannot do that, leaving Ghislain speechless. Skovan then asks Ghislain if he thinks that this is some kind of game, and tells him that even if he is the young master, he cannot give up the authority that the Lord gave him that easily. Seeing this, Ghislain calls the situation annoying, but acknowledges the fact that he would have reacted the same way if an idiot came up to him and asked for the right to command. Suddenly, another orc proceeds to attack them. Seeing this, Skovin tells Ghislain to fall back and take care, as he is still too inexperienced to lead their troops, while he leaps forward to attack the orc. Hearing this, Ghislain says that he has no other choice, then prepares his own sword to attack. He throws his sword with all his power, nearly hitting Skovin. Seeing this, Skovin turns around, picking Ghislain up, asking him what the hell he thinks he is doing. All of a sudden, he hears a noise from behind. When he turns around, he cannot believe his eyes. The sword landed right between the orc's eyes, killing him in an instant. The orc falls to the ground, and Skovin and Ghislain are left there to look at it. Skovin cannot believe what just happened, so he wonders how Ghislain has managed to hit the weak spot. Ghislain then addresses Skovin by his name and asks him if he knows what the most important thing in battle is, leaving him to wonder. He then tells Skovin that there is no hope in winning a battle when their troops are filled with fear. Then he tells Skovin that they need to gain momentum. Ghislain then leaps forward and takes his sword out of the orc's head. Within seconds, he leaps into the air, prepared to strike down another monster, right in front of his troops this time. He falls right on the head of the orc, driving his sword through his skull, leaving every single soldier on the battlefield astounded. Skovin, in particular, looks stunned by this image. As he pulls his sword out of the orc's skull, Ghislain tells the other orcs to come at him. He points his sword upwards and says that he will kill every single one of them. Then, all the orcs start charging at Ghislain, and he also seems to be prepared to dive head forward in the crowd. In one swift motion, Ghislain manages to cut all their hands, leaving them defenseless. Seeing the fight that takes place on the battlefield, Skovin wonders if he isn't dreaming. Even as a mana user, it's hard for him to do anything. So how is that skinny Ghislain managing to do all that by himself? Skovin can tell that Ghislain is already tired. Even so, he is using the smallest of movements to dodge attacks. And then he uses his swordsmanship to strike at their weak spot. He is doing all of this, like a manless swordmaster. Or perhaps even something greater, Skovin thinks. While seeing the way Ghislain is fighting, Ghislain then starts screaming, asking the orcs if this is all they've got, as he's still not warmed up. As he runs away, he yells towards the orcs that they are not living up to their reputation as a warrior species. The soldiers, seeing this, are wondering if the young master is running away. They then shout at the commander, looking for guidance. Looking at the battlefield, Skovin asks, "What the fuck is Ghislain thinking?" Running into the group of orcs and drawing their attention was good, but running away now may not be so good. Besides, it looks like Ghislain is going right towards the edge of a cliff. That's when Skovin realizes something. He might be anticipating Ghislain's tactic, after making the orcs follow him. Skovin then turns around and tells his man to raise a shield wall. He then tells the soldiers that they are going to follow the first son. As he fights the orcs, Ghislain says that if Skovin is a skilled commander, he must have realized what his plans are by now. Although Ghislain would prefer to slice all of them down himself, this shifty stamina of his won't be able to handle it. Even then, this should be enough for him to handle. Then, the orcs notice something from behind. Skovin and his men have planted their shields and spears forward and are approaching the orcs. This is when Ghislain says that this is perfect. That is when Ghislain leaps from the edge of the cliff. As he is falling down, he shouts for Skovin to do it now, and Skovin listens, shouting for everyone to move forward. They are going to throw all the orcs off the cliff. The soldiers have rushed forward with all their might, impaling and pushing on the orcs. Finally, they've done it. They have pushed them all off the cliff, and it looks like they have fallen towards certain death. Seeing this, Ricardo says that they've done it. They've managed to kill all of them, yet something remains. Skovin starts screaming for Ghislain. While he looks down from the cliff, it looks like Ghislain has managed to stop his fall by impaling his sword within the cliff's wall. Looking up, he sees Skovin and he smiles. Seeing this, Skovin cannot believe what he sees. He starts smiling and reaches down for Ghislain, telling him to grab his hand. Yet, Ghislain says that he cannot, and he lets go of the sword that was keeping him alive. He falls down, and the other soldiers remain speechless. They all scream his name, but it seems to be in vain. All of a sudden, a girl with light hair and a red dress addresses him as older brother Ghislain. It looks like Ghislain recognizes this girl, calling her Elena. Shards holding memories of Elena are falling into Ghislain's hand, and he wonders what is going on. All of a sudden, someone pulls him by the shoulder, leaving him stunned. This is actually Elena, who tells Ghislain that they should go together. Ghislain then wakes up with an icy compress on his forehead. Looking at his hand, Ghislain once again cannot believe that he is alive, and realizes that Skovin and the others have managed to save him. He places his hand on his forehead and asks if what he saw just now was a dream. Then, all of a sudden, he feels pain all over his body. He realizes that this must be the consequence of pushing his body to the limit, yet that should make it easier for him to know that he is still alive. Somebody then enters the room to check on Ghislain, addressing him as master. This is a maid with red hair undercut or something, who seems to be rather happy that Ghislain is alive. Ghislain recognizes this woman as Belinda. She places something on the table, asking Ghislain if he realizes how worried she was about him, and asks him if she didn't tell Ghislain that he should have left it to the soldiers to handle the orcs. Suddenly, Ghislain leaps from his bed and hugs Belinda tightly. Seeing this, Belinda asks Ghislain if she did something wrong, and Ghislain replies by telling her that he is just happy to see her. It looks like Belinda is Ghislain's personal tutor. Since he was little, she was the only one who continued to stay by his side despite his idiotic antics. But after the family fell to the ruins and she went missing, Ghislain was no longer able to see her. That is why Ghislain never thought he would see her again. While he hugs her, she asks him what he is so happy about, since they see each other every day. Ghislain then realizes that he must tell Belinda the truth. He then grabs Belinda by the shoulders and tells her to listen carefully, then proceeds to tell her that a catastrophe will soon strike Perdium, and Belinda asks him what on earth he is saying. That is when Ghislain tells her that he has died and comes back to life, but Belinda finds it amusing, saying that she is sure the orcs almost killed him. Ghislain proceeds to tell Belinda that this is not what he meant, and Belinda asks him if he is aware that he, and not Perdium, are in great danger. Belinda then starts screaming and scolding Ghislain, and he realizes that she doesn't believe him, and that this won't work at this time. Belinda then asks Ghislain what he was going to do if he wasn't too hurt to go to the festival. Ghislain then asks Belinda what festival she's talking about. Hearing this, Belinda asks Ghislain if he's already forgotten about it, and then tells him that Lady Elena has been waiting for the day to go to the festival with him. She then tells him that it would be a great change for the two of them to become close to each other again. Ghislain then takes a look at a picture, and remembers that there was a festival that always happened around that time of the year. In his past life, he didn't have time to enjoy festivals because of his traumatic experience. Ghislain then asks Belinda how long it's going to be before the festival begins, and she says that it's going to happen in about a week. As a little girl enters the room, Ghislain realizes that in a week, the day that changed his life will come, the memory that continues to haunt him even now. In 1 week, Elena, the one who just entered the room, will die. When he sees her sister, Ghislain jumps and hugs her, leaving her stunned. Seeing this, even Belinda is left speechless. While hugging her brother, Elena asks Ghislain what is up with him and what kind of prank this is. That's when Ghislain tells his sister that he's really missed her. Elena throws Ghislain towards Belina, who catches him, and tells his brother that he is creeping her out. Ghislain, placing his hands over his chest, remarks the amazing strength Elena has, and wonders if she's always been this strong. Elena then brushes off her shoulder, and tells Ghislain that she's only there because of Belinda, and then asks Ghislain if he thinks that he can make everything okay with a hug. But Ghislain doesn't know what she is talking about. Elena then reminds Ghislain the awful things he has told her, how he yelled at Elena to piss off because she is annoying and that her breath feels disgusting. And once again, Ghislain cannot believe he has done that. He places his hand on his neck, apologizing to Elena, and thinking that he didn't have the closest relation with Elena in his past life, and acknowledging that he was a piece of shit. Seeing what happened, neither Belinda nor Elena can believe that Ghislain has apologized first, with Elena even asking if he was hit in the head after fighting that orc. Ghislain tells them that he did not, and asks why they all think that, when all of a sudden, something happens. A sharp pain strikes all over his body. Ghislain falls to the ground and Elena starts mocking him, saying that there was no way he wouldn't have gotten them all in the state he is, and tells him that he has come back unconscious, and Ghislain has nothing more to say. Belinda and Elena start laughing, while Ghislain can only look up at them. He smiles as well, letting his head down, and says that everyone is just as he remembers them. Then, he wonders why his past self spent so much time on useless things. In the festival that comes next week, he rejected Elena's offer to go together, making an excuse that the events from the raid squad made him upset. That was the last time Ghislain had seen her. Elena's body was then found shredded into pieces along with her bodyguards. That is when Ghislain realizes that he should have been there to protect her. A knock on the door is then heard, as someone asks if they can come inside. These are Elena's bodyguards, Jamal and Philip, who are happy to see Elena, as they were looking all over for her. Seeing them, Elena asks if something has happened, as she has told them to wait outside, and the guards apologize and say that the servants asked her to oversee their work on the festival supplies. Hearing this, Ghislain wonders why they would ask Elena. Belinda, seeing this, tells Ghislain that he wouldn't know, because he is always lazing around all day. But there's such a shortage of workers in Perdium that even the young lady needs to work. As Elena leaves, she waves goodbye to Ghislain and Belinda, and tells him to take care of himself, while Ghislain wonders if they are really that short on workers. He didn't care about these things back then, so it's obvious that he wouldn't know. Before Elena leaves, Ghislain places his hands inside his pockets and asks her if he could help. Hearing this, Elena turns around with a weird expression on her face. Once again, Belinda is stunned that Ghislain has volunteered to help, and Elena wonders if he really got hit in the head. Next, we are at the festival, and it seems like tents have been set up with all sorts of things. Among the servants, screams can be heard, and people are looking really uneasy, as Ghislain says that he wants to help. But Elena tells him to go away, as people will be too scared to work with him around. They seem to be fighting, with Elena pushing him away, and Ghislain asking that this is the way she treats the people that want to help her. And Elena replies that the way Ghislain can help them is to stay out of their way and out of trouble. As Elena pushes her palm further in Ghislain's face, he thinks about the circumstances in which her body was found, near the slums, far away from the festival grounds. So that means that someone must have called her out there or forcibly moved her there. In order to prevent any of that, Ghislain must first learn the ins and outs of the castle. All of a sudden, someone disturbs Ghislain from behind. Looking away, it appears that Ghislain recognizes the man. He is the old man, Fergus, who, out of breath, resting with his hands on his knees, tells Ghislain how happy he is that he is well, thanking the gods. Fergus goes over to Ghislain, placing his hands on his shoulders, and saying that as a lowly servant of his, he has made his way to Ghislain as soon as he has heard of the news with the orcs. But Ghislain wants to cut him short, saying that they can stop talking about that now. Seeing Fergus, Elena comes and tells him that this is great timing, as Ghislain has been acting weird right after waking up, so Fergus should take him back to his room, which Fergus agrees to. But Ghislain thinks that this hooligan cannot possibly imagine that he will be getting in his way. Seeing what just happened, Ghislain concludes that at the moment, the situation cannot be helped, so he will do his best to find out what's going on around the castle in the following week. Ghislain then tells Fergus that he knows of an abandoned training field in the castle, so he asks him to take him there, and Fergus asks what for. Ghislain simply says that he wants to train, which stuns Fergus, and he says that he will show him the way. Getting to the place, Ghislain seems to be surprised. For an abandoned training ground, the place is in much better condition than he would have thought. Ghislain thinks that this is a perfectly suitable location for him to train at, and says that he's never seen anything like this as a mercenary. Then Fergus tells Ghislain that they've maintained in the case that he would ever wish to use these facilities. Fergus then tells Ghislain that he is certain that whatever Ghislain is going through is just a phase. That is when Ghislain realizes that this is what Fergus must have been doing in his past life as well, waiting for Ghislain to return and use these places. Ghislain lets his head down and thinks for a second, saying that this must have been what happened. He then goes on to friendly slap Fergus on the shoulder and tell him that he needs to live a long life as dying really feels like shit, which intrigues Fergus, as he says that Ghislain is talking as if he'd already experienced life and death. Hearing this, Ghislain says that Fergus is, as expected, really smart, and then proceeds to tell him that he really died and got resurrected. But Fergus tells him that this is enough tomfoolery, and doesn't believe him. Ghislain then tells Fergus that he can go back to his business, as he will start training now, and Fergus bows, telling Ghislain that he will be waiting outside. Looking at Fergus says that he has always been treating everyone like they were his enemies. In reality, it looks like he was just short-sighted. Then Ghislain thinks about the time he has to prepare for the incident at the festival. Only 1 week. Back then, it was revealed that the one behind Elena's death was a lord from a neighboring territory. Thanks to that, Perdium got caught up in a war that led to its downfall. Ghislain then says that Elena's death was essentially the starting point of their house's downfall. That means that he needs to set things straight from then on. He sits down and says that first thing first, he needs to build a better physique, and that it sucks he doesn't have a lot of time. Even so, he should at least be able to control mana. Mana is a supernatural resource that allows humans to break through their limits. Most people say that noticing and taking in the mana is the hardest part, but Ghislain was able to do that even on the chaotic battlefield. He has to connect the mana particles floating in the air and bundle it up as if he's spinning a spool. For someone like him, who's experienced thousands and tens of thousands of battles, creating a mana core is a piece of cake. But if it was just that, he couldn't have been part of the strongest 7 of the land. With the method from that half-burned book on magic that he picked up, he can do so much more. Along with the natural mana core of humans, he can create a second and even a third mana core. This way, he can create a connected mesh of multiple cores. This is what will create an explosive force. Suddenly, as he does this, blood splatters through his nose. It seems like 3 cores are his limit right now, even if he was able to reach 5 in his past life. This method allows him to create an explosive force in a short time, but it also requires an extremely large amount of mana in return. This was the primary reason he lost to Idun in his past life. If Idun hadn't brought in a whole knight's order to fight against him when he had run out of mana, then he would have definitely won in a fair fight. Whipping off the blood from his mouth, Ghislain says that this is an inherently unstable technique, but this is enough for now, as he now has a youthful body and a lot of time. Therefore, he will have Idun's head in no time. Even those bastards standing behind the House of Delphine, who helped destroy their country, will have no escape. Ghislain will do everything in his power to destroy them all. 1 week later, on the day of the festival, the sky above the castle looks beautiful and full of stars. Ghislain is strapping his sword around his body. He then goes to the festival. Seeing him there, Elena can't believe it. Elena asks him how he came, as he usually never comes to these sorts of things. And Ghislain says that as a Perdium, he should at least come to festivals once in a while. Elena then tells her brother that he has been acting really odd recently, and that she has heard that he has been doing nothing but training in the past week. Ghislain, annoyed, asks Elena what is wrong with the next in line of a knight family training, and Elena looks up at him in a weird way, saying that Ghislain never cared about these things before. She tells him that he was the one who said their dad was annoying, and that he wished he were the lord already, and Ghislain doesn't seem to take this comment well. Even so, Elena turns around, walking away from Ghislain, and saying that she likes the way things are going now. Looking up at the sky, she tells Ghislain that it seems like the old him is back. Hearing this, Ghislain doesn't say anything and just looks towards Elena. Then he reverts his gaze and thinks that he has realized something in the past week. Because his actions have changed, his reception and the future are also slowly beginning to change, Ghislain thinks, as Belinda instructs Elena's bodyguards to figure everything out themselves if Ghislain creates any trouble, as they really can't afford to have any problems, especially with a lot of visitors, and they agree. Ghislain then thinks that the general flow of things might be the same, but it would be too difficult to gauge the impact of his action on smaller events. Making good use of the information from the future is his job, so he needs to respond to each situation effectively. Then he says that his preparations are complete. Then it looks like Elena is taking Ghislain and everyone around, and simply acts like a kid, as Ghislain always keeps an eye out for danger. After the night is over, Elena says that this was fun, but tells her brother that it's getting a bit boring with it being the same every year, and asks if there's nothing new this year. Ghislain, however, doesn't seem to care about this, and only acknowledges that the festival is almost over, and nothing has happened, and wonders if this could be because of his presence alongside Elena. Elena then asks Ghislain if he would like to check out other areas as well, which piques his interest. A knight then tells Elena that, according to a friend of his, there are new events elsewhere, and Elena looks excited. She takes the knight's hand and tells him that this better be fun. This is when Ghislain realizes that it must have been the two guards. They were the traitors of their house. Elena's escorts, Jamal and Philip, were the most trusted knights in the feud, because they had protected Elena ever since she was a child. In Ghislain's past life, it was known that they were murdered while protecting Elena. Next, it seems that Jamal and Philip have taken Elena and Ghislain to the next attraction, an empty square somewhere in the city, and Elena seems to be left speechless by this act. She asks her guards what this is, as there is nothing around, and asks Jamal if he is sure there will be a performance in such a dirty place, and he responds by telling Jamal that they are probably not prepared yet. He tells Elena that people should be there soon, but she gets annoyed, mocking Jamal, asking if he would ever want to perform in a place like this, while Ghislain isn't saying anything. Even so, he thinks that this is just as he expected. This may seem like a simple deserted street at first sight, but appearances may deceive. If you look at the placements of the obstacles, they are specially placed to block the escape routes. Ghislain thinks that they must have made preparations in advance, when all of a sudden, Elena pulls Ghislain by his arm and prompts him to leave. Seeing this, Jamal asks if they shouldn't at least watch the show if they are already there, but Elena insists, saying that she's not going to watch a show in a place like that. Seeing the force with which Elena is pulling Ghislain away, he asks her if she is working out or something, as he cannot understand why she is so strong. As they try to leave, Philip blocks her path and tells her to wait. With a scary expression on his face, he forces them to wait a little longer. Seeing this, Elena cannot understand why Philip is doing this. Elena gets scared and tells Jamal and Philip that they are acting weird and asks them what the matter is. Jamal then places his hand on his neck and tells Elena that he had no intention of scaring her. He then gets the same look as Philip and tells Elena that this is all because a reasonable request came in. Hearing this, Elena wonders what is happening and what request they're talking about. A third person then seems to be approaching from the back, and Elena is surprised by this. He is a man wearing a long coat and hat, followed by two hooded figures. This man is Frank, who tells the two men that, as expected, their work process is clean. Jamal turns around to speak with the man and says that he has brought the young lady as Frank requested, so their deal ends there. Frank then sees Ghislain and tells the man that he didn't request that he be there as well. Seeing them, Elena starts shivering, hanging onto his brother's arm, but Ghislain looks relentless, not a sweat on his face. Jamal says that he will just hand him over for free, as he followed them foolishly, not knowing that this would be his graveyard. Ghislain then addresses Jamal, asking if he really thinks he will get away with selling them out. In return, Jamal tells him that he should be worrying about himself, as all they have to do is run as far away as possible. Jamal then tells Ghislain that they were just getting sick and tired of this impoverished land, which has been tormented by the barbarians. Even so, he is sure that there are plenty of others leaving Perdium besides them anyway. Within the split second after Jamal finishes his sentence, it looks like Ghislain has already cut him. Blood splatters from Jamal's mouth, and he doesn't understand what is going on. Seeing this, everyone remains stunned. As Jamal falls down in two distinct pieces, Ghislain says that Jamal is right, but at least those people have never sold them out. He then turns his head towards Philip and asks him if he doesn't agree. That is when Philip grabs Elena as a hostage, and thinks that Jamal was an idiot for losing to an amateur like Ghislain. Then he gets the grand prize of a sword through the forehead. As he falls to the ground, he renders what just transpired impossible. Philip sits dead on the ground, and Elena hugs Ghislain. Seeing what just happened, the two hooded figures that came along with Frank asked him if he is sure that is the eldest son of Perdium, as they thought he had never had any real combat experience or fundamental training. Frank says that judging by his appearance, he is not mistaken. Even so, he wonders how he could have killed two knights when he was also taken by surprise. More so, with attacks that used mana at that. Elena looks up at Ghislain and asks him what is happening right now. Ghislain doesn't say a word and thinks about what he should do. He then hits Elena behind the neck. He renders her unconscious and carefully lets her down on the ground, telling her to take a little nap. From behind, Frank addresses Ghislain, thanking him that he has done the dirty work for them. Frank approaches and tells him that he is much different than he has heard, and says that they were planning on taking care of those two themselves. As Frank takes a puff from a pipe, he asks Ghislain if he has been hiding his skills. Ghislain pulls out his sword from Philip's head and asks Frank why he cares about that. He then looks over and thinks that there are three of them. He concludes that the two beside him are nothing, but the one in the middle exudes the amount of mana on a different level. Ghislain also recharges his mana and says that he has to end this quickly. Ghislain asks Frank whose request this was, but he says that there is no need for the dead man to know this. Hearing this, Ghislain says that he knew Frank wouldn't give the information so easily, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. He then prepares his sword and tells Frank that he will want to spill it out soon enough anyway. Seeing this, one of the acolytes behind Frank asks if they should sever his head, but Frank says they should not. Instead, they will capture Ghislain alive and break every limb in his body until he can't help it but go mad. He looks at Ghislain over his glasses and says that he must writhing in pain for the shape to come out beautifully. The servants respect the order and proceed to attack Ghislain. Ghislain takes something in his hand and prepares to use it on the men. He throws the object towards the men. It looks like a firecracker, and they don't understand why Ghislain would throw this at them. The firecracker, it seems, had only one purpose: to distract the men's attention, as in the next second, both his head and the firecracker were cut. Ghislain has struck the men from underneath, right through the firecracker and his forehead. Seeing this, the other acolyte calls it a shallow trick. He tries to strike Ghislain from the back, but he uses his sword to block the attack. Ghislain notices something and reverts his gaze. He wraps his arm around the man's blade, blocking it there. Then he takes the blade from his opponent's hand and prepares to strike him. With one single cut, he takes his head clean off. However, the fight is not over, as Ghislain notices something. It seems like Frank went for an attack behind his back. Once again, Ghislain manages to parry his attack. Seeing this, Frank cannot believe that Ghislain has managed to block his attack from that position, as it was a perfect sneak attack too. With two swords now in his hands, he goes for a counterattack on Frank, but he notices and jumps away. Even so, it looks like Ghislain's attack hit, not at its full force, but it sure did some damage to Frank. His pipe, now broken, lies on the floor. Once again, Frank goes for another attack on Ghislain. Ghislain uses both of his swords to block this attack. Seeing how good Ghislain is, Frank says that he is surprised, as if he would have been lacking in mana, he would have been beheaded by Ghislain's attack. Ghislain also thinks about what just happened, wondering how the guy survived a strike to the neck, and concluding that he must have focused his mana around his neck to reduce the damage. As Frank prepares his next attack, he tells Ghislain that he doesn't know how he managed to learn such strange swordsmanship at that age, but it doesn't matter. This is the place where he will perish either way. He attacks Ghislain again and tells him that there is no way he will defeat him with such feeble mana. Then, he screams that Ghislain will die here. Yet, something might not be right, as Ghislain smiles upon hearing this. Seeing this, Frank wonders why he'd do that. That is when Ghislain plants both his swords firmly on the ground and prepares for a different kind of attack. He uses the force from swinging his own weight in the air to hit Frank on the face with his foot. This takes him by surprise and throws him several meters behind. With one broken lens, Frank fixes his hat and once again tells Ghislain that attacks like that won't work on him with this little mana. But it looks like he has made a mistake, as blood starts pouring from his mouth. He falls to one knee and starts coughing and vomiting blood. Looking at his hand full of blood and shivering, Frank wonders what happened just now, as Ghislain shouldn't have been able to pierce through his enhancement with his skill level, but his power in that attack seemed different. As he approaches Frank, he tells him that he has never expected there to be a true culprit behind Elena's death. Then he tells Frank that it must have been him, as he menacingly approaches with all his 3 cores active. He tells Frank to prepare, and then unleashes his 3rd core. Seeing this, Frank asks Ghislain how he has managed to boost his mana so greatly, but Ghislain doesn't seem to care about his questions, and just goes for his neck. Frank acknowledges Ghislain's speed and prepares for his attack. They fight, with Frank managing to block Ghislain's attacks. But this might not last long, as Ghislain seems relentless in his attacks. Frank even says that his hands are getting numb only from blocking his attacks, which should be impossible. With his sword almost shattering and chipping away, Frank says that no matter how much mana one draws, it usually has a limited effect. That being said, Frank says that he has never heard of a method that increases mana so explosively like this. Looking at Ghislain, he looks like he has become a completely different person. It looks like with his next strike, Ghislain has managed to completely break Frank's sword. Not just that, but he's also cut him down his chest. With the amount of blood coming out, it seems like the mana might not have been enough this time. Even so, Ghislain goes for one more attack. He uses the tip of his sword to pierce Frank right through his chest. With this, his pain reaches critical heights, making him scream and cough up even more blood. Ghislain then punches his chin, making him close his mouth. He pushes Frank with his back against a wall and says that they will now finish their conversation from earlier. With his sword driven deep within his guts, Ghislain once again asks Frank who sent him over to do such a thing. Even in this situation though, Frank says that he won't be going down so easily, and he pulls out a knife from underneath his sleeve. He looks over to Elena and says that he will at least be taking the young lady of Perdium with him. He prepares to throw the knife, as he wishes death to Elena. Yet even this plan of his won't have any effect. It seems like Ghislain has anticipated the possibility of this kind of attack, and blocked Frank's hand with some kind of threads, and Ghislain tells him that they should make a deal. If Frank doesn't try anything useless and answers his question, Ghislain will sheath his sword. Looking down at Ghislain's hand, Frank realizes that these are threads created with mana, stating that he cannot move because of them, and wonders when he made such things. It turns out that he did that right at the beginning of their combat, when he was also gathering mana. Clenching his sword harder, Ghislain says that he is sure that someone of Frank's caliber would know how to patch themselves up, unless he destroys his mana core, in which case it wouldn't even matter anymore. Hearing this, Frank is left speechless, unsure of what to say. That is when Ghislain drives his sword deeper, making Frank feel a sharp pain. Looking down, he cannot believe it. His mana is scattering, and his core shattering. Seeing that Ghislain is ruthless, he asks him if he is out of his mind, as one wrong move could make the backflow of the mana to create an explosion and blow up the whole area, and asks Ghislain if he is planning to self-destruct. Even at this point, Ghislain seems to be unhinged, saying that the scenario Frank proposed could only happen with someone unskilled, but he can manage it. Looking at Ghislain and sweating profusely, Frank realizes that Ghislain is not bluffing. Seeing death in Ghislain's eyes, he realizes that he must do as he says, if he is done for. This is the moment Frank breaks and shouts that the one who put him up to this was Count Desmond. He tells Ghislain that he is the one who has requested this because he needed a pretext to start a war against the Perdium and Degard families. Hearing this, Ghislain asks if that is so, and thinks that Frank would not be lying in this situation. In his previous life, such underground work was left for the families allied with the ducal house, and wonders how would Duke Delphine even dare to orchestrate this nonsense behind their backs. Ghislain then pushes Frank against the wall, and asks if this was the reason for which he wanted to murder Elena, and he tells Ghislain that he is correct. Then Ghislain drives his sword all the way through his guys, while raising them up in the air. Frank asks him what he is doing, as this is different from what he has promised earlier. Hearing this, Ghislain asks him what the matter is, as Frank must have killed plenty in his time, so he shouldn't be scared when his time comes. After hearing this, It seems like Frank is the one who starts laughing, and this Ghislain is the one left to wonder why. Frank tells Ghislain that it wouldn't matter if he kills him anyway, as he has already managed to finish the work with the guard, and asks Ghislain if he thinks that people will listen to a punk like him. Ghislain grabs Frank by the face, while Frank tells him that Perdium will perish due to war. Yet it looks like Ghislain doesn't agree, and tells Frank that he is about to let him onto something. He lets him in on the secret that he was reborn after dying, so it will be different this time. He then drives his sword into Frank's monocore, making his body shatter altogether. At the same time, a firework lights the sky. As Frank's blood splatters all over the floor and walls, so does the firework's brilliant burst, painting the night with streaks of purple and silver, a grotesque mirror of the chaos unfolding below. The two traitors and acolytes are also sitting dead on the pavement. Ghislain then turns his head around. He sees Elena still sleeping on the concrete. He throws his sword away and huffs in relief, the tension finally draining from his body like air from a punctured lung. Suddenly, though, something happens. He falls to the ground and starts coughing up blood himself. It appears that this is because of his last attack, as exploding 3 cores wasn't an issue at all back when he was the Mercenary King, but now it seems to take a toll on him. That is when Ghislain says that he won't fall like this, and so he is approaching a house. He hits the door so hard it flies away, and finds 2 corpses on the floor. In his previous life, they found another body besides Elena's at this place, and according to what the guy said earlier, it can only be one person. That is the son of Degard. Ghislain goes over to take a look and says that it seems like he was killed along with his escorting knights. So this is how they silenced them and framed them as Elena's killers. The moment this is revealed, the war will break out. Therefore, Ghislain must erase the evidence. So he pulls out another firecracker. He starts a fire to burn down the house, and as he carries Elena away, says that he won't let things happen as he intended them to. But it looks like he is not alone, as someone also watches him from afar. As he leaves, though, the hooded figure does too, leaving no trace behind. At some kind of council gathering, the figure informs its superiors that the mission was a failure, and the higher-ups cannot understand how this could happen, asking the hooded figure if they couldn't take care of just one girl, especially since they've sent Frank, who was their best. Bowed down to one knee, the hooded figure prepares to say something. He tells the council that it was all because of Ghislain Perdium. Hearing this, the council members find it hard to believe, calling him the bastard of the North. One of them even says that the hooded figure is only using him as an excuse, as he calls Ghislain a useless piece of shit. To this, the hooded figure replies that Ghislain was completely different from the information they've had. Recalling the events the hooded figure has witnessed, he can say for sure that it was like Ghislain was a completely different person. Even so, the figure says that they've already taken care of things with Degard, so it won't be an issue to start the territorial war. So he asks his superiors for one more chance. Upon hearing this, the members of the council shut him up, saying that he wasn't even capable of finding enough information about the kid, and ask him if he realizes how much of a setback this is. All of this being said, his fate is sealed. Elimination. All of a sudden, another person speaks, calling everyone else noisy, while sitting on a throne, with a stained glass window behind him that bears the mark of a crescent moon. The man goes on, asking the hooded figure what kind of chance it wants. The hooded figure states that he will get rid of Ghislain Perdium, and the man on the throne asks how. The hooded figure then reveals that he will make a duel happen naturally, and that there is someone he has in mind. Hearing this, the council gets interested, and they ask who that is. The hooded figure reveals that he talks about Cain Logis, someone famous for their strength-based swordsmanship. Despite his young age, he's the epitome of strength, so the spy can confidently tell that there is no one in the north who is a match for his strength. Besides, Cain is Ghislain's cousin, so he is sure it won't be forced to have them meet. Upon hearing this, the council remains silent. The men on the throne also stay silent for a couple of seconds. He then replies, telling the figure that if it fails, there will be no next time for him, and that is when the hooded figure shouts that he won't disappoint him again. Next, it seems we are back at the Perdium training castle. On the training grounds, Fergus seems to have come to inform Ghislain of something, but he doesn't get to finish his sentence. Ghislain uses his mana strings to grab his sword, leaving Fergus astounded. He makes the sword fly through the room towards him, while Fergus is simply left to watch the whole event. He catches the sword and prepares to swing again. As he spins the sword around, Ghislain says that this should do. That is when he looks over and notices Fergus. He greets him, and Sir Fergus bows, saying that Ghislain was so focused on his training that he didn't want to disturb him. Fergus then asks Ghislain how he managed to do what he just did, grabbing the sword. Ghislain then uses the sword as a yo-yo to ask Fergus if this is what he's referring to. Ghislain then tells Fergus that he is using mana threads, which use mana like strings. Ghislain thinks that in his past life, he's been using it all the time, but at his current skill level, he needs to implode his core in order to use it like he used to, because he is lacking mana. Even so, if he only makes one thread to use less mana, he can still use it despite having less mana. Seeing this, Fergus says that he thought he had been training his mana for a long time, yet he's never seen something like this before. Fergus then thinks that just a while ago, Ghislain didn't even train, let alone use mana, so he wonders how he was able to come up with the idea of using mana like this. After this, Ghislain interrupts Fergus's thinking, asking him if he needed something, and Fergus also remembers what he came in for. He informs Ghislain that he just wanted to come by to inform him of something, and Ghislain asks what's up. That is when Fergus bows before Ghislain and thanks him for protecting Elena. Hearing this, Ghislain asks him why he is doing that, as this is just something he should have done either way. Even so, Fergus sends the conversation and invites Ghislain to eat. A few days after that, the festival was paused, and it only made sense since a guard knight tried to traffic the young lady. At the table, Elena is upset because everyone says she is lying when she tells them that Ghislain was the one to save her. Elena tells his brother that he should do something about it, but Ghislain doesn't want to bother, saying that they won't believe them anyway. Belinda also gets mad, saying that it was Jamal and Philip trying to take Elena for themselves, saying that she knew they were perverse, but Elena tries to make her stop. Looking over the table, Ghislain smiles, happy that Elena lives. He was able to stop the war from happening, but he is sure they won't give up so easily. Ghislain says that he won't be able to stop them on his own forever, so he needs to grow a military force. A maid then comes in, excusing herself, and bringing the food. As the maid places the food in front of Ghislain, he says that in order to achieve his goal, he must get more into politics. Ghislain lifts the cover that was put over the plate, and he's greeted with only one piece of bread. Looking at the plate, he cannot understand. Ghislain asks Belinda why they're getting the dessert first, but Belinda says this is no dessert, and that Ghislain knows the situation they're in. From an open window behind Ghislain, a scream is heard. A fat man screams for Ghislain or the Lord to compensate for the damages they have caused with the cancellation of the festival. In fact, a whole crowd is gathered at the entrance gate, protesting about compensation. One of the commoners shouts at the guard behind the gate to come out, saying that they are swimming in money inside there, while the guard tries to calm them down. Looking out the window, Ghislain wonders what the hell is going on. Belinda, staying next to Ghislain, says that she knew they would do this, but Ghislain doesn't know what she's talking about. Belinda asks Ghislain if he is aware of the fact that their county is full of merchants who make a living from the profits that come from the festival, saying that it was good enough for them last year. But since the festival was cancelled after just one day, it makes sense that they're upset. Hearing this, Ghislain cannot believe it, asking if the county's situation is really that bad. He thinks that this isn't good at all, and that they'll only get more aggressive if he doesn't do anything about them. Ghislain turns to Fergus, asking him what the soldiers are doing, and telling him to instruct them to go down and calm that crowd down. That is when Sir Fergus tells Ghislain that they don't have any soldiers, leaving Ghislain to wonder how this is possible. Old man Fergus tells him that most of them have been dispatched to the Forest of Monsters post for reconstructions because of the orcs raid, which Ghislain cannot believe. Ghislain then thinks about the layout of the land and how Perdium is basically eternally at war because of the barbarians to the north, and on the other side, there's the Forest of Monsters from where monsters can come and attack at any moment. No money, no soldiers. Ghislain thinks that everything is a mess. Ghislain then takes Belinda to the corner of the room in order to tell her something, which makes Elena wonder what they are talking about. Ghislain says that Belinda is the one managing his money, and that they should use that money to calm the crowd. That is when Belinda tells Ghislain that there isn't any. Ghislain asks why that is, and Belinda asks if he has perhaps forgotten that the Count cut off his allowance because of the way Ghislain was spending money like water. That is when Ghislain realizes that he has no money at all, and that he is completely broke. He then tries borrowing some money from Belinda, but she doesn't have any either. Looking over the window, Ghislain starts counting the things he doesn't have. No money, no soldiers, no food. So what do they have? Without even the least amount of money, there's nothing he can do, even if he has knowledge about the future. So he is going to need money first. He wonders if there might be something on the estate that he could sell, as someone is running towards his quarters in the hallway. The man opens the door to his room in a rush, and Ghislain turns his gaze over to him. This is Ricardo, and Ghislain asks him why he is in such a hurry. Ricardo tells Ghislain that there is a problem, and that the young Master Kane wants to see him. Hearing this name, Ghislain cannot believe he is there. Outside, a guard huffs, with blood all over his face. Then, all of a sudden, he wakes up with a fist in his mouth. He is continuously beaten up by someone. As Ghislain enters the room, the soldiers are down all over the floor. The beaten guard calls for Ghislain, addressing him as a young master. Ghislain looks down with a scary expression on his face. Someone grabs his attention by saying that Ghislain has finally come. This is Cain, who looks to be at least 1 meter taller than Ghislain. Bro is a brute for sure. After beating the shit out of all his guards, Cain goes on to salute Ghislain. Ghislain looks up and thinks. Seeing Cain, he says that he remembers that face, the heir of the Loges County, with whom they have an alliance. Cain Loges. At the time, it seemed like he was Ghislain's only friend, and at the same time, he was his enemy. Cain gets down from the stairs, cheerfully heading towards Ghislain. As he approaches, Ghislain asks Ricardo what the situation is. Ricardo says that they have responded to a report of a disturbance at the tavern. There, they have found Cain with his escort knights. Recognizing them, Cain asks them if the rumors about the young master Ghislain were true. That is when Commander Scoven explained the details of the rumors to him. That is when Cain picked up Scoven by his chin. Looking right into his eyes, Cain asks Scoven if he dares lie a Loges in his face. So that is when it happened, Ricardo says. Cain interrupts him, saying that if he is going to tell Ghislain, he should tell him the truth. Cain then reveals that Sloven told him that he, who has never trained, took down an orc with his bare hands and dealt with the traitorous escort knights himself. This is why Cain gave him a little wake-up call in order to knock some sense into him. He then stares Ghislain down, telling him that this wouldn't have happened in the first place if Ghislain wouldn't have lied. Hearing this, Ghislain looks up, without muttering a single word. He thinks that Cain was this kind of man, always treating Ghislain as his subordinate. Every time he visited Perdium, he always made a mess. Even after causing all that trouble, no one could say anything because he was basically his subordinate. That is why no one looked down upon Cain. Unlike he, who has always had an inferiority complex, Cain's confidence and bold demeanor were praised as qualities befitting of an heir. Ghislain smiles and thinks that this is why he was criticized more. Cain looks over at Ghislain and thinks. Usually, Ghislain would have charged at him with this much provocation, but not this time. A while ago in Loges County, it seems like an interesting conversation took place. Someone has proposed that Cain kill Ghislain. This was the spy who was before the council, who now tells Cain that if he succeeds in this task, the esteemed one will support the Loge family. Hearing what the spy had to say, Cain says that it's not a hard task dealing with someone like him, but Ghislain is also an heir to this land, so he asks how he is supposed to eliminate him. The spy tells Cain that they could lure Ghislain into a duel, making it appear as if an unfortunate accident occurred, and it will simply seem like a trivial dispute between heirs. The spy then says that he will accompany Cain disguised as an escort knight, orchestrating the situation, so there is no need for concern. He then tells Cain that this is an uncommon opportunity even for him. Cain turns around and thinks. He couldn't believe that he would have to kill his own cousin, Ghislain. He clenches his hands together and says that they should go right away. Cain looks at the spy behind him and wonders if they want to eliminate him because something about him has changed. Thinking about it, Cain smiles and says that in that case, he might as well put it to the test. Cain asks Ghislain what he is doing, but Ghislain doesn't understand what he is referring to. Cain asks Ghislain why he is still standing there, as since he is there, Ghislain should bring him the thing that has been prepared for him. But once again, Ghislain has no idea what Cain is talking about. Cain goes on to say that he has heard that the festival has been interrupted, so they should live up the mood and have an amazing time, since they've always been in sync when it came to things like that. Looking right into Ghislain's soul, he asks if he is wrong. Hearing this, Ghislain thinks for a second. Then he realizes what Cain was talking about, asking if he means that. Ghislain then remembers that Cain made him prepare alcohol and women every time he came there. He granted this request back then because he didn't want to get beaten up, but he's not going to do that no more. Because of him, he had to waste all of his precious money. He then remembers what Belinda told him about the Count cutting him off. That is when Ghislain realizes something. He looks at Cain and says that it was always right in front of his eyes. Cain is his source of income. Then Cain once again shouts at Ghislain. He tells him that if he remembers then, he should better bring them right then, asking if he cannot see him waiting. Ghislain says that he will bring them right along, but first, there is something they have to discuss. He looks down on Cain, asking him if he didn't have a debt to repay him. Seeing this, the spy is not sure of what is about to happen. Cain asks Ghislain what debt he is talking about, while putting on a mad look on his face. Ghislain asks Cain if he realizes that he has been handling everything he's asked him to prepare with his own money, so now he must ask for it. Ghislain then tells him that he will settle for 1,000 gold principal, plus interest. Upon hearing that, Cain says that 1,000 gold is crazy, and that all that shouldn't have even cost Ghislain 100 gold. Besides, Cain says, Ghislain did all that to thank him for being his friend, so it's like a friendship fee. Ghislain confronts Cain, saying that it's been a friendship his ass, as Ghislain has been Cain's doormat for the longest time, and Cain seems annoyed by the comment. That is when Ghislain tells Cain to pay it ASAP before he beats the hell out of him, as he needs a lot of money at the moment. Hearing what Ghislain has just said, no one can believe it. Ricardo even thinks that Ghislain must have gone crazy. Then Cain gets up from the ground. He looks Ghislain down and says that he is acting all bold just because he has been going easy on him. He gets in his face and tells Ghislain that it seems like he believes he's actually gotten stronger just because he has spread a bunch of false rumors saying he won against a knight. Cain tells Ghislain that is nothing but a parasite leeching off this land. He prepares his punch and says that this is why everyone in the north calls him a scoundrel when all he, the supposed heir, does is spout empty nonsense. He goes to punch Ghislain, telling him to get himself together. Ghislain remains unhinged and doesn't say anything. He then easily dodges Cain's attack. Seeing this, neither Ricardo nor the spy can believe it. Once again, Cain wants to punch Ghislain, but he dodges and gets closer to Cain. He then punches Cain in his chest. Seeing Cain's expression, it looks like he wasn't expecting this amount of force. Ghislain then goes in for another punch. This time, though, it seems like Cain has easily blocked his attack. Seeing this, Ghislain seems surprised. That is when Cain falls to the ground, spitting up blood and screaming in pain. The spy goes in to check on Cain, asking him if he is okay. Ghislain tells Cain to get up and stop whining, as he knows Cain blocked that attack. That is when the spy shouts at Ghislain, telling him to shut up and asking him what the hell he thinks he is doing. Everyone in the pub cannot believe what they are seeing, asking themselves if Ghislain just beat up Cain. Ghislain looks over at the people in the pub and realizes what is going on. Seeing this, he smiles and thinks that if this is how Cain wants to play, he will play along. It looks like Cain even turned to the spy, asking him how he likes his acting. The spy says that it was excellent, as Cain has set the stage perfectly to make it appear that the fault lies with Ghislain in everybody's eyes, and that this should be more than enough to justify a duel. Cain prepares to take off his coat, and thinks that it's a rare opportunity to gain such powerful backing, so he must make sure to leave a lasting impression this time. He remembers what he discussed with the spy in his office. Cain prepares to throw his glove, saying that this is the perfect time to cut off Perdium, a falling power. Cain goes on to scream, making a scene as he holds up the glove, and asking Ghislain how he dares after trashing the dignity of nobility with lies, also attacking him simply for trying to verify the truth. He wants to challenge Ghislain to a duel, but all of a sudden, a glove is shoved in his face. It seems like Ghislain was faster, and he threw the glove first, challenging Cain to a duel instead. As the glove is falling down, Cain cannot believe what just happened. Ghislain turns his back and says that he has insulted him, the heir, in front of the people of Perdium, and also assaulted his knight, trashing the dignity of nobility. Seeing this, Ricardo is stunned while trying to tend to Scoven's wounds. Ghislain then looks Cain right in the eyes and asks if he isn't perhaps thinking of denying it. Seeing this, both the spy and Cain look surprised. Cain smiles and says that he already knew Ghislain was stupid, but he didn't know he was stupid enough to dig his own grave. Cain goes to pick up his sword and says that he will accept this duel. He points his sword towards Ghislain and tells him not to regret his actions, even if he dies. Even now, with Cain's blade right by his face, Ghislain remains composed, not a muscle twitching in his face. He then calls for Ricardo, and he prepares to take the order. Ghislain tells Ricardo to bring all the merchants who are protesting in front of the castle to him. It looks like Ghislain wants all of them there to see how he will make them big money. The festival was suddenly cancelled, and the atmosphere, which had heated up to its peak, suddenly cooled down, leaving behind some tourists who couldn't return out of regret. Ghislain says that they must be in a state of incomplete combustion, as they are not able to spend their money or time. In such a situation, if an event were to take place to soothe them, things might change, Ghislain thinks, and it appears that he has already thought about such an event, as a whole crowd seems to have gathered behind him. It looks like there's going to be a duel between Ghislain and Cain, and people are throwing bets left and right. With this, the merchants in the streets have started once again selling their stuff. Even gamblers have a place where they relax, with one man preparing to take their bets in. With this said, everyone is throwing their coins on Master Cain. In the arena, Cain plunges his sword into the wood beneath his feet. Cain then asks Ghislain how he dares turning a sacred duel into a marketplace. Then he tells Ghislain that he wants to make one thing clear right from the beginning. His blade won't stop, even if Ghislain surrenders. Hearing this, Ghislain is speechless but realizes something. This must be exactly what Cain wants. After that, Ghislain tells Cain that now, since they have enough people gathered, they should start. Suddenly, Cain's companion shouts for people to wait, getting Ghislain's attention. The man says that he doesn't think a proper bet can proceed at this rate. Hearing this, some of the people wonder why that is. The betkeeper then reveals that this is because no one has placed any money on Lord Ghislain. Hearing this, Ghislain doesn't say a word. The people around the arena, though, start talking, saying that in all fairness, the result is too obvious, and that Ghislain, that punk, has no chance against Master Kane. One guy even asks if there are any idiots stupid enough to bet on his side. Seeing this, Kane mocks Ghislain, saying that even the marketplace is ignoring him. Another man then comes with a proposition to change the contents of the bet and see how long Ghislain can endure against Master Kane. He then places a bag full of gold coins on the betkeeper's table. This is no other than Commander Scoven, being helped by one of his soldiers, saying that he will bet on his young Lord Ghislain. Seeing this, Ghislain smiles. Another bag is then being thrown on top of the first. This time, it's Elena and Belinda, saying that she would also like to bet on her big brother. This time everyone, even Ghislain, remains stunned. Elena asks if her money would be enough to cover the bet, while Belinda tells her that she advised her against it. The bet's keeper, however, says that this would be more than enough. Seeing this, though, Kane's companion doesn't seem to be happy with this development. Kane even says that they are making him wait for no reason at all, being sure there is no way Ghislain could win or even stand against him. Then, someone tells them to get ready. Ghislain tells Kane that since he is older than him, it would be weird if he makes the first move, and Kane asks what he means. With this, Ghislain takes out his sword. He flips it around a couple of times, then he cuts through the air, with the blade ending up at his side. This was a provocation, as Ghislain tells Kane to come at him. Seeing this, Kane remains silent. As he prepares his attack, Kane asks Ghislain if he doesn't think it's a little late for him to act as the older one. Someone gives the go, and Kane leaps from his spot. He attacks from above, prepared to take Ghislain down in one strike. Thankfully, Ghislain manages to block his attack. Ghislain struggles, as Kane is indeed a powerful opponent. As he pushes down on Ghislain with his sword, Kane tells his cousin that he has already stepped too low to save any face now. He then grabs his sword, and Ghislain almost falls on his back. Kane tries to pin Ghislain down with the handle of his sword, but Ghislain manages to dodge it. While holding the blade of his sword with his bare hands, Kane once again prepares to attack Ghislain. He tries to kick him, making rubble fly all around, but Ghislain dodges. The crowd cheers for Kane, saying that as it is expected, he won't endure even one hit from his opponent. Hearing this, Kane laughs. Seeing his face, Ghislain wonders why is he even laughing like that. Outside the arena, looking at the match, Belinda tells Elena that they must stop them somehow, but Elena remains silent. The informer from earlier, Kane's companion, says that it's too late already, as no matter who the opponent is, the moment they decide to cross swords against Kane, they're already trapped. The opponent, overwhelmed by that immense power, will become consumed by the thought that there's no chance to counterattack, and they will use up all their energy solely on evasion. In the end, the exhausted opponent, after only dodging for a while, will leave an opening and meet their end. The man says that Kane has always won that way, as Ghislain dodges his every attack. Seeing this, Kane comments that Ghislain is as slippery as ever, and that his skills must have indeed grown from how they were before. Kane then flips his sword around, grabbing it by the blade, and says that this makes sense. As he uses his sword like a bat, Kane says that in the end, Ghislain was always good at running away. It looks like this time, Kane has managed to catch Ghislain off guard, and manages to grab him with his sword's hilt. Doing this, he is able to throw him far into the air. Seeing this, everyone is left speechless. Kane's companion is most happy about it, saying that it's going to be over for Ghislain. As he is falling, Ghislain remains silent, and Kane prepares his next attack. But something unexpected happens. Ghislain regains his composure, saying that he wanted to go easy on Kane. He used his mana to step on the wall behind him, and as he approaches Kane with murderous intent, he tells him that he would have gone easy on him if he wouldn't have crossed a line. Then, in an instant, he gets within inches of Kane. He attacks Kane, appearing to strike him in the stomach, and then he gets down. Seeing this, Kane cannot believe it. Even the spy doesn't understand how Ghislain was able to do that. Suspecting that he managed to condense mana into his legs to return to a standing position. Passing Kane, Ghislain tells him that his swordsmanship is ignorant, and that he must have thought he was the strongest just because the opponent would get scared if he showed even a little bit of his strength. Thus, Ghislain will teach Kane a lesson. Hearing this, Kane gets visibly annoyed. He leaps towards Ghislain, prepared to strike him, and asks him how he is going to teach him anything. Seeing him approaching, Ghislain prepares his feet. With the back of his foot, he hits Kane's hands. Then he starts spinning. In doing so, he cuts Kane's hand. Once again, Kane tries to attack Ghislain, mad with fury. Unfortunately for him, once again Ghislain dodges. After he does so, he pins Kane's sword to the ground. He then prepares to strike Cain himself. With one swift swing, Ghislain cuts Cain's neck. As blood flows into the air, he remains unbothered, not a single emotion to be read on his face. Cain is left kneeling on the ground, still holding his sword with blood flowing from his neck. Everyone in the crowd is left speechless. Everyone starts cheering Ghislain, saying that in the end, he has improved a lot, and wonder if he is going to win the duel. When this happens, Elena tells Belinda that she was right, and Scovan smiles. Looking at the situation, the spy notices something. The wounds made by Ghislain are shallow, precise. Even though he could have made them deeper, he didn't want to. Cain even wonders how could that punk show such a level of swordsmanship. From the ground, he looks up at Ghislain. So does Ghislain towards Cain, but he doesn't speak even a word. Ghislain then throws away the sword. He looks at Cain and says that such a skill gap won't provide enough entertainment. He then says that from now on, he will be fighting barehanded. Hearing this, Cain is not sure what to make of it. Ghislain tells Cain that he wanted to use this opportunity to educate him today. With his bare knuckles, that is. Hearing what Ghislain just said, Cain cannot believe it. Ghislain tells him that he is right, and now that it is clear Cain is no match for him in swordsmanship, he will take a handicap, and they will fight barehanded, where Cain is supposed to excel. If he wins, then he will get twice the initial amount, 2,000 gold. Hearing this, the bettors cannot believe it. Even the spy that came along is surprised. The spy cannot believe what Ghislain is doing, and thinks that he would have never thought he'd see the day when he will be thankful for his insanity, and thinks that fortune is still on his side. The bet's keeper then announces the changes, and says that the event is a barehanded fight between the same opponents. Once again, everyone is betting on Cain, saying that challenging him in a sheer force contest is outright stupid, but it appears that there is a twist, and this time there are also people betting on young Master Ghislain. Hearing what Ghislain has proposed, Cain starts laughing, saying that Ghislain amuses him. He tells Ghislain that if this is what he wants, then they will fight without any weapons. He then throws away his cape. He prepares to strike Ghislain once again, and tells Ghislain that he will use the sword. Seeing this, Belinda calls Cain an asshole, and tells Ghislain to also pick up his sword. Cain then swings his sword at Ghislain. As he does, Ghislain tells him that just as he thought, he needs to knock some sense into Cain. He tries to pin Ghislain down, using his sword kinda like a spear, but he misses, as Ghislain dodges his attack. Then he leaps to the side and prepares to hit Cain with his bare hands. He does so, and it's clear that Cain can feel the pain. Then Ghislain prepares another hit. This time, he hits Cain right under his jaw, closing his mouth. After this hit, Cain seems to fall on his back. He regains his composure and manages to stay on his feet, but he is coughing up blood. With his face towards the ground, he asks himself how in hell can this punk display such movements. Seeing this, the crowd goes wild for Ghislain, saying that at this rate, he might actually win this. Ghislain then tells Cain to get up, as he's just gotten started. Hearing how cocky Ghislain is, Cain gets even more mad and raises his head. He leaps from where he was standing, trying to hit Ghislain once again. This time also, Ghislain dodges the attack and goes in for a counter. Ghislain hits Cain over the face, as he thinks that he couldn't even look him straight in the eyes until then. Ghislain then twists Cain's hand, taking him down, and he thinks how Ghislain used to bow down on his own whenever he showed up. Ghislain then uses his knee to hit Cain on the side. As this happens, Cain still only thinks about the fact that he needs to kill Ghislain in order to secure their Loge's family future. Unfortunately for him, it looks like Ghislain keeps punching Cain over and over and over again. Cain, with his face all swollen up, he wonders, why? Ghislain then goes to pick him up by his hair. While holding his head up, Ghislain tells Cain that he pities his father, and Cain doesn't answer anything. Ghislain tells Cain that Count Loges helped Perdium until it was on the verge of demise, just because he was friendly to his father. However, Cain had a different idea in his mind. Cain looks down, and blood seems to be flowing from everywhere. A few years ago, it seemed like a conversation was taking place, with someone asking if they are going to send more support to Perdium again. It seems like none of the nobles of the land were agreeing with what the Count was doing, saying that even if the Count is friends with the Count of Perdium, they are also having a hard time, and ask him why is he continuing to invest in a land that's withering away, saying that it's like pouring water into a cracked bucket. It looks like the most hurt about this was Cain. He was looking at his father, leaving to help Perdium, just a week after he had returned. He looks at his father from behind, wondering what he should say. He pleads for his father not to go. He says that everyone is trying to stop him, and asks his father why he insists on helping Perdium this much. His father turns his gaze towards him, but doesn't say anything. Cain then remembers what his father told him. He did it just because they were friends, and for no other reason. At this point, Ghislain goes in for another hit. Seeing this, Kane closes his eyes and tries to tighten his muscles, but the hit doesn't come, and instead, Ghislain tells him that this ought to educate him enough. Ghislain has stopped hitting him, and instead is offering him his hand to help Kane stand up. For a second, Kane looks at his hand and doesn't say anything. Then he lets his head fall down. In front of the whole crowd, Kane says he admits defeat. Seeing this, no one in the crowd can believe it. The spy seems to be most surprised about this. Everyone then starts cheering for Ghislain. Elena and Scoven are also happy, and Belinda is stunned. The spy then comes to talk with Kane. He shouts at Kane, asking him how he can admit defeat this early, just because he is at a little bit of a disadvantage, asking him what in the hell he is doing, and saying that he trusted Kane. Kane gets up from the ground and tells the man to let him go, as he is done, but the spy doesn't understand. He thinks that Ghislain is a weak little brat and wonders what he should do now. Ghislain then looks at the two men from behind and starts to speak. He smiles and says that now he gotta do what he gotta do. The spy turns around and asks Ghislain what he means by that. From the middle of the arena, Ghislain shouts that this man right here is offering to pay for all the meat and drinks for everyone gathered there. Seeing this, the spy cannot believe it. The spy comes to Ghislain's face, saying that he did not agree to this, and asks him to withdraw his statement. Ghislain then places his hand on the spy's shoulder. He tells him that this is the price for losing the duel, and tells him that he should at least have this much. And just to be clear, it won't be deducted from the bet. He grabs the man tighter, and tells him to remember to add 2,000 gold to the bet they've originally at 1,000 gold. He tells the man that if he runs, he should know what will happen. Looking at Ghislain, the spy probably shits his pants by now. The man says he understands, and Ghislain leaves. The next day in Ghislain's room, a crate is being dropped on the floor. Ghislain opens it, and it looks like it's full of gold. Taking some coins into his hands, Ghislain thinks that he could hire a small mercenary corps with this much money, and thinks that it's no small amount. Even so, it takes a long time to grow money, and they won't wait for him. So to realize the business he has in mind, he has to prepare faster. Belinda and Elena also seem to be there, looking and smiling towards Ghislain like they are waiting for something. Ghislain faces them and asks what's up. Elena asks Ghislain where he plans spending the money that he's just earned. With a cute yet clearly fake smile on her face, it's clear that she wants something. Ghislain thinks the same as me, and asks Elena if he wants some, and she says that she's just asking. Belinda then comes and says that it's obvious where he will use it. Belinda says that it's Lady Amelia's birthday soon, and that Ghislain must have put up such a show because he wants to buy her a very expensive present. Belinda goes on to say that Ghislain is really transparent, and Elena says she cannot believe he would do that just to look good to his fiancée. Only, this might not be it, as Ghislain didn't even know he had a fiancée. In fact, he is so stunned about this information that his first reaction when he turns around is to ask if he really had a fiancée. Hearing this, Belinda tells him that he doesn't need to be playing dumb because he is embarrassed they've read his mind, and Elena tells him that they are talking about Amelia from Rayfold County. Hearing that name seems to stir Ghislain memory, and it seems like he pictures Amelia like a black widow, referring to her as that woman, Amelia Rayfold. Ghislain then thinks that Amelia is a noble among nobles, known for her kind nature and actions towards everyone, regardless of status, thus gaining the deep support of the people in her territory. However, she would later incite rebellion and come to be known as the Witch of the North, and she joined hands with the Delphine Duchy to drive the final nail into the Perdium's downfall, so Ghislain came to simply view her as a traitor. This being said, Ghislain smiles. He asks Belinda when their father is returning, and she replies saying she isn't sure, but that it should be around 1 more week. Hearing this, Ghislain thinks that a week should be enough. He then stands up from his chair and tells Belinda and Elena that he is going to visit Rayfold County, and Belinda asks him why he would do that, as it's not even Amelia's birthday yet. That's when Ghislain reveals that he is going to get money from them. Somewhere else, a woman, wearing a beautiful white and blue dress, with a spider hanging from the corner of her mouth, places some shoes on the ground. She then tells someone to wear them. It looks like she gave the shoes to a poor little girl, as she kneels before her. The kid recognizes the woman as Lady Amelia, and from her tone, it looks like she wants to say that there is no need for her to do that. Lady Amelia raises her gaze, and tells the little girl that if anyone has to walk barefooted on her land, it should only be her. She then turns to the guards escorting them, and orders them to provide food and shelter for the needy right away, and the guards comply. They immediately start distributing crates and barrels with food and supplies. The crowd thanks Lady Amelia, as she turns away and leaves, escorted by her guards. Later, in Amelia's garden, someone seems to wash her feet after the stunt she just pulled. This is one of Amelia's escort knights, Bernaf, telling her she did a great job today. Then, Amelia explains that her father had always demanded absolute obedience from the people of his territory. She plays with her cat and says that the common folk will always follow the one who keeps them warm and well-fed. Bernaf tells Amelia that with what she did today, she won over the people's hearts, and that this will definitely prove to be favorable in her future successor competition. Hearing this, Amelia remains silent. She then lightly hits Bernaf in the face with her foot. She asks him what happened in the duel against the finest sword of the North. Bernaf apologizes and says that he did what he did in order to avoid needless attention, as if he were to stand victorious. People might start paying attention to Amelia. She then takes her feet in his hand and says that it is not yet the time to reveal her claws. Bernaf kisses her feet and says that this is because his blade is hers. Wonder which blade he is talking about. Amelia tells him that she is not expecting anything less from him, as she has invested so much to raise him. She places her finger under his jaw and pulls the man's head up. She gets closer to him and tells him that he is not allowed to be weak. Amelia then changes the subject of the matter, asking Bernath what is the situation with the merchants, and he tells her that if she refers to the Arctium Merchants Guild, she needs not to worry. All the materials used for the reconstruction of the Forest of Beasts outpost, which was recently half destroyed by the orc attacks in Perdium, are being purchased through their merchant guild. In essence, Bernath says that they are recouping all the support funds that Count Rayfold sends to Perdium each year. Moreover, they are recruiting all the soldiers and knights leaving Perdium, many of which are well trained from battles against the barbarian tribes, making them excellent quality. Amelia is happy with this developments and tells Bernaf to maintain the appearances of an ordinary merchant guild and be thorough. They cannot let their true identity be exposed until they've fully built up their strength. A servant then comes and disturbs the two. Bernaf goes to the man, saying that the lady is currently resting, and asks who permitted him to enter, and the servant tells Bernaf that he just received news from the gate and that the young Lord Ghislain Perdium has come to visit. Hearing this, Amelia wonders why would that punk come there. The servant seems to know the answer, but is afraid to say it. Even so, he tells the two that Ghislain came to discuss with Amelia about the Merchant Guild, which seems to bother them greatly. It looks like they've taken Ghislain to the visitor's room. Ghislain and Amelia are sitting across from each other, and as always, Amelia is playing with her cat. This time Ghislain does look something like a lord, and even seems to hold a flower in his hand and greets Amelia. Amelia doesn't seem to like his visit one bit, and the cat even hisses at him. Amelia tells Ghislain that his visit is quite unpleasant, as he came without any prior notification, and asks him if he hasn't yet learned proper etiquette manners. Ghislain says that since it's her birthday soon, he thought he would come to give her a present in advance. He places the flower on the table and tells Amelia that he picked it up from the Merchant Guild up ahead, and the fragrance is quite nice. Ghislain says that he plans to buy flowers from there from now on, but says he cannot remember the name right now. Then he asks if it was the Actium Merchant Guild. Seeing this, Amelia remains quiet. She tells Ghislain that she is not sure what Ghislain wants to say with all this. She stands up and says that since she received Ghislain's gift, she will be off, and says goodbye to him. However, this treatment doesn't work with Ghislain anymore, as next, he calls Amelia by her full name and tells her to sit down. Hearing this, Amelia is not sure what to say. She looks towards Ghislain and wonders what is up with this kind of pressure from the very guy who used to squirm, barely able to speak whenever she stood in front of him. Ghislain looks at his cup of coffee and tells Amelia that they should get straight to the point, saying that he needs some money right now and asks her for 10,000 gold. Hearing this, Amelia doesn't understand, asking Ghislain what he means by that. She tells Ghislain that visiting out of nowhere and asking for such a large sum from his fiancée is quite unusual, and asks Ghislain if she should take it as the will of Count Perdium, but Ghislain tells her that this has nothing to do with his father. Ghislain then turns the cup of coffee upside down and tells Amelia that in the end, she is not planning to marry him anyway. Hearing this, Amelia remains speechless. Ghislain tells Amelia to take that escort knight, for example. If she becomes the lord of this land, that might be more than possible. But before that, if word about her secretary building up her power spreads in Rayfold, where the fight for succession is fierce, things might be bad for her. At this point, the cat looks like she's about to jump right at Ghislain's face. Amelia dropped the cat and went to speak to Ghislain. She looks him dead in the eye and tells Ghislain that he shouldn't say such things, not even as a joke. Ghislain looks at Amelia and says that she needn't worry, as he will keep that sacred for a bit. Of course, he might not keep those words if he leaves the room empty-handed, and Amelia says that of course that won't happen. Amelia then calls for Bernaf, and the doors open. Bernaf enters the room and comes towards the two of them. He stops before Ghislain, placing his hand on his chest as a sign of respect, and greets Ghislain, saying that it's been a while. Looking at him, Ghislain recognizes him and says that he's the guy who has always stayed by Amelia's side, a skilled individual who possesses the potential to be compared to the finest sword of the North at the time. Ghislain says that if he dies here, a war may break out, and asks Amelia if she is sure she can handle that, and Amelia says that of course she can. She raises her hand and explains her scenario. A sudden ruffian barged in, caused chaos, and was killed by the hand of the escort knight. This is what the world will hear about Ghislain's demise. Amelia then orders Bernaf to kill Ghislain. Bernaf obliges and takes out his sword. Seeing this, Ghislain remains silent and thinks that if this is how she wants to play, so be it. Ghislain also takes his sword in his hand and says that there is no other way but for him to get a little serious. Ghislain and Bernaf are standing face to face, prepared to fight. Bernaf smiles, and Ghislain notices something unusual, a noise coming from one of the armors behind him. Suddenly, an assassin leaps towards him, prepared to strike Ghislain from behind. The assassin drives his sword through the back of the couch in order to puncture Ghislain. Unfortunately for him, Ghislain was fast enough to get under the couch and dodge his attack entirely. He then uses his feet to kick the assassin right in the stomach. The hit is so powerful he throws him across the room. Seeing this, both Amelia and Bernaf are left speechless. Ghislain then turns towards the two of them and says that he didn't expect them to feign politeness while launching a surprise attack. Ghislain then leaps towards Bernaf and says that this is called poor hospitality. They clench swords, and it looks like Bernaf has easily blocked Ghislain's attack. Inches away from Bernaf's face, Ghislain asks him if Rayfold has never heard of chivalry. Bernaf apologizes and says that they weren't the ones who were rude first, and says that arriving unannounced and unsettling the lady was very inconsiderate of Ghislain. Bernaf then grabs Ghislain's sword, and as he prepares to attack once again, says that there is no need to be polite to such a person. He tries to drive his sword through Ghislain's chest, but he dodges and tries to take back his blade. He does so, and prepares to unleash an attack on Bernaf. He places himself down on the floor and kicks him in the chest. Ghislain is still standing, and Bernaf has been thrown back a couple of meters. Bernaf couldn't believe it, as until then, he had heard that Lord Ghislain was all talk with no real skill to back it up. But it looks to Bernaf he is no rookie. Amelia even seems disappointed, asking Bernaf why he is taking so long against a punk like Ghislain, but he is not sure what to say. Amelia tells Bernaf to hurry and bring her his head, if he really considers himself to be her sword. Hearing this, Bernaf remains quiet, but clearly motivated. He grips his sword tighter and tells Amelia that he won't disappoint her. He points at Ghislain with his sword and tells him to come forth. Hearing this, Ghislain asks Bernaf how he, an escort knight, dared to order him around. Bernaf tells Ghislain that he was doing him a favor, but if he insists, he will take action. Bernaf will do as Ghislain wishes. He leaps forward, and in an instant, he closes the distance between the two of them, leaving Ghislain stunned. Ghislain barely manages to dodge his attack this time, leaning to the side. Even so, Bernaf managed to cut him on the cheek, and Ghislain thinks that he is really fast. However, Bernaf doesn't seem to be done. He continues attacking Ghislain, and their fight is fierce. Looking at the two of them, Amelia wonders how Ghislain, who was called a lousy punk, fights Bernaf on equal footing. Amelia then notices something. Ghislain manages to parry Bernaf's attack, sliding his blade towards him. He is trying to close the distance between the two of them. He reaches the hilt of Bernaf's and tries to hit him. He tried driving his sword forward, but he wasn't quick enough. Once again, Bernaf wraps his hand around Ghislain's sword, trying to pin him. He tries to cut Ghislain, but he leaps to the side. Seeing this, he tries the same trick as before, in order to get some distance from Bernaf. Only this time, things might be different. Ghislain tries pulling his sword and hitting Bernaf at the same time. Unfortunately for him, Bernaf has seen through his attack and says that this won't work twice. Then, he throws Ghislain to the ground. After that, Bernaf stands above Ghislain, prepared to strike him down for good. This time though, it looks like Ghislain is the one surprising Bernaf and blocking his strike with his foot. He then leaps into the air and gets back down to the ground. Ghislain realizing that Bernaf must be enduring this using mana. Bernaf then approaches Ghislain, saying that he is quite different from what he has heard, and says that the saying that you never truly know until you've fought them yourself is true. He tells Ghislain that his swordsmanship doesn't look like something he learned systematically, but rather like something he has picked up through real combat experience, and asks if he has perhaps fought with barbarians so often that he naturally adopted their style. He throws Ghislain's sword on the ground behind him, and says that such a method might work in a chaotic battlefield, but it won't work against him. He looks Ghislain dead in the eyes, and says that his deviation ends there. Ghislain looks at Bernaf, and says that just as expected, this is difficult. The narrow, precise thrusts of the blade that constantly target the head mess with his sense of distance and timing, and at close range, the difference in size makes it hard for Ghislain to overpower him with technique alone. In the first place, he wasn't an opponent he should have tried to take out. But the thing is, Ghislain doesn't have much time either, so he uses his mana strings. He uses the strings to pull his sword back to himself. Seeing the mana string, Bernaf seems surprised. He tries to look back and see where the thread leads, but it's too late. The hilt of Ghislain's sword has already hit him in the back of the head. Then Ghislain leaps over, placing his foot on Bernaf's leg. He then uses his knee and hits Bernaf right in the face. Seeing this, Bernaf wonders what just happened. Even Amelia is left in shock, shouting Bernaf's name. Then Ghislain prepares to once again attack from above. He slams down his sword, but Bernaf manages to block it. This time, Bernaf is clearly at a disadvantage. Even so, he manages to throw Ghislain back. Bernaf takes back his stance, and Ghislain slides across the room. Bernaf goes in front of Amelia and tells her that she needs to get out of there. Bernaf tells Amelia that from now on he cannot guarantee her safety, as he will give it his all to terminate Ghislain. Hearing this, Ghislain says that this is what he likes to see, as he hasn't had such an interesting opponent in a long time. Next, Amelia runs across the halls. She thinks about Ghislain, and how he even dares cause her so much trouble. She wonders who could be the idiot who leaked information about the Merchant Guild to that madman, and that there is no way he'd know about it in so much detail if not for that. The rumors about him, slaying orcs, protecting his younger sister from assassins, and even defeating the heir of Loge. Judging by that rascal's past, Amelia thought it must have been either luck or exaggerated information, but she wonders if he could have really done all that. She then turns a corner, and wonders what on earth are the guards she stationed in advance doing. As she gets to the place where she stationed them, another feminine figure seems to have disposed of them all. The person notices Amelia, and turns around. It turns out it was none other than Belinda, who now greets Lady Amelia, saying that it's been a while. She sees Belinda and asks her why she is there. Belinda, however, smiles and tells her to sush. In the next instant, Belinda has gotten behind Amelia and placed a small blade at her neck. Seeing this, Amelia can't understand how this is possible. Belinda then takes Amelia's spider from her lips, saying that it's quite unpleasant seeing her like this. She tells Amelia that she remembers a moment during the engagement ceremony, where she eavesdropped on a conversation between Count Rayfold and Count Perdium. She heard of how Amelia's sibling picked on her for having creepy spiders around her, so she raised the spiders herself and took her revenge. Belinda then looks at the spider and says that she doesn't know whether it's to overcome trauma or a display of self-assertion. She then drops the spider on the ground and asks Amelia for her forgiveness and tells her that it doesn't suit her at all. She then crushes the spider under her feet. Then, looking towards the crumbled spider, she asks Amelia if she can count on her cooperation. Inside the visitor's room, Bernaf and Ghislain are still facing each other. Looking towards Bernaf, Ghislain says that even the air is rough. It looks like Bernaf is using an overwhelming amount of mana. Bernaf then replies to Ghislain, reiterating what Ghislain has said when he called him an entertaining opponent. He tells Ghislain that what he said sounds like something that a lowly mercenary would say, and asks Ghislain how he even dares to call himself a noble like his Lady Amelia. Ghislain gets annoyed and mockingly says that of course he is a noble, and that isn't something that a lowly escort knight should be concerned with. With this, Bernaf doesn't reply to anything, but mana can be seen flowing around the two of them. He goes for an attack on Ghislain and starts speaking to him. As Ghislain blocks his attack, Bernaf tells him not to disgrace the nobility. Attacking Ghislain, Bernaf's attacks so fast, it looks like there's 100 swords coming at him at once. Ghislain is clearly taken by surprise. Even so, he manages to parry all the attacks. He barely manages to dodge his attacks anymore, and they all seem to be aimed for Ghislain's head. Even Ghislain acknowledges that Bernaf is fiercely pushing forward. Then, Ghislain says that this is enough. He tries taking the upper hand. He is now the one attacking Bernaf and pushing him back, but Bernaf seems to be blocking all of his attacks, leaving him open. Ghislain also understands the situation he is in, and Bernaf starts talking to him. As he launches his next attack, Bernaf tells him that it looks like that was his final attack. This time, it looks like Ghislain won't manage to escape unharmed. Blood splatters, but Bernaf is shocked by what he sees. Ghislain braced himself for the injury and used his shoulder to push away his blade. Then he takes his sword and once again tries to strike Bernaf. Seeing this, Bernaf acknowledges Ghislain's skill, saying that indeed, it looks like he cannot let his guard down until the end. However, Bernaf is still confident, moving Ghislain's sword to the side with his next attack, once again creating an opening. He kicks Ghislain and throws him back. He then says that this is the difference between him and a man who wields his blade for entertainment. His kick was so powerful, it looks like he sent Ghislain all the way to the other side of the room. Once again, Ghislain looks at Bernaf and says that just as expected, this is entertaining. With overwhelming speed, range, and consecutive attacks, Bernaf controls the flow of the fight. Any attempt to counter him in close quarters through grappling is instantly shut down. In a binding clash, he makes it seem as though their swords are locked together, deceiving Ghislain into thinking they can't be separated. With his current mana, Ghislain can't counter his strength, but by that, he means the mana he has right at this moment. Ghislain grabs his sword tighter and says that it's a shame he has to bring him down here. Ghislain takes his stance and tells Bernaf that there is one thing he overlooked. That is his unique mana cultivation technique. Ghislain leaps forward and unleashes his third core. Once again, he clenches swords with Bernaf, but this time things are different. This time, Ghislain is the one that throws away Bernaf's sword. Looking at Ghislain, Bernaf is left amazed. He does not understand how he can wield such explosive mana during combat. In the last second, someone tells for them to stop, and Ghislain stops with the tip of his sword touching Bernaf's forehead. This was Belinda, taking Amelia hostage. Amelia tells Ghislain to take the 10,000 gold and get out of there, as Belinda still holds the blade to her neck. Ghislain looks over and says that what happened was a whole hassle, and that it all would have been easier if Amelia would have handed him the money when he asked. Then he takes away his sword, and a small stream of blood starts flowing from Bernaf's forehead. As Ghislain turns away, Bernaf falls to the ground, and Belinda asks Ghislain if this isn't a little much to call it a lover's quarrel, and Ghislain said that they've just had a bit of difference in opinion. Ghislain then places his sword on his shoulder and says to Amelia that he has some unfortunate news for her. It looks like the fee just went up to 20,000 gold. In the main hall, all the soldiers are left on the ground. The visitor's room wall has a hole in it. The vase on the table fell on the ground as the cat was hiding under the other couch still standing. It looks like Amelia was the one that broke this case, annoyed by what just happened. Bernaf lets his head down, apologizing to Amelia, and tells her that Ghislain was a strong individual. Bernaf says that in an instant, Ghislain emitted mana surpassing that of an advanced level knight. Thinking about what happened, Amelia thinks that Ghislain must have really changed. Bernaf asks if Amelia would like for him to report this to the Delphine Duchy, but it looks like these words were not to be spoken. Out of nowhere, Amelia smacks Bernaf over the face. He grabs Bernaf's collar and tells him to watch his mouth, asking if he understands how scary of a person that Duke Delphine is. Amelia tells Bernaf that if he finds out about today's incident, they are all done for. She tells Bernaf that the reason for which she secretly allied with Duke Delphine without her father's knowledge was because they had a covert agreement. He would support the rebellion she would lead in exchange for her assistance in bringing down Perdium. The moment this is exposed, it's certain that her siblings will kill Amelia. If he knows the secret of the Merchant Guild, he might also know of this agreement. Therefore, they must do whatever it takes to kill Ghislain. Hearing this, Bernaf bows his head and says that he understands. Amelia asks how was the condition of Ghislain's body, and Bernaf says that he managed to leave right injuries on many parts of his body and a heavy one on his shoulder. Not only that, but because he had spent an explosive amount of mana, he would not be in his best condition for some time. However, there is something else. To not leave any traces, they cannot use the knights from their land, and Amelia agrees. She then turns to Bernaf, saying that this is why they have them trained for times like this, and Bernaf can't believe Amelia refers to them. She wants to use the wildcats to kill Ghislain. Amelia explains that the group consists of war orphans, those without kin, and those without status. Only the most talented natural-born specialists are among them, the wildcat traffickers. Amelia tells Bernaf to assemble a dozen of them, and only those who are proficient with mana, and send them to the pointed location. Looking to where she placed the pin on the map, Bernaf understands Amelia's plan. That ravine is the only narrow path from the Rayfold territory to Perdium. It is an ideal place for quietly handling things, as the area is remote and the terrain is tight. Bernaf then tells Amelia that he will have them prepared. At this point, Amelia says that Ghislain will pay for the humiliation he presented her with. A carriage can then be seen running outside the city. Inside, Ghislain patches his shoulder. Scoven asks Ghislain if he is sure he is okay, and Ghislain tells him not to worry, as the injuries are minimal. He thinks that the cuts aren't deep, and it's not bad considering that he did take things a little overboard. He then looks back at the crate on his carriage, and thinks that the 20,000 gold he received from Amelia is enough to cover the base funds needed to rebuild their territory, the same amount he would have had after saving for a few years. He thinks that it would have been great if he could have killed Amelia as well, but a war would have been unavoidable in that case. Ghislain cannot risk the safety of their territory because of his momentary whims. He thinks that Perdium is having a difficult time dealing with just the barbarians, so it's ideal that he backs off here. The fact that he knows about the secret of the Arctium Merchants Guild will put enough if a burden on Amelia. Ghislain thinks that this time around, he will make good use of Amelia. Belinda then looks at Ghislain without saying anything. She asks Ghislain if things are going exactly as he said, but he is not sure what to reply. Belinda talks about the orders she was given by Ghislain, how he told her to subdue the guards once she heard fighting noises on the inside, and to take Lady Amelia hostage when she came out of the room. Ghislain then remembers that he has indeed said that, but he told Fergus to do the last part. Then, all of a sudden, Ghislain feels a sharp pain. He starts coughing up blood, and Fergus is scared. Looking at his palm, Ghislain thinks that this must be the recoil from opening up the third core, and thinks that it's still better than last time. But it'd be troublesome to go through this every time he decides to use his power. He thinks that he needs to find a way to increase his mana quickly, while Belinda takes his hand, which seems to shock him a little bit. She places 2 fingers on his wrist, looking at something. She takes the small blade she used to threaten Amelia with, and says that the flow of mana in Ghislain's body is a mess. Then she starts puncturing his palm in different places. It looks like Ghislain has realized what she is doing. Suddenly he feels the need to let air out. It looks like he let out mana itself. Looking at his hand, he thinks that it looks like his entangled mana road has opened up a bit, and that this is a method which can only be executed with a deep understanding of mana. Ghislain then raises his gaze, and thinks that she knew Belinda wasn't just an ordinary maid ever since his mother brought her in. The real question is, who really is she? He cannot understand why such a skilled individual is working as a head maid in the countryside, but it doesn't really matter. Ghislain thinks that it's good to have as many skilled individuals as possible on their land, because the ones he's encountered so far are just the beginning. As the carriage rides as fast as possible, Belinda starts a conversation with Ghislain. She tells Ghislain that she will help him with anything because she trusts him unconditionally, and asks Ghislain why he needed to take such a huge amount of money from Lady Amelia. Ghislain thinks of a response, but can only tell Belinda that he needs to spend money, and Amelia is the only rich person he knows. Hearing this, Belinda can't believe it. She starts shouting at Ghislain, saying that if this is the only reason, he will be in big trouble after Count Rayfold finds out about him breaking the engagement and the whole situation. But Ghislain assures Belinda that everything is fine, and that Amelia cannot tell her father about this. Then, Ghislain asks Belinda if she really trusts him. She says that she does. Belinda asks if Ghislain isn't going to at least tell the person that too, the risk with him what he is going to use the money for. Ghislain then tells Belinda that he is going to use it for the Forest of Beasts, which seems to scare her for some reason. It turns out that Ghislain wants to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. Hearing this, Fergus says that he cannot, as development has been attempted there ever since his great-grandfather's time, but it wasn't possible. Ghislain, however, cuts Fergus short, and asks him if he remembers Ghislain's request before entering the castle. Hearing this, Fergus starts sweating. He bites his lip under his thick mustache and goes to speak. He tells Ghislain that the person he has asked him to find was indeed at the location he mentioned, and asks him if he is sure about him as his condition wasn't the best. Ghislain tells him that as long as the person is alive, it's fine, and that they should head down there right now, but Belinda says they need to return him for now, as they can't wander around in Ghislain's current condition. Ghislain asks Belinda if she really thinks that Amelia is going to let them go easily after what they've just done to her, and it seems like she agrees. Ghislain then thinks that knowing Amelia, she will try to either kill him or silence him. Belinda starts shouting, saying that she is good at fighting and that old man Fergus is still a knight. She wants to say that she can handle it, but Ghislain cuts in, saying that while she is reliable, this is not her role. He then tells his companions that he needs a vanguard. That is why they are on their way to meet him. At the dawn of night, it looks like they've arrived at a beaten-down cabin in the woods. Ghislain goes to knock on the door. Looking around, Belinda says that it's almost as if this place is abandoned, and Fergus says that the address points them to here. The door opens, and someone comes out. An old man with bushes for eyebrows. Looking through his long eyebrows, the man asks who came to disturb him. Seeing him, everyone is in shock. Belinda asks Ghislain if he is sure this is the right person, and says that he doesn't think he is in any condition to fight, let alone survive tomorrow, and Ghislain says that this is the right place. Looking at Ghislain, the man realizes something. He goes back inside, closing the door rapidly, and realizing Ghislain is a noble, asks him if he is bored, telling him not to waste his time and get lost, but Ghislain tells him to wait. It appears that Ghislain calls him by a familiar name and title, the ex-captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. He is Gillian. Hearing this, the man turns around and takes another look at Ghislain. Ghislain extended his hand and told the man that he longed to see him. Hearing that name, neither Fergus nor Ricardo can't believe it's him. The Ratatosk mercenaries is a group that only those who have mastered most weapons can join. Although they no longer exist, their bravery is such that any knight, even in foreign lands, is bound to hear their name at least once, and the captain of that mercenary group is Ghislain. Once again, with his hand extended, Ghislain tells Ghislain that he has come to meet him. All of a sudden, an axe flies towards Ghislain's head. Ghislain moves his head and dodges it. Seeing this, no one can believe the speed of what just happened. Ghislain throws his cards on the face and tells Ghislain that he didn't expect for someone like him to know who he was. At this point, everyone has gotten in front of Ghislain in order to protect him. With a menacing look on his face, Ghislain asks them to state their business. Belinda puts his hand in front of Ghislain, telling him to stay back, saying that this man is not in his right mind. Ghislain speaks the words, "The eternal punishment." This is sure to get Ghislain's attention. Ghislain tells the man that he knows the cure to the incurable illness his daughter is suffering from. He then asks the man if this piques his interest. High fever, coughing blood, and red spots blooming like flower petals on the skin. The sight of the patient writhing in pain, resembling a prisoner under punishment, gave this incurable disease its name, the eternal punishment. Inside the hut, it looks like the man's daughter is in tremendous amounts of pain. Ghislain goes to hug his daughter, shouting out her name, Rachel, as she screams in pain. Looking at her, Ghislain thinks that it's not too late for her. He tried searching for Ghislain to recruit him, but he was not of this world by the time he found him. He had given up everything and ended his own life as soon as his daughter passed away. Judging from the condition of this house, all of his assets must have been spent on treatment for his daughter, and the only thing left are the weapons. Rachel keeps screaming, saying how much everything hurts, and saying that she just wants to die and be done with it, begging her father to kill her. Ghislain takes off his coat, thinking there is no time to waste, and tells Ghislain that he will start the treatment right away. Before he is able to start, Belinda places her hand on Ghislain's shoulder. He looks at Ghislain and asks him to go away. She tells Ghislain that she doesn't know what he is trying to do, but this isn't something he can solve with just strength. It is a disease so severe that even priests can't cure it and call it a punishment from the gods, and asks Ghislain what he's planning on doing. Ghislain stretches up, saying that he can fix her, and Belinda shouts at him to stop. Ghislain then turns around, asking Belinda if she still trusts him. Hearing this, Belinda cannot say anything anymore. He then hands her a piece of paper, telling her to take it. He tells Belinda to purchase all the medical herbs on that list and come back. Seeing this, Belinda can't believe what Ghislain is doing. Ghislain then thinks that for wandering mercenaries without a home, knowledge is directly tied to survival. Eternal punishment. Although it's an incurable disease right now, a cure will be discovered in the future. It became quite a hot topic back then, especially since the method was relatively simple. Thanks to that, Ghislain can remember it clearly. The only problem was the exorbitant cost of the ingredients. Ghislain needed to get his hands on the fairy's blessing. He needed to finely chop the fairy's blessing and the herbs, pack them tightly into a bottle, and pour distilled alcohol over them. Shake well to mix it thoroughly and let it sit for a while. Then, add the remaining ingredients and stir. Ghislain then presents Ghislain with a little bottle. He gives it to the man and tells him to have Rachel drink it. Thus, Ghislain pours the bottle in his daughter's mouth. Immediately, the crying stops. Within moments, the red spots start to fade away. It looks like Ghislain has really managed to cure her. Seeing this, no one can believe it. Fergus and Belinda both acknowledge the fact that Rachel is getting better before their eyes. Ghislain starts smiling and wonders if the medicine really worked. Looking at her from behind, Ghislain says that just as expected, the medicine works well. Ghislain turns around, asking him how he managed to do that, as not even divine power was able to cure her. Ghislain explains to the man that the priest's divine power isn't omnipotent. It only enhances the body's vitality and strengthens a person's regenerative abilities to help overcome the illness, which is different from a fundamental cure. With shaking hands, Ghislain goes to grab Ghislain. On his knees before Ghislain, Ghislain asks if his daughter can really be cured. Ghislain looks down at the man and guarantees to him that in a couple of months she will be cured. Hearing this, the man cannot believe it. Ghislain kneels before Ghislain, placing his hand on his chest as a sign of respect. With his head bowed, Ghislain asks Ghislain what he wants from him, as he must have traveled all the way here to find him, because he wants something from him. However, he says, all he has left is this useless body of his. Ghislain then shouts, saying that if Ghislain needs him to be his dog, he shall be. If he commands him to be his slave, he will do as told. Ghislain tells him that he needs none of those things. What he needs is Ghislain, the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, and extends his hand to the man. Ghislain looks at Ghislain and sees something in his eyes. He says that those are the eyes of a dreamer. Ghislain stands up and grabs his tail. With an axe, he cuts it down, letting it fall to the ground. They all stand before Ghislain and look at the man before them. They wonder how this could even be. Just like that, he is completely different from before. Next, Ghislain goes towards his weapon barrels. He turns his head and asks if there was anyone else besides those here who have come with him, or if there might be someone who came looking for them. Ghislain looks at him and says that it's just them. Gillian takes a spear and asks Ghislain if there is anyone who holds a grudge against him, and Ghislain says that there is, and that there will also be more in the future. With the spear in his hand, Gillian prepares an attack. He throws the spear through a wall while having it tied to a rope. It seems it was aimed at a bush close by. After hitting its target, Gillian pulls the spear back. It looks like along with it comes a man that was struck by the spear, which went right through his chest. Instantly, Gillian takes the man by the neck, making him choke. As the man trembles in his grasp, Gillian's question is simple: who sent him? Trying to withhold the Gillian's power, the man asks how he knew. Gillian turns towards Ghislain, asking him what he would like to do with this one, and Ghislain says that he already knew who sent him. Ghislain then takes out his sword and says that he did not want to use his blade on a day like this, but it looks like it will be necessary. Seeing this, Gillian stops Ghislain. He tells Ghislain to leave this to him. He tightens his grip and breaks the man's neck. After doing so, he bows to Ghislain, leaving Belinda shocked. Looking at Gillian, she thinks how he had no hesitation in killing, and wonders why would Ghislain recruit such a dangerous person. Gillian then kneels before Ghislain, stating his name and title, addressing him as young master. He looks into Ghislain's eyes and says that from now on, he will leave his life into his hands. Ghislain looks at Gillian, thinking that with this, he has secured a crucial card for the upcoming reconstruction plan, and tells Gillian that he looks forward to working with him. Inside a hut at the edge of some swamp, someone says that a reconnaissance unit has been killed. The other wildcats cannot believe it and call the dead person foolish. Then, one of them, who appears to be the boss, tells them to be quiet. This man is known by the alias Viego, and he tells the others to lower their voices. Hearing this, the others apologize, addressing the man as captain. Virgo then goes on to speak, saying that according to Sir Bernaf's intel, Ghislain shouldn't even be able to find a reconnaissance unit, let alone kill them. Therefore, he asks if the reconnaissance unit was incompetent, or if the intel was wrong, and the lower rank doesn't know what to reply. After a few seconds of thinking, the soldier replies, telling the captain that Gillian has joined their group, which seems to take Viego by surprise. He grabs the soldier by the neck and grabs him closer. Clearly mad, he asks the man if he is sure about this. Seeing the state of Viego, the soldier doesn't lose a bit and says that he has seen it with his own eyes. Hearing this, Viego seems to be thrilled, thinking that finally, Gillian has made a move. It appears that Gillian was Viego's former captain. Gillian can then be seen dressed in armor, driving the carriage with 2 horses in which Ghislain and the others came. Inside, among the weapons Gillian brought with him, Belinda says that she is suffocating. She asks Ghislain if Gillian really had to bring all of this stuff, mocking him, asking if he is some kind of weapons dealer. Because of him, they had to buy a whole other carriage. Ghislain tells Belinda that it was no trouble, as they had to buy a new one in order to bring Rachel comfortably. Fergus and Ricardo also seem to be following them in the other carriage. Ghislain, looking around, says that Gillian does have a use for all of it, so she should just bear with it for now. As they enter the ravine pointed on the map by Amelia, Ghislain says that the most important thing at hand is to escape this rift. This being said, Belinda wonders about the watcher they've caught, and asks if it was sent by Lady Amelia, to which Ghislain says that he is almost certain of it. Belinda says that this could be trouble. The mask he was wearing was a symbol used by the Wildcat Traffickers, a fairly powerful guild in Rayfold. Hearing the name, Ghislain starts thinking about it. Belinda explains that their main trade is smuggling, along with assassination, drug and human trafficking, and more. She says that they are filthy scum who take on all the vile work. Among them are many skilled former mercenaries, making them a shadowy guild armed with combat power. Ghislain asks Belinda how she knows all that, since all she was doing was staying in the castle, and Belinda says that she heard a lot of things before working for Lord Perdium. In any case, she tells Ghislain that they are really persistent, so they should be careful. Hearing this, Ghislain starts smiling. Belinda looks at him, and Ghislain says that he will be fine. That is because they have Gillian with them. Suddenly, from behind the carriage, 2 things seem to emerge from the ground. They come from the back and are aiming for the front of the carriage. Gillian, of course, notices this immediately and remains completely calm. All of a sudden, 2 assassins jump at him in order to get the kill. He takes both his weapons strapped to his back and thinks about their ambush from the ground. Gillian manages to block both of them with ease. Then he prepares an attack of his own. Within seconds, he cuts them both the hands they were holding weapons with. Then he takes another swing with the ace. With this, he smashes the head of one of the attackers. The assassin falls from the carriage, left to die on the ground. Another 2 assassins jump towards Gillian and the carriage. This time it looks like they are coming from above, and they've also set a trap. Gillian notices this, and Belinda says that at this rate, they will be crushed. Ghislain pulls on the horse reins, trying to stop them. He manages to do so right before the three fall down right in front of them. Ghislain thinks that this is an ambush, just what he expected from Amelia. At least for more assassins seem to be waiting around the carriage. Virgo addresses Ghislain directly, calling him by his title, former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Seeing this, Ghislain wonders who it could be. Virgo then continues, calling Ghislain a coward who disbanded an entire group of mercenaries merely because of his daughter, and there also appears to be a lot more wildcats behind him. Ghislain gets down from the carriage and tells the man that he has no idea what he's talking about. Virgo tells Ghislain that he ended up living a life that he never wanted because of him, and asks him if he has gotten so senile that he can't even remember his former peer. Ghislain, however, has no reply for Viego. Seeing this, Viego says that Ghislain must be playing dumb, in which case he will make him remember. He then gives the order for 3 assassins to proceed and kill all of them. Ghislain asks Ghislain if he needs any help, but Ghislain tells him to rest, as they seem to have some kind of business with him. He prepares to swing his axe, and tells Ghislain that he should be okay on his own. In one hit, he takes out all of the attackers. They keep coming, and swearing at Ghislain. With a knife in one hand, and the axe in the other, Ghislain prepares to strike. 2 wildcats are approaching him, and Ghislain blocks his hit with the knife, and strikes him with the axe. With his next hit, he cuts the arm of the assassin and punctures his neck with the knife. Then the other one comes, and once again Ghislain easily blocks his attack. With one swing of his axe, Ghislain guts the man instantly. Looking at the scene, Viego thinks that just as expected, he must be as strong as he used to be. But there is something else. He gives the order to his soldiers to spread into 2 groups and ambush him from both sides. Hearing this, Ghislain gets on his horse. The wildcats are not sure how to react. Then, Ghislain takes out an even bigger axe from the bag the horse was carrying. He swings the axe above his head and prepares to ride into the crowd. As he gets close, Ghislain prepares to attack. He cuts 3 people in just one swing. One of the wildcats says he can't even get close to him, and the others say that they must aim for the horse. Once again, Ghislain prepares to swing. This time, it looks like he took out 6 or 7 people. Seeing this, Belinda is horrified. One assassin tries striking Ghislain down from above, but he notices his intent. He takes a shield and prepares to defend himself. He places the shield in front of him and easily blocks the assassin's attack. This was actually Viego, who now tells Ghislain that since he ruined his life, he should at least not hinder his work. He takes out 3 small knives and tells Ghislain that he will make sure to kill him. He strikes the horse in the neck and then leaps away. The horse falls down, and Ghislain uses his shield to attenuate his landing. Suddenly, Viego is at his neck, holding a knife. Unfortunately for him, Ghislain is quicker and uses his axe to catch his attack. He uses his shield to hit Viego and says that he is not the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Hearing this, Viego is not sure what to reply. He is thrown back a couple of meters and slides on the ground, trying to stop. As he does, he asks Ghislain if he claims not to be the captain. He starts shouting that this is enough of this nonsense and asks who it is if not him. Ghislain charges his aura and says that he has discarded his past. From now on, he is nothing but Lord Ghislain's subordinate. Hearing this, Viego gets annoyed. He leaps towards Ghislain, this time holding a sword, and says that he will kill him at all costs. In the dead of night, the fight continues. Viego continuously attacks Ghislain, and Ghislain doesn't miss a bit in countering him. With fierce force, Viego stabs his shield, as if he is trying to break through it. Viego shouts at Ghislain, telling him that the mercenary company was disbanded after he left. Thanks to him, he lost his purpose and ended up living a disgraceful life just to make a living. Ghislain doesn't make any reply. He tries to hit Viego with his shield, creating some distance, and immediately after he swings his sword at him, but Viego dodges. After this, Viego tries to kick Ghislain. Unfortunately for him, Ghislain easily blocks his attack. Even so, it looks like Viego's kick broke down his shield. Viego starts speaking again, telling Ghislain that he was prepared to sacrifice his entire life to make the Ratatosk mercenaries the best in history. He looks Ghislain in the eyes and tells him that he threw away everything, only to end up as a mere pawn for a spoiled noble. For this, Viego cannot forgive Ghislain. Viego then throws 3 knives towards Ghislain, the same he used to kill his horse. Ghislain swings his axe and deflects all of them. Viego then leaps towards Ghislain, trying to stab him right in the face. Ghislain, however, moves, and Viego is left to plunge his knife into the ground. He regains his composure and manages to block Ghislain's next attack. Looking at Ghislain, Viego can only have fury in his heart. No matter how strong he may be, he hasn't been the captain in a few years. While Ghislain was wasting his time trying to cure his daughter, Viego was putting himself through countless battles to get stronger. Viego thinks that Ghislain is no longer a match for him. As he leaps towards the ground, he picks up the 3 knives. Once again, he throws them towards Ghislain. This time, Ghislain raises his hand and blocks them with the plate of his shoulder. When he does this, Viego uses the time to once again get close to him, which Ghislain notices. He swings at Viego, but he dodges. He prepares to land the final strike on Ghislain as he screams that it's over for him. Only something unexpected happens. Ghislain riles up his hand and grabs the knife with his bare hands. Holding his knife, Ghislain asks Viego if this is the reason for his vengeance. Seeing this, Viego cannot believe what Ghislain has done, surrounding his hand with mana in order to grab the dagger, and wonders if Ghislain was not showing his true power until now. Then, Ghislain smacks Viego in the face with the back of his axe. His hit is so powerful he throws Viego on the ground meters away, hitting a tree trunk. Ghislain approaches Viego, saying that he doesn't understand. He walks towards Viego still holding his dagger, saying that if revenge was what he wanted, he had plenty of chances. He looks him dead in the eye and asks why he didn't come for him earlier. Viego laughs, telling Ghislain that he knows one thing but not the other. Viego tells Ghislain that he has already visited where he used to stay, but there was no such captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. All that was left was a feeble old man who's not even worth killing. Viego smirks and asks where did the Ghislain who he used to look up to disappear off to. Ghislain looks at Viego and gets annoyed. He throws the dagger on the ground and tells Viego to raise his weapon. Ghislain takes out his own sword and says that he too is a body bound to another's will, but at least for this very moment, things are different. He raises his sword high and says that he will show his former comrade his highest level of respect. He will fight as he used to, as the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Hearing this, Viego agrees. He takes the dagger and rushes towards Ghislain, saying that now they are talking. He tries to attack Ghislain, but he blocks the hit using his sword. Viego laughs and shouts that this is exactly what he wished for. A fierce battle commences, with fast consecutive hits from both of them. Ghislain tries to swing his sword, but once again Viego gets down low. From his position, Viego tries to kick Ghislain, but he moves back. He then tries to stab him, but Ghislain blocks it. Ghislain then uses his axe to pin Viego to the ground. With his next attack, Ghislain plunges his sword in Viego's back. After this, the sharp pain makes Viego cough out blood. The battle goes on, and once again Viego tries to swing at Ghislain, but he dodges. Then Ghislain prepares to hit Viego with his axe. Seeing that Viego is completely open, and that there is no way he can parry his attack, Ghislain tells Viego that he will remember him, calling him by his former title, 5th Unit Commander of the Ratatosk mercenaries. He looks him in the eyes and states his full name, Viego Valanos. Hearing this, Viego smiles. These were his last moments alive, as Viego is left in a puddle of blood on the ground, with his knife clean, as he didn't manage to hit Ghislain even once. Ghislain then takes his dagger. He looks down at his fallen opponent and former comrade. From behind, Ghislain tells him that he did a good job. Looking around, Ghislain thinks that selling these guys' loot could bring in quite a bit of money, asking Ghislain if he does not agree. However, Ghislain only bows his head and apologizes, saying that he has caused Ghislain more delay than it was necessary, and Ghislain tells him that he shouldn't worry about it. Looking at him, Ghislain thinks that Ghislain is far more exceptional than expected. When he first left home to start mercenary work, the stories about Ghislain from his seniors helped lay the foundation for him to become the Mercenary King. Moving quickly was the right choice, and thanks to that, he gained a reliable comrade. Ghislain then looks at Ghislain and asks him if he remembers who he was. Ghislain takes out the dagger and says that he does. Ghislain looks up to the sky and says that he was his old comrade. Ghislain then looks up and thinks about Ghislain's words, old comrade. He then wonders what his old comrades are doing now, sure that they're living a life of their own since this is before they've even met him. Ghislain then smiles and thinks that he will have to scout them away someday. Ghislain then asks if they should follow Belinda's suggestion and gather anything valuable from these guys, and Belinda tells Ghislain to take the lead and collect everything from them. Ghislain, annoyed, tells Belinda that he is not in any way her subordinate. 2 days later, it seems like they are back into Perdium territory. Belinda is happy to see familiar planes, and Ghislain asks if this is Perdium. Ghislain, looking over the carriage, says that this is it indeed. Looking towards the estate, Ghislain thinks that it feels good to have a home to return to, and thinks that when he first ran away from home, he thought he would be able to come back at any time. Ghislain looks over, but doesn't say anything. Ghislain asks Ghislain what he thinks of the lands, and he regains his thoughts, and says that it looks great. Ghislain then says that it is shitty, and Ghislain starts sweating, unsure what to reply. Ghislain then starts saying that all the houses are outdated and renovations are out of the question. He then points out the fields, saying that they are completely uncultivated, and that all the farmers have been conscripted into the military, leaving the land forcibly fallow. Ghislain then starts speaking, saying that he has heard Perdium is at war because of the northern barbarians. But after seeing it firsthand, the situation looks worse than he had expected, and Belinda thinks that he wasn't someone who knew this land's situation well before. Ghislain then says something that shocks both Belinda and Gillian, saying that he will resolve all those problems, and tells Gillian that this is why he needs his strength. Ghislain says that it'll be a long battle to eliminate everything connected to Duke Delphine, and to protect what was taken for granted. He will revive this land no matter what. Then they approach the castle's entrance. It looks like Belinda has noticed something unusual, which caught Ghislain's attention as well. Ghislain himself seems to be shocked by what he sees. It looks like Ghislain's father is waiting for him just outside the estate's entrance. Back at the Perdium castle, it seems like things are heating a little bit after the arrival of Ghislain's father, Lord Perdium. A war council of some sort has been called for, and discussions are being led, with someone saying that they need to reduce their forces. This measure is not taken lightly, as Lord Perdium says that if they cut the forces any further, it will be difficult to maintain the front lines properly. Then, someone suggests requesting more support from the House of Rayford. To this, one of the nobles says that House Rayford is the one that reduced the support fund. As it turns out, they seem to be gathering soldiers and stockpiling food over there. Someone else then says that it can't be helped, as they also need to rebuild the Fortress of Beasts garrison that got partially destroyed during the last battle against orcs. Even reducing the Knights Order's forces is barely enough to give them some breathing room. However, someone else asks if reducing the forces doesn't pose a significant risk for them. So much is going on, and I have no idea who these people are. Overseeing the scene, Ghislain says that this is what usually happens when these three meet up. These are probably the house's most important people. Perdium's Knights Captain Randolph, the Treasurer, Albert, and finally Perdium's General Administrator, Halmern. Ghislain then wonders how long it's been. As the young Lord of Perdium, it must have been only a couple of months, but as the Mercenary King, it has been several decades. Then, Ghislain welcomes back the most important person in the room. He welcomes back his father, Count Perdium, Zwalder Perdium, who doesn't seem to be so keen or even care much about the presence of Ghislain. From now on, I will address him as Walter, because there is no way I'm going to remember this name, let alone write it. Zwalder, what the heck is this name? As a child, Ghislain never liked his father because of how serious and strict he was all the time. But now, things are different. Now, he can see it. The countless burdens of exhaustion and fatigue are weighing on those shoulders. The responsibility of the lord of this land. Count Perdium takes a sip from his tea and tells Ghislain that he has heard about him being away from the castle for about a week. Ghislain responds, saying that he has visited the Rayfords. Count Perdium tells Ghislain that he hopes he didn't cause any trouble this time, and Ghislain says that he didn't. Albert then speaks, telling Ghislain that he has heard about his feat, how, even though it's hard to believe, Ghislain has managed to win the duel against Cain and make some money off it. Alberti then gives Ghislain a strange look and asks him if he didn't perhaps go there to gamble. Hearing this, Ghislain thinks that he didn't gamble ass. Instead, he was investing. However, he tells Albert that he did not do any gambling and that he only had some business with Amelia. Halmern then cuts in, stating how he knows he is always repeating himself all the time, but Ghislain should be aware that he will be succeeding Perdium someday, so he must think before he acts. And Ghislain says that he gets it, and Halmern shouldn't worry, but Halmern seems to take it as an insult, thinking that this little brat is ignoring his every piece of advice. So how is he supposed to not get worried? Lord Perdium then places down his cup and says that this is enough. Ghislain's father then says that from what he has heard, Ghislain has got in quite some trouble while he was away. Ghislain's father has heard about him executing Jamal and Philip trying to sell Elena away and asks if this is true. Hearing this, Ghislain thinks about those two. Randolph cuts in, saying that there is no way Ghislain has executed them himself. They must have fought against each other, and the story got exaggerated while the young lord merely delivered the final blow. Ghislain answers that the event did go something like that, while thinking that, despite those two being traitors, the fact that the captain's knights died at Ghislain's hand probably doesn't sit so well with him, so he might as well avoid trouble. Randolph smirks, saying that he knew it, while Ghislain's father remains silent. Then he tells Ghislain that he has done a great job. No matter the process, he says, what's important is that Elena is alive. Thinking about it, Ghislain realizes that this is the first compliment he receives from his father. Ghislain then addresses his father, asking if he can request something from him, which takes his father by surprise. Hearing this, Halmern stops him, saying that if Ghislain is going to ask for money as a reward, he will cut him right there, and Randolph also agrees, saying that Ghislain should think about the trouble he has caused so far. He then goes on to tell us all about Ghislain's feat, how he sold military provisions to get gambling money, lit the front gate on fire to grill an army horse, and melted all the armor to forge a legendary sword, to which Ghislain can only look away and think that it really sounds like he did a lot. I was thinking that Ghislain reminds me of Logan in the beginning, but I think he is worse. A lot worse. Ghislain then goes on to tell his father that he would only ask for his permission, and Lord Perdium asks him what permission he needs. Ghislain says that he would like to pioneer the forest of beasts, and that's when all the faces change, and it's clear that everyone believes Ghislain to have gone crazy. However, he looks rather optimistic about this. Not even a second later, it seemed like he was denied. He tells Belinda and Gillian how his father started shouting at him, and Belinda says that this was expected, as that place is filled with monsters, and there's nothing to gain from dealing with it. Ghislain then asks Gillian if Belinda told him about his plan, and Gillian says that she indeed has. Ghislain wants him to pioneer the forest of beasts using the funds he received from Rayford's daughter. The forest of death, Gillian calls it, from which no one can return alive. Because of that, nothing is known about the place, and everyone avoids it. Gillian then says that its notoriety is already well known in other regions as well. Ghislain says that Gillian is well versed in the matters of the forest, and as Belinda said, there is nothing to gain from entering that place. Even so, Ghislain asks him if they should get started, as they leave for the door, and Belinda shouts at him to stop, as he didn't get permission. Ghislain turns around, saying that he doesn't actually need permission, and that he only did it out of curiosity, and that this task has to be done anyway. Belinda huffs, joins them, and asks what could be there that would have Ghislain so obsessed, and Ghislain says that he will tell her later. He then thinks that if he were to reveal it now, and word spreads, it would only cause trouble, but if he successfully pioneers the forest, he will be able to earn a massive amount of funds. That is because at a place not too far away from the forest's entrance, there is a massive runestone vein buried there. Runestone is an ore infused with mana, an extremely rare mineral that mages are absolutely crazy about. It is used in all sorts of magical tools, barriers, magic circles, and scrolls, also in alchemy, magic research, and basically anything else related to the field of magic and mana. In his previous life, Duke Delphine was the one who discovered it, but now, only he knows about this piece of information. Belinda, however, is bugged that she doesn't know what this is about. She tells Ghislain that he must at least have some sort of plan, and Gillian simply says that he will obey Ghislain's orders. Ghislain then tells Belinda to head to the nearby guild and hire some mercenaries, saying that around 200 should do, but Belinda critiques him, saying that Ghislain is really not holding back on spending the money he risked his life to get earlier. Gillian asks Ghislain if he is sure about that, saying that mercenaries are a rough and unruly bunch, so with that many gathered, they'll be hard to control, and they might even turn on their employer and take everything for themselves. Ghislain agrees with Gillian, and says that this is exactly why the two of them are going to handpick the useful ones personally, but Gillian is not sure what Ghislain means by that. Ghislain then explains that they will pick the most skilled among the small-scaled mercenary group in the north, which makes Gillian realize something. It looks like he knows who Ghislain is talking about, and he doesn't like it, calling them crazy dogs. Gillian thinks that they are skilled enough, but they would turn on their employer if things go south. It looks like Ghislain is talking about a group named the Cerberus Mercenaries. Entering their territory, Ghislain says that this is the moment to put a leash on those crazy dogs. These mercenaries seem to have set up camp on the outskirts of the Zimbar territory. Through a telescope, someone sees Ghislain and Gillian approaching. One mercenary says that they are here, while the other states that those poor souls have no idea what they're walking into. Looking back through the small telescope, the man says that judging by his appearance, Ghislain looks like a noble brat, so they can make a lot of money off his back. Only he doesn't get to finish that sentence, as a hand has blocked his view. A loud noise grabs the attention of everyone inside the camp. Of course, this could only be Gillian picking the guy up by his head, most likely prepared to make it crumble with just a quick clench. The man starts screaming, calling Gillian a bastard, and asking him what he thinks he is doing. Gillian then prepares the second part of his entrance. He throws the man through the crowd of mercenaries, basically half burying the man in the ground. Seeing this, the other mercenaries got annoyed. They surround Gillian, asking who the hell this guy is, and screaming at each other to get ready for battle. One guy approaches Ghislain, saying that he looks like he is from a royal family, but even so, he cannot act so recklessly just because of his status. Then he tells Ghislain not to expect to return home alive, but then the man stops, looking at Ghislain. It's probably how unfazed Ghislain asks. He simply looks the man down from his sword, telling him to shut the fuck up and bring his captain to him. Bro looks 14, but he must have the heart of a 30-year-old former Green Beret soldier. Bro really does not play. Hearing this, the man chuckles. He starts rotating his weapon, saying that a noble brat has lost his mind, it seems. and says that it is time for Ghislain to learn something. He throws the spiked ball towards him, saying that it's time for him to learn what taking responsibility for his actions means. The weapon is rapidly reaching for Ghislain, yet he doesn't move an inch. Before it reaches, however, something deviates it. That was Ghislain, placing his knife on the chain, making the spiked ball miss, while he looked at Ghislain, making sure the ball did not reach. Seeing this, the mercenaries are stunned. The man cannot believe the move Ghislain pulled, swinging his blade into the chain. The ball then falls to the ground right next to Ghislain's horse. Seeing what just happened, Ghislain says that just as expected, words will not reach them. Ghislain then gives his order to Ghislain to do just enough damage for them not to end up dead. Ghislain then uses his knife to pull on the chain, and along with it, pulls the man who is wielding it. By the position Ghislain has assumed, I can only think that he is going to smack him on the ground. But that might not be it, as next Ghislain wraps the ball around his head. Then he makes it land in the guy's stomach. After this one guy is left on the ground, the other mercenaries join in, saying that they will not go easy on him just because Ghislain is a noble. Ghislain pulls on his sword, while at the same time pulling on the guy that he just decimated earlier. He then shoves him directly into the other two mercenaries who were attacking him. These guys fall like petals to Ghislain. After defeating those three, Ghislain turns his gaze towards the others that, until now, were smart enough not join this pointless fight. Looking at Ghislain, they start trembling. Ghislain then decides it's time to get down from his horse. He gets in front of Ghislain as he is placing the sword back in its holster and asks the mercenaries how long they will make him wait. He tells everyone to scram away and bring him the captain. Before any of them manage to do anything, a man joins the discussion, saying that he was sleeping well, asking what all the commotion is about. Seeing this person, all the mercenaries assume an upright position. This man announces himself to be the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries, Kayor. He has fox eyes, a dull expression, and bright red hair, asking Ghislain why he is looking for him. Ghislain proceeds, asking the man what other business would anyone have with a mercenary group, stating that he is there to entrust a request to him, which Kayor finds odd, asking what kind of client would do what Ghislain and Ghislain just did to his subordinates. He then asks if Ghislain, the noble, shouldn't be more knowledgeable when it comes to manners. Ghislain replies, saying that this is his own way of greeting Kayor, and that he thought that maybe this way, he would be properly tamed. Hearing the word tamed, Kayor gets visibly annoyed, huffs, smirks, and tells Ghislain that he doesn't know what would happen if he were to greet them twice. Even so, a couple of minutes later, it seems that they are sitting at a table, and Kayor asks what request Ghislain has. Ghislain is blunt, and tells Kayor that his interest lies within the forest of beasts. He wants to hire Kayor's mercenaries to pioneer the forest. Hearing this, the mercenaries behind Kayor are not happy, saying that the forest is filled with monsters, and ask if Ghislain is referring to the forest located near the Perdium territory. Kayor, however, asks Ghislain what kind of person he is, going on to strip through such a dangerous forest. This is when Ghislain reveals his true identity as the young lord of Perdium. Hearing this, Kayor and the mercenaries remain completely silent. Then they burst into laughter, laughing at his status, saying that they knew he was out of his mind, and asking if he would be the one pioneering the forest. Kayor then gets up from his chair, addressing Ghislain as Mr. Noble, and saying that having grown up in a greenhouse, it seems like he doesn't know what the forest of beasts is like, and that it's no place for a rookie like Ghislain. Then he says that he doesn't need to know anymore from him. Kayor then says that the negotiation is over, and prompts his mercenaries to attack Ghislain. Ghislain remains silent, while Ghislain has already pulled his axe, prepared to defend. He then asks Kayor if he is scared, which makes him shiver. Ghislain goes on, saying how he has heard that his mercenary group was quite skilled, but it seems that in reality, they are just a hoax. Kayor then puts his legs on the table. He tells Ghislain not to mess with him, since just as he said, they are mercenaries, so there is no need for them to do anything that doesn't pay off. Ghislain, however, simply says that it's always the weaklings that come up with the excuses. Kayor, once again, remains silent. He huffs, and says that the mood is ruined. He was trying to play along, but all Ghislain did was throw around pathetic provocations, so a clueless brat like him is not even worth killing. He tells Ghislain that he will let him go, so he should just hand over some money for the trouble and get lost. Ghislain, however, says that this will not happen. This is when Ghislain does something highly unexpected by anyone. He requests to have a Moriana's recognition against Captain Kayor. Even Ghislain and the mercenaries stop, highly amazed by what Ghislain just said. Kayor takes this seriously, asking Ghislain if he even knows what that is, and Ghislain says that he indeed does. It looks like this is a traditional betting method passed down among mercenaries. When two people agree to the bet, they fight using only a single dagger without relying on mana. with each of them having one of their arms tied together. Stepping outside the small circle also counts as a loss, forcing them into a brutal life-or-death struggle within limited space and movements. In many cases, not only the loser, but even the victor ends up dead. Ghislain concludes the explanation, saying that the loser must cleanly admit defeat and absolutely obey the words of the winner, which means that the loser becomes the winner's dog. Ghislain then asks Kayor how that sounds to him. Looking at Ghislain, Gillian wonders how the young lord, a noble, even knows about such a filthy mercenary tradition, and thinks that in the mercenary world, rejecting this challenge would mean admitting to one's weakness, and thus, it's something that can never be refused. That is when Kayor can be seen smiling. His eyes light up, and he tells his mercenaries that they have here a little noble who wants to be recognized in the mercenaries' ways, so the only noble thing they can do is help him out a bit. Next, Kayor and Ghislain's hands are tied together. In a small circle, start walking along the sides. Everyone screams for the captain to kill the insolent little brat, while Gillian is simply watching. Kayor tells Ghislain that he must have heard of this method somewhere and decided to fight him, but there is no backing away now. He then instantly pulls Ghislain in towards him. When he gets close enough, Kayor whispers in Ghislain's ear that he has already undergone this trial 5 times before. He lets Ghislain regain his stability and smiles, while Ghislain asks Kayor about the number 5 times. He then pulls Kayor in himself, which takes him by surprise. He then tells Kayor that he has done this over 100 times. That is when someone gives the signal for them to start the match. In an instant, both of them aim their knives towards each other's neck, and both of them miss. They look into each other's eyes, and their surprise can be read. They swing on opposite sides. Then Ghislain attacks, and Kayor parries. He pulls Ghislain in, trying to stab him through the back, but that's not going to work, as Ghislain instantly defends himself. Then he dodges another attack by letting himself down. He tries to stab Kayor, but he has already moved to the other side. Then, Kayor prepares to kick Ghislain using his foot, which he manages to notice in time. This is what allows Ghislain to parry the kick with his own leg. Then, Ghislain notices something. Kayor tells him that Ghislain has been holding on for longer than he had expected, and asks Ghislain is going to claim having done the Moriana's recognition, something most people struggle to do even once in their lifetime, for 100 times. As he tries to stab Ghislain in the neck, Kayor says that if he is going to bluff, then he should at least make it real. But Ghislain once again manages to dodge the attack. The whole crowd is rooting for Kayor, saying that he has lost his momentum, so this is what he gets for messing with them. But this all stops once Gillian turns around, giving them a scary stare. Looking at the fight, Gillian says that it's a losing battle. The area of the circle is barely large enough for one person to lie down. The rules forbid mana and force, forcing the participants to purely rely on physical strength. Not to mention there's the size difference and limited movements due to the hands being tied together. Looking at the match, Gillian says that the young lord can barely dodge or block his opponent's attacks. Meanwhile, the opponent has every opportunity to take control and dominate the fight. If the situation becomes truly dire, then he will find the perfect moment to reach for his weapon and save Ghislain. Kayor then manages to grab Ghislain's hand and prepares to throw him over his back, only he is not able to, as when Kayor goes to swing his knife, Ghislain leaps high into the air. Then he lands on the ground right behind Kayor. But something seems to be wrong with his leg, since he parried that kick. He thinks that pain is surging from the body part he blocked his attack with, and that damage is stacking up due to a lack of mana protection. Seeing this, Kayor starts screaming, saying that Ghislain is already looking pale, and asking if he is about to hit his limit. Kayor thinks that Ghislain looks pathetic trying to resist his strength, but still, among the nobles he has met so far, Ghislain surely is the only one with the guts to do something like that. But that will not be enough, as Kayor says that he can see right through him. He thinks that Ghislain's strategy is likely to deflect or dodge blade strikes with his weapon, while enduring less damaging blows by absorbing them with his body. However, Moriana's recognition is a fight that prohibits the use of mana. Therefore, all the impacts inevitably stack up, and surely Ghislain is aware of the strain building up in his leg, as it shows on his face. Kayor smirks, saying that he wants to see Ghislain struggle. He pulls him in and says that this is the only thing making it interesting. Kayor then changes the hold of his knife and prepares to attack. Ghislain manages to parry it. Then he dodges the next attack, preparing to drive his knife into Kayor's stomach. But Kayor manages to parry it and throw his hand away. Then Ghislain goes low, but that was a bad move, as he is about to catch a knee to the face from Kayor. With seconds to react, Ghislain finds a solution. Once again, he uses his leg to parry it. The pain in his leg must be monumental. That is when Kayor says that it's over for him. He tells Ghislain to die, as he prepares to drive his knife through the back of his neck. Seeing this, the mercenaries are thrilled, and Ghislain is prepared to interfere, but it might not be the end of it, as Ghislain smiles. Once again, he manages to evade the attack. He jumped to the ground, evading the attack. Even Kaor cannot believe the way he dodged that attack. Then he uses the ground to slide behind Kaor. This is how he manages to cut his side. Seeing this, Kaor cannot believe it. Ghislain and the other mercenaries are also amazed. Once again, Kaor tries to attack Ghislain. This time, Ghislain goes under and rotates himself. When he gets the chance, he cuts Kaor's chest as well. None of the mercenaries can believe that their captain has been wounded by this brat 2 times. The mercenaries behind Ghislain are saying that Kaor hasn't been using his whole strength, and prompt his captain to fight him with all his strength. But Ghislain might be the only one who realizes something. Kaor wants to drive his dagger right in front, but Ghislain dodges. Then he drives his shoulder right into his chest and face. Then, he goes on the attack again. He doesn't use his dagger, but punches Kaor directly in the nose. Then, he swigs his dagger, grabbing it while pointing its tip towards the ground. He drives his knife right through Kaor's hand. Once again, Kaor tries to stab Ghislain, going as fast as he can with his knife, but Ghislain dodges even faster. In this situation, Kaor can only wonder what Ghislain has done, as just a moment ago, he was struggling to withstand his strength. The only one who saw through this fight was Ghislain. He explains that swinging with power stiffens the muscles and burdens the body with rigidity, and exerting strength to pressure and take control makes him lose flexibility. That is why the young laird didn't fight against the opponent's momentum. Instead, he relaxed and redirected it to create his own flow. Ghislain places his axe back and thinks that he would never have thought Ghislain would overcome the disadvantage of size this way. Even the mercenaries around them have lost their faith, asking the captain what he is doing, as he is not making anyone laugh right now. Ghislain looks down at Kaor, saying that his resolve is impressive, and that many opponents would break the rules and use mana when cornered. Kaor huffs, saying that now, Ghislain really talks like he has done this 100 times, and that he has won the position of captain through this very method. Therefore, if he breaks the rules now, he won't last long in that line of work. Ghislain smiles and says that he likes that. Kaor says that he will admit it and states that in a head-to-head match, he might be at a slight disadvantage. But here, the conditions for victory aren't limited to just overpowering Ghislain, and going forward, he attacks Ghislain. He turns around, preparing for something. Another rule of Moriana's recognition is that even if one foot steps outside the circle, it's an automatic loss. So that is exactly what Kaor is trying to do. Kaor thinks that no matter how skilled Ghislain is, if he sends his entire body flying, he'll have to touch the ground outside. That is how he will win. But he might be wrong, as Ghislain places his knife over his hand, trying to create leverage. He uses the knife as a pivot point, and uses the momentum he gained to change his trajectory. That's how he manages to kick Kaor right in the stomach, which pushes him back. For a second, his hand slipped. Still, he stood up and regained his composure, but Ghislain is not giving him any breaks. Once again, he creates leverage, with his leg this time, and pulls Kaor's arm around his neck. He then makes him dive headfirst into the ground. He holds his head into the dirt outside the circle, which means that the duel is over. The mercenaries cannot believe what they have seen. Kaor thinks that this is over. Ghislain looks down on him, smiling, and says that he wins. Kaor looks back on Ghislain and asks him who the hell he is to have this caliber of skill. However, the power dynamic clearly shifted, and Ghislain says that he does not like Kaor's attitude, as he is talking to his master right now. Then, in one quick motion, he pulls Kaor back up on his legs. Kaor asks what Ghislain wants, as the fight is now over. Ghislain says that it didn't end yet, as Kaor hasn't gone outside the circle yet, but Kaor does not understand. Ghislain prepares to punch Kaor again, stating that he will be disciplining his subordinate now. Ghislain keeps punching Kaor, while everyone else is watching. Even though the fight has ended, Kaor tells Ghislain that the rules say that once one of the combatants sweats out, the fight is ended. But he does not care. He simply punches Kaor in the face. Ghislain then asks if he is going to fight according to the rules on the battlefield as well. Then Kaor calls Ghislain a bastard, asking if he calls himself a noble. Hearing this, Ghislain punches him again, telling Kaor not to talk back to his master. Just as his face is smashed in by yet another punch, he calls Ghislain a lunatic. Then he keeps going and going. Some knights even wonder if it's okay to let him do that, as the fight is already over. As he catches a breath, Kaor asks Ghislain to stop. Then, Ghislain once again pulls Kaor up. As he prepares to beat him again, Ghislain says that Kaor isn't out of the circle yet. Seeing this, it looks like Kaor has finally realized the kind of madman he has to deal with. He turns towards his soldiers, asking if they're just going to watch this, then orders them to kill Ghislain. The mercenaries finally react and jump in to stop Ghislain. However, they're not going to do shit, as Ghislain places their axe in front of them. He tells the man that anyone who hinders the young lord's disciplinary measures will be killed, and so, everyone stops in their tracks. Kaor can't believe this. Then he turns back towards Ghislain, who asks Kaor if he is done. He starts laughing and Ghislain once again punches him. As he keeps getting beaten by Ghislain, Kaor thinks that all the nobles he has met in his life were nothing more than losers, overconfident pigs, traitors, and narcissists. A little scare tactic worked wonders for them, and taking money from their pockets was truly entertaining. And thus, Kaor has earned the title of Mad Dog. But now, is he losing at the hands of a noble brat like this? Everyone looks at the captain, saying that at this rate, he will die, but there is nothing they can do. Ghislain pulls Kaor up by his arm and wonders if this is enough. Then he speaks to some of the mercenaries closer to him, asking why they are just standing around, and telling them to bring him some water, a bandage, and a towel. But the mercenaries do not understand. Then, he tells the man that at this rate, their captain is going to die. That is when the mercenaries get it. They say they understand, and go to fulfill the deed. Looking back at Ghislain, Ghislain remains completely silent. The unruly mercenaries are listening to young Lord Ghislain. In the world of mercenaries, where fists are closer than the law, the young lord engraved it into their heads using the most direct and surefire method. He showed them who the boss really is. Inside the tent from earlier, a now beaten up and bandaged Kaor is being given a piece of paper. Ghislain points to a spot on the paper and tells Kaor to sign it. He looks at Ghislain, but doesn't say anything. He swallows his words and signs the piece of paper. He then pushes the piece of paper, and in one word, "Here," he tells Ghislain that he is finished. However, Ghislain doesn't appreciate Kaor's attitude and prompts him with the same word, making him understand that this is not the way things will be going from now on. Kaor then lets his head down and says that he is looking forward to working with him. Ghislain says that this is good and pulls Kaor's hand. Then, as he is shaking his whole arm, Ghislain says that they are a family now. A few days later, it seems like we are at the outskirts of the Perdium territory. A whole army of mercenaries seems to be gathered there. One of them yawns and asks why they were called there so early in the morning, and the other says that he has to eat lunch in order to be able to start working. Another guy then comes, saying that the rumor has it their employer is Perdium's young lord, and the others start laughing, saying that he is just a brat, and that he doesn't know if he will even be able to handle the mercenaries well. Then, some other guy says that maybe this will turn out to be easy work. Someone then claps their hands and asks for everyone's attention. A massive guy says that to handle a brat employer, they need a representative. One of them recognizes the guy, asking if he is Gordon the Muscle. The guy flexes his biceps and says that he is, and once again today, he has thoroughly pursued the admirable pursuit of everyone discussing ideas to reap the rewards without working hard. However, if they don't unite their voices, they will not be able to achieve the results they desire. And some guy says that there was indeed one time when some dumbass made an unreasonable request, and the whole thing fell apart. The guy with the shield asks Gordon what he is going to do, and Gordon says that in a citation like this, he needs to know his boundaries. He says that he will pressure the employer as the representative, so everyone should share their compensation for his hard work in the bag he is holding. The gold coins start pouring, and the guys say that if Gordon is the one representing them, everything should be fine, and that his giant build helps in situations like this. Then, they are interrupted by a man stating the arrival of someone. In the distance, Ghislain can be seen riding towards them on his horse. He looks like he has come alone, but the slow way he rides calls for composure. The guys also ask if he is alone, and one says that judging by his clothes, he seems to be their employer, and another one laughs, saying that it's a pity, as Ghislain might run away after seeing Gordon's muscles. Gordon then told everyone to come forth and set up a scary mood for him. He says that it's time to teach this brat how tough the real world is. But then, he notices something. From behind Ghislain, others are coming. Ghislain and Kaor are next to him, and all the other mercenaries. One of the mercenaries behind Gordon notices the dog snout-shaped helmet and wonders if those are really the Cerberus mercenaries, which amazes Gordon. Then, they wonder what Ghislain could have done to make those crazy dogs follow him. As they approach the other mercenaries, Ghislain turns directly towards Gordon. He looks him up and down, without saying anything. Then he asks if he is the representative, and Gordon's attitude completely changes, apologizing for not paying attention and saying that he is. Ghislain then asks for his name. Gordon states his name, Gordon the Muscle, but this time, he is also sitting, and it's not from flexing his muscles. Hearing the name, Ghislain looks at Gordon weirdly. He then lightly punches him over the chest and says that he has a cool name. Ghislain presents himself as the young Lord of Perdium, Ghislain Perdium. He rides past Gordon and tells him to gather the mercenaries. Then he tells him that they are going to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. Inside the forest, Ghislain and Belinda have set up camp. All preparations for pioneering the forest have been finished. Construction of the expedition's temporary base. Resource procurement. Most importantly, his troops are there. The ones leading these troops will be Belinda, Gillian, and Kaor, all answering to Ghislain. Ghislain asks Belinda to do the head count one more time, and she agrees. She says that with the 148 mercenaries contracted through the office, and the 41 Cerberus mercenaries brought by Ghislain, and after including them as well, the total count comes up 192. Ghislain says that this is good, and asks Belinda if she has properly informed Scoven. Belinda said she did, and she thought that he'd oppose them, but he was actually stepping in to ensure they weren't detected while entering the Forest of Beasts. And since he is the commander of the forest post, there is nothing they need to worry about. Ghislain smiles and says that this is reassuring. He then gives the order for everyone to line up. Ghislain briefs everyone, saying that ahead of them is the Forest of Beasts, the land they will pioneer, and says that everyone has probably heard rumors about this place filled with unknown dangers and beasts, various monsters, unseen threats, and possibly something beyond even what they can imagine lurk within. But despite these risks, he is determined to conquer this place. Hearing this, the mercenaries from the office are getting cold feet, saying they didn't know they would be venturing in there, and some even ask what if they won't make it out alive. Hearing them, Belinda asks how they dare interrupt the young master while he is speaking. They haven't even entered the forest, and the threats have started showing up. Ghislain says that everyone who wishes to withdraw may do so now. However, if this mission succeeds, he can promise everyone 3 times their current pay. Hearing this, the offer now sounds appealing to everyone. Belinda, however, is not keen on Ghislain's words, whispering to him that he shouldn't say this kind of bullshit, as they have already spent all their funds on the preparations for this. But Ghislain says that this is how you boost morale. Even so, he thinks about the crystals and says that he will be able to pay everyone, and still have more left over if this mission succeeds anyway. Ghislain asks Belinda if she trusts him, and she huffs, saying that she has no choice but to do otherwise. Hearing what Ghislain has promised, Kaor says that he is crazy to offer 3 times the pay, and wonders how he is going to live up to his promise, but Gillian assures him that Ghislain is always a man with a plan. Ghislain then calls on everyone to pay attention. He enters the forest and says that it's time for them to move. Inside the forest, it seems like the expedition has started with them gathering or simply cutting down the trees in the forest. Ghislain cuts down a tree, and we can see it fall to the ground. He then looks up and says that finally, he can see some light. Ghislain tells everyone to keep clearing the path in that direction, cutting down the trees, chopping them into logs, and loading them onto the carts. Those without tasks should dig around the stumps to make it easier to uproot the trees. According to the Forest of Beasts development journal from Delphine that he obtained in his previous life, this place is truly vast. Someday, they'll drive out all the monsters and make full use of the forest's resources. But what he needs right now is money. He has to ignore everything else and secure the fastest route to the runestone vein. The wealth to be gained from this expedition will greatly help Ghislain in stopping the conspiracy surrounding the Perdium. Kaor looks at Ghislain and cannot believe that even he, as an employer, is stepping up to do something. One guy asks if this is supposed to show the dignity of a noble leading by example or something, while some other guy says that it's dignity up his ass, as it's all for show, and that Ghislain will give up soon enough. Belinda sees them and prompts them to start working again instead of chattering, and off they go. Looking at them, Belinda cannot believe those guys. She then asks Ghislain why he went through the trouble of hiring people if he is going to do the work himself, and she says that they are taking Ghislain lightly because he is doing the same work as them. Ghislain dismisses this, saying that it's fine, and that the more hands they have, the quicker it will be done. Besides, it's not a good idea to stay good for long. Belinda says that if Ghislain says so, then she agrees. And then she says that Ghislain talks like he knows everything in advance, but Ghislain remains silent. Bro told her in the first 15 minutes after waking up, and she doesn't believe it. Once again, Kaor is amazed, saying that their employer even has women worrying about him, saying he is jealous. Meanwhile, someone has not only become a dog, but is also walking into hell with his own 2 feet. Gillian then turns around while carrying that log and hits Kaor. This makes Belinda and Ghislain turn around, and Kaor asks Gillian if he is picking a fight. Ghislain looks back and says that until now, everything has been going smoothly. The Duchy of Delphine, which conquered the kingdom and established a new dynasty, began large-scale development on the Forest of Beasts, but Ghislain couldn't figure out why they chose to develop that place specifically. Instead, he managed to obtain a development journal that recorded the location of major resources and the ecosystem of the monsters. Thanks to that, he came somewhere prepared, but still, some of the mercenaries are wondering what Ghislain was thinking, bringing hundreds of lanterns, as torches would have been cheaper if he wanted to use them at night. Looking back at everyone, Ghislain says that the absence of any incidents makes him feel uneasy. He only read about them in the journal and has never seen what actually happened. Ghislain then tells everyone not to let their guard down. Then he says that this forest is getting deeper. While cutting some trees, something strange seems to happen. One of the mercenaries looks up, asking if it's night already, as it got a lot darker. And the other smirks, saying that Ghislain and the others warned them that this was a dangerous forest, but they haven't even encountered a single monster yet. They keep discussing, with one of them saying that it was perhaps just a false rumor, and then thinks that they would have had it easy without Gordon doing something anyway. And the other replies that he would kinda feel bad for getting paid triple for something like this. All of this, while one guy tries to kick Gordon to give his money back, but Gordon notices something. He calls for the others, getting their attention. Gordon is turned around and asks his friends about the trees they've cut on their way there, as there must have been countless trees they have cut down. The others agree with Gordon, and then they ask him what happened. It looks like the path they came through is blocked by a giant tree, and Gordon doesn't understand what is happening. This is the moment the others understand as well. Ghislain gives the order for everyone to pay attention. They all take out their weapons and prepare to fight. Some of the guys are still not understanding what is happening, and are asking why the sudden change in atmosphere. Ghislain then calls for Gordon, telling him that he will die if he stays there. He then tells Gordon to come towards him slowly, one step at a time. Gordon agrees and turns, but on his turn, he hits one of the trees with the log he was carrying. Then, Gordon falls to the ground. Seeing this, the other mercenaries call him an idiot. While Gordon looks at the three he had hit, something seems to happen to it. The other mercenaries are also convinced that something is not right about that tree. Ghislain remains on high alert, silent, looking towards Gordon. One of the mercenaries witnessing the scene says that their employers surely get scared easily, mocking Ghislain. The guy approaches Gordon and prompts everyone to do the same, as there is no danger, and there is no path because the scenery is similar. So that idiot Gordon just made a mistake. The so-called Forest of Beasts has a grand name, but in reality, it's just a slightly dense forest. Ghislain repeats himself. He tells the guy to come this way as well, or he will also die. The guy, however, does not believe Ghislain, asking him why he is trying to create such a scary atmosphere, and asks Ghislain if he thinks the other mercenaries don't already know he is trying to intimidate them by doing this. Just as he says that, a vine wraps around his body. Then, he pulls the man back towards the tree. Ghislain thinks that these monsters had no presence at all, and there was no way to predict how they would move. The guy is being eaten by a tree, a being that you can only fall victim to if you're unaware. That being is called a diricent. These monsters seem to have surrounded them from all sides. Seeing them, everyone starts running. The tough mercenaries have started screaming, begging for their lives, saying that they are going to get eaten alive. A vine then strikes towards them. Gordon and two other mercenaries get caught. Then, they are thrown towards the mouth of one of these creatures. The two mercenaries have been eaten. Gordon is holding on for dear life, screaming for help. Two other guys come to rescue him, telling him to hold on tight and that they will be cutting the vine. With one strike, the vine bends, but it does not sustain any damage from the axe. The axe is the one chipping away. Then, Gordon gets pulled right before his friend's eyes. It looks like this will be the end for Gordon. Ghislain then jumps in, prepared to strike the vine with his sword. With just one swing, he cuts down the vine, and the monster is surprised to see this. Then Ghislain turns around. He attacks the beast, cutting its eye. These seem to be causing a lot of damage to it. Seeing this, the other mercenaries realize that maybe their eye is the weakness. Ghislain then screams, telling everyone to pull it together. He instructs the man that they will only be an easier target if they spread out. Then he tells everyone to raise their shields and form a tight formation to ensure no one gets caught by the vines. He tells everyone to focus on defense until they receive their next orders. They get into formation, telling each other to block all directions, and that this is not the place they are going to die. Ghislain runs towards the cart, asking Kaor for the oil lamps, and he says that they are all there. Ghislain tells Kaor to light the lamps and throw them at the monsters to burn them down. And this is the moment Kaor understands why Ghislain brought so many of these. Kaor's subordinate, who got beaten earlier at the camp, then tells them that the monsters are looking this way. Ghislain screams that this is the moment for them to do it, and orders the lamps to be thrown. Kaor and the other do so, and the lamps start flying towards the monsters, countless of them about to burst and ignite the so-called trees. Only the monsters are not that stupid, and they use the vines to break the lamps on their way. Kaor sees these and concludes that the monsters simply swatted them, and the other guy says that then, there is no way to burn them down. Then the monster goes on the offensive, attacking Kaor and the others. In just an instant, Ghislain joins in, and with 2 swings he cuts down all the vines. Belinda also jumps into the fight, using her knives. She throws them directly into the eyes of the monsters. Ghislain orders Ghislain and Belinda to prepare to throw the lamps. Ghislain then raises his sword. He says that he will be the one to draw their attention. Belinda asks the young master to be careful while doing this. Ghislain then starts swinging his gigantic sword. Bro rotates around in a circle, cutting all the vines down. Even so, the monsters are relentless, but so is Ghislain, going more and more on the offensive. Then, as he gets closer, one of the monsters does something strange. From behind the shields, some mercenaries say that those monsters also have legs, and they are not just trees, and think that at this rate, Ghislain will get stomped on. Ghislain, however, proves everyone the opposite, simply using his sword to cut the leg down. Then he leaps from the ground, driving his sword directly through the beast's eye. After this, all the other monsters are also gathering around Ghislain. This is the moment Belinda orders all the lamps to be thrown. Once again, the lighted lamps are all flying towards the monsters, and one guy says that surely this time it will work. And it does, and the monsters catch fire. Seeing this, Kaor and his subordinate are happy. Ghislain then turns around, telling them to keep throwing and not stop. They can't stop until all of them are burned down to a crisp, and this is exactly what happens. Seeing this, some of the mercenaries say it's amazing, and that they never thought they had a chance of fighting back against them, while another one is concerned that at this rate, the whole forest will burn down. Gordon thinks that in the end, those monsters are not so tough, and of course, they would be weak against fire. Same guy who is probably half as tall as some of those trees, and was basically screaming for mommy earlier. Bro does look like a huge muscular baby with that thing on its head. Ghislain turns around and tells the mercenaries not to let their guard down, as it's not over yet. Ghislain explains that now, the monsters will show their true appearance. Then, a cloud of smoke shoots towards them. Seeing this, the mercenaries wonder if the fire has been extinguished. Belinda and Ghislain are calling for Ghislain. Belinda asks what is happening now, and he tells Belinda that their shells are weak against fire, but not their insides. The fire that is burning the shell is meeting with the moist flesh inside and causing it to release steam. Then their true selves are showing up. The only question I have is, what the fuck spawn of Cthulhu are these creatures? They look like some kind of fish that are able to walk on the ground. Seeing this, the mercenaries behind Ghislain realize that the monsters are not dead yet. Ghislain then calls for everyone's attention. He raises his sword and tells everyone to also raise their weapons. He says that from now on, this is a close-quarter combat. He tells everyone to charge, and so he jumps into battle himself. Everyone behind Ghislain cannot believe his act. A close-quarter battle against those monsters cannot be done, they say. The monsters could just stomp them to death. The Cerberus mercenaries and their leader have a different opinion, it seems, as Kaor says that he has been waiting for so long for this. All of this, while Belinda tells Ghislain to be careful. Ghislain then turns towards the other mercenaries and asks them what they are hesitating over. He then says that this is an order from the young lord, so they should trust him. Then the mercenaries stop to think about it for a second. Then they say screw it, and they jump into battle, saying that they believe the employer will do something about it. They should trust him and follow his order. Ghislain explains that they will be able to cut the monsters without mana, as all of their bark has been burnt away, so they shouldn't be afraid, because now, they are nothing but huge target dummies. Hearing this, Kaor, Ghislain, and Belinda cannot wait to annihilate them just as Ghislain ordered. The battle is cruel and awful for the monsters. As he prepares to attack again, Ghislain says that hesitation means death. His role is to eradicate all hesitation from his followers. Then he drives the tip of his sword into the mouth of a creature. Then he pulls it through its flesh, killing it. Ghislain says that his role is to instill the will for making the impossible possible. After this, it seems no monster is left alive on the battlefield. Gordon and the others cannot believe they have managed this feat. Ghislain then orders everyone to line up. He tells everyone that this is the forest of beasts, and they are only at the entrance, yet it's already swarming with monsters like dire ents. Even so, they should not fret. He turns around and says that he will always be at the forefront. He asks them to trust and follow him. That is when all the mercenaries get in a straight formation. They seem to respect Ghislain and say that they will follow after him. It seems that as they are cutting the trees and going deeper into the forest, they encounter many monsters. Kaor cannot wait to kill them and jumps into battle uncontrollably. While Belinda fears for Ghislain, she keeps tending to his wounds along the way. A giant monster then appears. It looks like some sort of combination between a T-Rex, a rat, and some animal with horns. Seeing him, Gordon and the other mercenaries fear for their lives, saying that the monsters are endless. Ghislain and Kaor then jump into the fight. With just one slash, Kaor incapacitates the monster, removing one of his legs. Then, the rat is falling towards the other mercenaries. Just as he is about to hit the ground and possibly wound some people, Ghislain jumps in front of him, blocking its bite with his shield. Ghislain then delivers the final blow, dropping with his sword from above and killing the monster. He then turns away and asks if anyone has been injured, and the mercenaries say that they are all okay. Then the formation of mercenaries goes forward with their shields up, with one of them telling the others not to leave the employer's side if they want to survive, and the others taunting the monsters to come at them. Seeing them, Ghislain says that the formation looks decent now, and Kaor explains that training through real combat always yields the best outcome, to which Ghislain agrees. Ghislain then tells everyone to keep clearing the path of the trees, as they still have ways to go. One of the mercenaries, staying behind Ghislain, is not sure what to think. He says that everyone has gone insane, and that they are all crazy bastards stuck in this crazy forest. Finally, after countless trees were cut down and monsters slain, it seems that the mercenaries have arrived at a lake. All of the mercenaries are jumping into the water, prepared to drink from it, and praising how clean it is. Seeing this, Belinda says that what they are doing is dangerous, as they have no idea what might come out of that lake, and Ghislain remains silent. Ghislain thinks that they have taken the right path so far, and that this lake is the most important milestone in reaching the runestone mine. Ghislain then gives the order for everyone to set up camp by the lake, as they will be taking a break there. Some mercenaries, while staying around a fire, ask themselves what the hell they are doing there, and say that they are still not far from the entrance, and they can't even imagine what is waiting further ahead. Then, they thank the deity that nothing has happened these last 2 nights. Around another fire, where Gordon and some others are sitting, one mercenary comes, proposing that they sneak out of the forest with him. This mercenary is called Manus, and the others do not seem to agree with him. Manus explains how they don't need to risk their lives anymore, and that their lives matter more than money. Gordon tells him that they've come so far already, and the employer said that their destination isn't too far from the entrance, so they should almost be there by now. But Manus says Ghislain's words cannot be trusted, and calls Gordon a gullible idiot. He goes on, saying that their employer is well known to be the scoundrel of Perdium, and he wants to pioneer the forest because he wants to accomplish something. Gordon's friend says that they have already been paid, doing as the employers say is their job as mercenaries. And not only that, but Gordon says Ghislain has saved their lives multiple times already. Manus gives in, saying that Ghislain is a good fighter, but they have only been lucky until now, and that Ghislain is only human, and with just one mistake, they will all die in that forest. Manus then says that Ghislain will only use them as meat shields once the situation gets dire, and says that they all know nobles are all the same. Gordon says that Manus has a point, but they are still not convinced. Manus thinks that his plan is working, as they are all scared now, so going back there alone with monsters waiting would be suicidal, and so he wants to use these guys as bait if he needs to. Then, one guy gets another conclusion, that they all would have been dead already if it weren't for Ghislain. Then, he tells Manus to take a look towards Ghislain. It looks like he is using some kind of lotion on one of the mercenaries. Ghislain tells the soldier to make sure water does not seep into his wound, otherwise it will get infected, and the soldier thanks him. Seeing this, Belinda asks Ghislain if he knows how expensive that medicine is, and why he doesn't use it on himself, and Ghislain tells her that this is what they are meant to be used on, asking Belinda if she doesn't agree. Ghislain then calls for another wounded soldier, which leaves Manus astonished. The mercenary who pointed towards him says that the medicine and potions Ghislain is using on them are more expensive than they are. Then he asks Manus if Ghislain would really be doing this if he intended to use them as meat shields. Gordon says that his friend is right, and that Ghislain is different, and that he wouldn't abandon them like that. Manus then turns around, saying that it's all that geezer's fault for hindering him, and thinks that he has to pressure at least a couple of them to get out, but that seems difficult right now. Ghislain then comes over to Gordon's camp, telling them to stop the chit-chat and make sure to rest while they can. Then he turns towards Ghislain and Kaor, telling them there's something they need to talk about, and they say they understand. Kaor then asks Ghislain if he is sure he wants to let Manus be, as if it were him in command, he would have sliced his tongue off by now. But Ghislain says he is sure, as he cannot do anything due to the monsters for a while anyway. More importantly, he says, there is something he needs to confirm right now. Belinda asks Ghislain why he wanted them to count the number of lamps there right now, and Kaor says that there are currently 24 of them. Ghislain thinks that just as expected, they are missing a few. He thinks that monsters have rushed at them day and night ever since they've entered the forest. However, they haven't seen any of them for the past 2 nights. That is when Belinda and Kaor realize something. Ghislain says that they have entered the territory of a nocturnal monster, and one with a huge influence over this forest at that. Ghislain then confirms this, He then looks towards the forest and says that the real danger begins now. Outside, Gordon seems to sleep with his gaze towards the stars. All of a sudden, something happens. He wakes up because of a light. Someone has thrown a lamp at his head. He manages to push it away mid-air and wonders why the lantern has suddenly started flying. Then, the monster shows his face, right next to Gordon's. Then, all the other mercenaries wake up as well. Gordon starts swinging his weapon left and right, screaming that there are monsters and telling them to get away from him. And so it seems the monster does. Then the other mercenaries approach him, asking Gordon what is going on. Sweating, Gordon stops swinging his mace and tells everyone that there was a monster beside him just now. But the others, skeptical, not seeing anything, are not sure what to think. They tell Gordon that there's nothing around him. Looking around, Gordon realizes this is true. There are no monsters around him. The others then ask Gordon if he had some kind of nightmare, saying that his sleep talking sure is noisy. And then they tell Gordon that they understand if this is the case, as they have been dealing with a lot of monsters lately. But Gordon tries to tell them this is not it. Two mercenaries from Cerberus then approach Gordon and his peers, stating that it's not just sleep talking. One of them says that he has woken up because he felt a strange presence, and then he saw a lantern disappear right before his eyes. Others join in, sharing what happened to them, creepy laughs, noises they've heard, and one of the mercenaries asks why everyone is acting so weird, not understanding what in the world is going on. The Cerberus mercenary then says that one thing is for sure, there certainly is something around this place. Ghislain then comes and tells this man that he saw right through it. As he walks into the meeting, Gillian and Kaor follow him. Then, Ghislain tells everyone to gather up. Inside a tent, Gordon, Belinda, Kaor, Gillian, and the Cerberus mercenary are discussing, while everyone else awaits outside. It seems that Gordon and the other mercenaries from Cerberus have just been told that the monsters have already surrounded them, and they cannot see them with their naked eyes. Ghislain then continues, saying that it's only natural, as this is their characteristic. They must have started following them when they reached the lake. These monsters are one of those creatures that dominate the night of this forest. Hunters of darkness, also called foresaws. They can melt into the darkness, which means that you can't see them, and that physical attacks don't work on them. A few hundred of them follow their prey and take the light away. Luring the prey into the darkness is what they excel at. This is their hunting method. Hearing the number Ghislain called, Gordon and the other mercenaries cannot believe it. Belinda says that this must be why they kept losing their lanterns, and Kaor calls them creepy bastards, wondering if they want to play before killing them. He then tells Ghislain that they should go bat the shit out of them now, asking if it wouldn't be better to strike first before they start toying with them. But Ghislain says they should wait until they're being attacked, as that's the best time for a counterattack. Belinda doesn't seem to agree, saying that they've already lost half their lanterns, and they cannot just wait for them. Ghislain tells her that attacking them recklessly will only stimulate their sadistic tendencies. They'll fall back for a bit, then harass them even more thoroughly. With this, they will be losing their chance to wipe them out all at once. Hearing this, Gillian asks if there is a way of achieving that against hundreds of invisible monsters, and Ghislain says there is, then asks Belinda if she has prepared the magic scrolls as he told her, and she says that she has already given out one to each of the mercenaries. Hearing this, Ghislain says that she has done a good job, and says that he will now explain how to fight the monsters. Using his sword, he starts drawing a map on the ground. Ghislain explains that the horde of foresaws has surrounded their camp from 3 different directions, and they are stealing lamps to tighten their position slowly. Since they are outnumbered, it will be impossible to cover the entire area, especially since what they're against isn't human. If they start fighting them head-on, they will begin to collapse from the sides. Gillian then jumps in, saying that thanks to setting up their camp with the lake in the back, they have avoided being surrounded from all directions, and Ghislain agrees. Ghislain then says that this may sound like they are at a disadvantage, but that's not really the case, because they have the initiative in this fight. But it seems the others don't quite understand what that means. Ghislain explains that first, they will have to divide their forces into 3 groups. The defenders who will take on the attacks of the monsters, the crossbow units that will stop the enemy, finally, the elite assault units of which he will be a part of. The defenders and crossbow units will gather in the middle, pushing away the enemies. In the meantime, the assault units will attack them from the left, while they will be focusing all their firepower on that side. If they manage to surround them with the forces in the middle, they will be victorious. Gillian says he understands, and Gordon asks if this is even possible, to which Kaor says it is, if the units in the middle manage to hold out well enough. Belinda then steps in, telling everyone to wait. She brings to attention what Ghislain said, that the foresaws are immune to physical attacks because they can melt into the darkness. How do they plan on dealing with them? This is when everyone starts looking around at each other without anything to say. Kaor then says that they just have to use mana. Ghislain also tells her not to worry about that, as they have the magic scrolls. Next, the night is at its darkest, and the battle begins. The men in the formation urged each other not to move and not split up from each other, regardless of what happens. This is when the soldiers realize they are out of lamps, and one says that something is coming. Ghislain steps up and reveals what the Pioneer Journal of the Delphine states. They have learned that the Flores are extremely vulnerable to light, and when they shine intense light on them, they reveal their true selves. This is when everyone rips the magic scrolls, activating their power. Above, something emerges. The creatures look, unaware of the danger residing meters away. A bright light appears, shining on all of them. With this, their true forms are being shown. Gordon and the soldiers say that the darkness has repelled, and they can now see what they are truly dealing with. Gordon says that he cannot believe those eel-looking things were surrounding them this whole time. Then, the creatures are advancing towards the troops. The crossbow units start shooting, trying to stop their charge. The creatures fall left and right, and a soldier screams for everyone to hold on as long as possible. Ghislain then raises his sword. He says that their true appearance has been revealed. He then brings his sword to the side and gives the order. The assault units are to charge and kill every last one of them. Within the next second, Kaor and the others jump into the fight, decapitating monsters, cutting limbs left and right. Ghislain is merciless against these feeble creatures that have crossed his path. He thinks about them while striking. While they possess the ability to assimilate into darkness, their actual defense is extremely weak. With this party he has, they can pierce through them in no time. And this is when Ghislain gives the order to cut their number down as much as possible. Jillian will tank their attacks and keep their aggro on him. In the meantime, Kaor will disrupt their formation. Then, Belinda will create an opportunity with her support. Then, she will call for the young master Ghislain. This is the moment he jumps in, delivering the most powerful blow. This is the elite power of Perdium. The crossbowmen and the standing unit are also attacking the monsters. Suddenly, some monsters are approaching the unit harshly. Seeing this, the mercenaries ask why there are so many of them, saying that they've run out of arrows, asking when the assault units are coming. Just then, one of the Flores is getting too close to the soldiers. Just as the beast is about to feast on the mercenary, Belinda, Kaor, and Jillian jump in alongside Ghislain to save them. Ghislain then turns around to the unit, telling them they have done well. Seeing this, Gordon and the others are happy, saying that they have been saved by the employer. But then, another wave of monsters comes, and the formation once again tightens and surrounds them from all directions, with Gordon screaming that it's their turn to overrun them. Seeing that they have no chance to win, one of the creatures lets out a roar. Then, all the monsters start running away. Seeing this, Ghislain thinks that these creatures are quite quick-witted, as they have retreated before they could be surrounded. Ghislain and Belinda start running after them, and Ghislain asks Belinda if she could find the leader of the monsters, a creature with a horn on its head, as that is the one sending the retreat signal. Kaor asks if they should chase after them, while Belinda wonders if it wouldn't be better if they retreat like this, when Ghislain reveals that they tend to obsess over their prey. Even if they retreat now, they'll come back and harass them for days. There's no reason to give them another chance, as they have to avoid a war at all costs. Their system will collapse once they lose their leader, so they have to wipe them out there. Looking at Ghislain, Belinda is unsure of what to say, so she remains silent. She turns her head away, starts smiling and says that Ghislain has changed a lot. Then she pulls out a magic lasso. With it, she pulls on the branch of the tree. She uses that branch as a pivot point and the lasso as a grappling hook. Belinda leaps high into the air, giving us a great view and intercepting the creatures as they run away. Then, leading the horde, she can see the horned one. She prepares her grappling hook, ready to take him down. With one swift throw, she arranges it right around the beast's neck. She then signals Ghislain, who's running at full speed towards her. Seeing it, Ghislain prepares his sword, saying he has been waiting for this moment. In one swift motion, he closes the distance instantly and drives his sword through the horned beast. The Flores screams in agony, as it's what is being crushed by the tip of Ghislain's sword. Just as he is about to finish it, Ghislain says that this battle is over. Then he pulls his sword to the side, separating the beast in half. Seeing this, the other Flores are coming towards Ghislain. Just as they are approaching, Ghislain lets everyone know that the leader of the beasts is dead and orders them to wipe all of them out and not let a single one live. Hearing this, everyone jumps into the fight, as it's time for their revenge, with Gordon asking if they had enough fun while hiding in the dark, and some other mercenaries saying that they'll regret trying to hunt them down. Kaor also signals the Cerberus mercenaries, telling them to make sure they won't lose to that old man, of course, referring to Ghislain. Finally, as the sun is rising, it seems like Ghislain and the others have managed to kill the last of the Flores. Ghislain then turns around, praising everyone, and saying that this was their victory. All the mercenaries then raise their swords, praising Ghislain. In happiness, they start cheering that they've survived and won the battle. Not a second later, Belinda comes to ask Ghislain if he is hurt, and Ghislain thanks her for her hard work, and Ghislain says that everyone has also done well. He then orders Belinda to check the head count, and she agrees, and also tells Kaor to bring over his Cerberus fellows, as they will come with Ghislain and him to spread the Flore corpses around the camp, which comes as a surprise to Kaor. He asks Ghislain if that has any sort of effect, and Ghislain explains that the smell of the corpses will chase away the other monsters, as the Flores are one of the monsters that are at the top of the food chain at this forest's entrance. Ghislain then cuts in, telling Kaor that this will make the camp safer, and addressing him as Kid, which he does not seem to like. Ghislain truly does not care, it seems. If it's not Ghislain, he will roast anyone. Kaor asks Ghislain if he wants to settle it here and now, but he does not respond, while Ghislain watches and huffs. Ghislain then contemplates that it's been around 10 days since they entered the Forest of Beasts. Now that the Flores have been exterminated, they've eliminated all sources of danger from his planned route. The only thing left is to mine the runestones. Ghislain looks towards the sunrise and wonders if it's truly over. Belinda then comes, telling him that she has finished the head count and giving him the numbers. There are 41 people from the Cerberus mercenaries, and 126 from the contract mercenaries. That is 3 less than before the battle, and Ghislain thinks that there are no casualties among the Cerberus mercenaries yet. Hearing this, Kaor says that this is, of course, thanks to him, as he is their captain, and Ghislain remains silent. Ghislain asks if there are 3 dead among the contracted mercenaries, but Belinda says she cannot really confirm that, as there are no corpses to be found around the area. Gordon asks some other guy where Manus went, and he replies that Manus has probably died while fighting, but another mercenary calls him an idiot, saying how Ghislain just told them there were no bodies found. He then says that, considering his personality, he probably fled during the battle. For him, that is too obvious. In the forest, while the 3 mercenaries, with Manus at the front, are running away, while one of them asks the other if he has heard how fierce that battle sounded just now, and says that they would really have died if it weren't for Manus. And the other replies that since they have created some distance now, they should slow down. Manus, however, calls them fools, and tells them to get it together, as they need to get out of the forest while they're busy fighting over there, and if they want to live, they should keep running. Only the 2 mercenaries behind Manus have stopped, seeing something ahead. Seeing this, Manus asks them what happened, and if he didn't hear what he said properly, but the 2 are pointing towards something. They seem to be scared shitless by something behind Manus. What looks to be some kind of giant snake by the eyes has found its prey. Seeing it, Manus asks what the hell that thing even is. Well, it seems like I was right, and those eyes really belong to a great snake, wrapped around what looks to be the runestones Ghislain is looking for. Below him sit the bones of both creatures and men that have crossed its path in the past, it seems. To that pile, 3 new corpses have been added, as in one bite, he killed both Manus and the other 2 mercenaries that fled the camp. At the camp, it seems the other have started chopping wood again. They have started cutting down trees, moving the wood out, to pioneer this damned forest, and get out of there as soon as possible. Looking at them, Kaor cannot believe that everyone is working together, without anyone ordering them around, and says that he has never seen those lazy mercenaries work this hard before. Hearing this, Ghislain passes near Kaor, with a giant log on his shoulder, and says that they really are a bunch to praise, unlike a certain someone, and Kaor says that it's whatever. It looks like this is going to be kind of a love-hate relationship dynamic between these 2. Kaor asks Ghislain if he's going to let them go once this job is done, as it would be a pity to only use them once, and Ghislain tells him not to worry, as he will be hiring them as his private mercenaries. Ghislain also thinks that it's common sense that mercenaries have weak organizational skills, so they can't win against a regular army in large-scale battles. However, those guys have already surpassed the limits of mercenaries. Just through the experience they've gained here, they will serve as an excellent foundation for expanding their power. Finally, we are finding the name of that hooded mercenary, who seems to be like some kind of second-in-command for Kaor Gazelle, as he comes to inform Kaor that they've scattered the corpses of the Flore around the path, and Kaor tells him he has done a good job. Kaor tells Ghislain that just as predicted by him, the effect seems to be pretty good, as they haven't seen a single monster ever since they left the camp up until they got there. Not even one lone monster that had lost its way. Thinking about it, Ghislain remains silent, thinking that, hopefully, this is just his needless worry, but there might be something else there. All of a sudden, Belinda jumps from a tree, calling for Ghislain. She tells Ghislain she has returned, and he asks if she has managed to find anything up ahead. With blushing cheeks, she tells Ghislain that she did. Hearing this, Ghislain is surprised. Ghislain then turns around and tells everyone to pave their way with all their might from now on, and they acknowledge Ghislain's order. This is when Ghislain thinks that they are almost at their destination, and when they get there, everyone remains astounded. Gordon and the other mercenaries cannot believe it, saying it's impossible, and wondering if this can truly be. Ghislain says that this is the reason they have started this expedition, to find the highest quality runestone mine. Kayor cannot believe this forest actually had something worth money in it, and Gillian tells him what he already told him before, how Ghislain always acts upon reason. Belinda hugs Ghislain, asking him how he even knew about this. Seeing this, the mercenaries ask if all of those are runestones, as normally, that would be something they wouldn't even be allowed to touch once in their lifetime, and say that if they mine all of that and go back, they will be rich. Unfortunately, a silhouette appears from the mist, saying that they cannot pass any further. Ghislain sees this and gets annoyed. The silhouette, which belongs to Manus, or rather his corpse, says that they cannot go any further, as it's all over now. Manus's corpse falls, and the mist approaches Ghislain and the others. Gordon and his friend run to save him, calling him a fool, and wondering how he even got there. However, Ghislain raises his sword to stop them. He tells them to step back, and prepares his fighting stance. Then he swings his sword. With this motion, he manages to clear the mist in front of them. A sea of corpses is then revealed. Seeing this, the mercenaries cannot help but wonder what the hell happened here, saying that they can see some human corpses as well, and not just monsters. Belinda, Kayor, and Gillian await orders, while Ghislain says that it seems like they can't just mine the runestones for free. Judging from the scale, this likely is a nest of high-class monster. Since some of the corpses have yet to be completely corroded, it hasn't been abandoned, but Ghislain wasn't able to figure it out immediately, because of the harmful gases from the corpses mixed with the thick fog. Seeing all of this, Ghislain says that there weren't any particular recordings that the mine itself had any dangerous factors. Then, Ghislain gives the order for everyone to prepare for battle, when all of a sudden, something gets his attention. The giant snake appears from behind his mercenaries, staring him down, like he already knows these will be his last moments. Without a second thought, the serpent opens his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth, and attacks Ghislain and the others. Ghislain gives the order for everyone to scatter while jumping into the battle, while Belinda, Kayor, and Gillian realize the monster is already there, and turn around. Just as the serpent is about to eat Ghislain whole, he manages to prepare an attack. He spins midair and actually manages to counterattack the beast. Then from above, Ghislain tries to shove his sword through the head of the serpent. Unfortunately for him, his thick scales won't allow it. Seeing this, Gillian cannot believe that Ghislain barely managed to leave a scratch on that thing, even while using mana, and Kayor asks what kind of scales that thing has. Then, as the Ghislain leaps away, he prepares his sword to block the serpent's next attack. However, it seems that it is not going to be a physical attack, as the serpent shoots venom towards Ghislain. Ghislain turns his back towards the beast, trying to protect himself, and we can see the poison rotting away at his cape. Then, he uses his tail to try to strike Ghislain down, but Ghislain manages to see this attack on time. Once again, he spins back into position. Using the edge of his sword, Ghislain blocks the tail of the serpent. However, his attack is more powerful than it seems. While he manages to block the attack, Ghislain is being driven directly into the ground by the sheer force of the serpent's push. Seeing this, Belinda starts screaming for Ghislain. Then, the snake uses his body to swipe everyone away, and we can see Gordon and the others running away, trying to dodge the attack, while asking why that damn thing is so huge. However, it seems like most of it is in vain, as Gillian manages to pick up 2 mercenaries. Belinda pulls a couple of them using her grapple hook, and Kayor points his mercenaries to attack the beast. Standing on a mountain of bones, it looks like Ghislain is not dead, or even scratched by the last attack. Now, after seeing it with his own eyes, the bad feeling he had about this is gone. He then says that that thing is the master of the runestone mine, the blood python, which is once again looking in his direction. It was one of the monsters that he considered impossible to hunt down in this expedition, as he didn't think he'd have to face it since it lived in the deep part of the forest. The chances of winning against it are very low. It would be best to retreat for now and come back prepared next time. However, he has no time for delays. He then breaks a rune crystal in his hand. If he gives up now, everything he's done until now will become meaningless. His core starts shining, and he tells that beast to get out of his way, as he has too many things on his back already and prepares to attack it. Ghislain unleashes a tremendous amount of power, opening his third core. His aura surrounds him as the serpent prepares his next attack, launching towards Ghislain. Ghislain dodges, moving to the side, and proceeds to counterattack the beast. He manages to cut through the beast's cheek. Finally, it looks like the beast bleeds, so it can be killed. From above, another attack is coming. The serpent tries to flatten Ghislain with its tail, but he manages to block the attack. Struggling, Ghislain pushes back the serpent's tail. Before he can think, the servant comes for him again. This time, with one eye less than before. Ghislain continues to fight and cut through the serpent's defenses. As he fights with all his might, he thinks that even when winning is unlikely, there are battles that one must not avoid. That is what is called responsibility. And Ghislain thinks of his father and the burden on his shoulders. Seeing him, Belinda, Gillian, and Kayor look at him, amazed. As he passes his sword through the serpent's mouth, Ghislain says that this is the moment when he has to fulfill that responsibility. Finally, Ghislain stands on the ground, taking a deep breath. It looks like his attacks are not nearly enough, and that the blood python is not showing any signs of faltering. Ghislain says that unleashing the third core for a long period of time is too risky, and that at this rate, his mana will be depleted before he can kill that monster. Then everyone runs towards Ghislain from behind. Gillian and Kayor jump in front of him, acting as a shield, while Belinda makes sure he is all right. She begs him to escape to safety, saying that they will hold the monster down. Ghislain, however, picks up his sword and tells everyone to leave this place. Hearing this, Belinda and Gordon ask him what he means by that. Gillian also does not understand what Ghislain's plan is. Ghislain then tells them that not even he can guarantee their safety in a battle against such a monster. He then tells them that he cannot afford to lose them there. Belinda asks what about him, but Ghislain confidently says he will defeat that monster. Looking at him, with fear in her eyes, Belinda thinks that what Ghislain showed them until now was close to a miracle. Then, she asks herself why he is going so far. The serpent then spits his corrosive poison again. Seeing this, Ghislain orders everyone to leave as quickly as possible. However, the mercenaries and soldiers have a different idea. They instead go forward and use their shields to block the serpent's attack. Seeing this, Ghislain is at a loss for words. They then beg Ghislain to let them fight alongside him. Gordon and his pal tell him that they've never met an employer like him, and that he has saved their lives so many times so far. Kayor then says that with this damn snake gone, the treasure will be theirs. And Belinda tells Ghislain that she would never leave him behind. Gillian tells Ghislain that they will draw the serpent's attention and create an opening for him. He then asks Ghislain to trust them, as they have trusted him until now. Ghislain doesn't say anything. He then starts explaining something to Gilliana and Kayor, talking about the serpent's size. He tells them the monster's characteristics: lethal poison and extremely sturdy crimson scales that will deflect even blades imbued with mana. He warns them that if they are attacked even once, they will surely die. Hearing this, Belinda isn't sure what to say. However, Ghislain says, they could inflict some damage if they attack his smashed right eye or his gaping injury. Ghislain then raises his sword, standing at the front of his attack squad, telling them that they will return from this expedition alive. Hearing him, everyone starts smiling, as they've put their trust in his words. They all acknowledge Ghislain's words, as the serpent once again prepares its strike. Belinda, Kayor, and Gillian are fighting on the front lines alongside Ghislain, all while the other mercenaries are trying to inflict some damage from the ground. Kayor manages to strike its right eye again, using his sword. After this, the serpent screams in agonizing pain. Gillian then uses his axe and plummets the serpent into the ground. Then, Ghislain comes to attack. He manages to drive his sword into the serpent's remaining eye. While doing this, he thinks that not everything is going his way, even if he knows the future. However, if he doesn't take action, many will die. He is not prepared to let that happen, and so he prepares to strike the serpent again. He won't let that happen because he knows the future of this land. It looks like the serpent has engulfed Ghislain. Seeing this, Belinda, Kayor, and Gillian are all terrified. Then, Ghislain's blade emerges through the serpent's head. He cuts from the top, all the way to its mouth. Ghislain emerges from the serpent's mouth, full of poison. Seeing him, everyone is relieved. Ghislain then lets the beast know that he is the future of Perdium. Back at the castle, it looks like a council has gathered. Someone smashes their fist on the table and says that this is a serious crime. The man tells Lord Perdium that Ghislain ignored his order not to enter the forest and went inside anyway, while the other men in the room tell this guy, Albert, to calm down. Albert, however, continues, telling Homer that he already knew the young lord was unruly from the start, and that due to Lord Perdium's long absence, he seems to think that he is now the lord of this land. Homer says that there's no point in getting worked up by this, as it's been 2 weeks since the young lord entered the forest. They could have stopped him if Slovak hadn't made a false report. He then says that he doesn't even understand why he would help the young lord with something like this, as he could lose his knight status because of it. Albert then starts screaming, saying that Lord Perdium cannot let this slide any longer, and that he must take action before he causes even more trouble. They tell Lord Perdium that Ghislain must be imprisoned as soon as he returns and be punished. During all of this, Lord Perdium can only think about his son. Suddenly, a guard enters the room, coming to inform Lord Perdium of something. He tells Lord Perdium that he should come out and see this, and Lord Perdium asks Randolph what it is. He tells the Lord that Ghislain is back, which stuns everyone. It looks like Ghislain's quest is done. Ghislain is then brought back into the council room. Everyone stares him down, awaiting answers. Ghislain then speaks, telling his father that he is home. His father tells Ghislain that he has clearly stated he won't permit the development of the Forest of Beasts. Ghislain apologizes, saying he is sorry, but it had to be done. Hearing this, Homer asks Ghislain why it had to be done, and Randolph asks if it was so important that he had to downright ignore his father's orders. He then says that entering the Forest of Beasts constitutes a serious crime, and not only could Ghislain lose his life, but the monsters from the forest could also invade their territory. Ghislain replies, saying that this didn't happen, as he is instead alive, and no monsters have invaded. Homer cannot believe this reply, and Randolph asks Ghislain if he really dares to talk back to him right now. Alfred then asks Ghislain if he finds this funny, which gets his attention. He tells Ghislain that they can let the Forest of Beasts incident pass, since that didn't lead to any trouble in the end, as he reaches for something inside his breast pocket. He then pulls out a piece of paper, and asks Ghislain if he has an excuse for that as well. Ghislain reads it, and asks if this is coming from Count Rayfold. Alfred tells him that it is, and that he felt uneasy about hearing his visit to the Rayfold territory, and tells him that by threatening Lady Amelia, he extorted the 20,000 gold estate support fund that was regularly sent to Perdium. Alfred tells him that thanks to him, the Count is absolutely furious, and that he has decided to cut off all support for their territory and cancel the engagement as if it never happened, which will negatively affect their entire land. Looking at the letter, Ghislain thinks that this is written by the Count himself, who doesn't get along with Amelia at all, yet it doesn't look fabricated. Ghislain thinks that pulling this off by manipulating the Count's money-driven mindset isn't difficult, but if Amelia is willing to join hands with their enemy just to screw him over, it means she'll stop at nothing, no matter the means or methods. Ghislain puts the letter down, thinking that he already had a feeling that simply sending assassins wouldn't be the end of it. But now, the leverage he has over Amelia is useless. The secret deal, the Merchant Guild, everything will just be dismissed as nonsense meant to cover up this incident. Ghislain thinks that if he had been even a little late, he would have been tied down in the territory. As expected, time is not on his side. Albert then asks Ghislain to explain himself. Homern says that as they're in an urgent situation, they will have to ask him to return the 20,000 gold first, and Randolph says that that amount of money could run the entire Knight Order for months. Ghislain then reveals that he has already used up all the money. He tells the council that he has used it for the development of the Forest of Beasts. Hearing this, everyone remains silent. Albert then asks Ghislain if he is saying that he has used all that money on a useless forest infested with monsters. Ghislain then bows his head, apologizing and telling the man there is not much he can say about the Rayfold incident. Randolph then picks him up by his clothes. He starts screaming at him, calling him a little brat, who was supposed to be the successor of this land, yet he sold the future of their land with his own hands. Homer also screams, pointing at Ghislain, saying that he is no longer the young lord of this land, but a filthy criminal, and tells Randolph to tie him down and throw him in jail. However, Ghislain simply smiles, telling them that from now on, they can receive the support fund from him, including the 20,000 gold. Hearing this, his father asks Ghislain what he means by that. Ghislain calls in Belinda. As Belinda places a box on the table, Ghislain explains that he wouldn't have started the development in the first place if he wasn't going to bring anything back, and as the box opens, everyone remains speechless. Ghislain then tells them that these are the highest quality runestones. Seeing this, Alfred gets on his knees to take a better look. Homer asks him where he got such a rare thing from, and Randolph says that maybe this is where he spent his 20,000 gold. Ghislain then explains that they've mined it from the Forest of Beasts. Albert says that if this really is a runestone, then it will be worth a fortune indeed. However, this is nowhere near enough to run their land. Ghislain tells Albert that he already knew that. He then takes them to the camp, saying that this is not all of it, and it looks like they are surrounded by the crystals and the head of the giant serpent. There, workers are handling all the runestones with the utmost care. Homer asks Ghislain if he has managed to gather all that in a mere 2 weeks, and Randolph asks him if his sight is not somehow deceiving him. Lord Perdium asks Belinda if it's true that all of this came from the recent expedition, and Belinda tells the Lord that this is true, and that the young Master Ghislain himself led the entire expedition, and this is what they've obtained. She continues saying they have also got the inner hide of the Dirus Ents, byproducts from defeating the blood python, and so on. She then explains that the amount of runestones there is only a fraction of the money they have left in the forest. Ghislain tells his father that the reason for this expedition in the first place was to help the land, so it is only right that he uses it for their land. Hearing all of this, Alfred tells Lord Perdium that, after the rough estimation, it seems that they really don't have to struggle with the lack of support funds with this amount of runestone. Hearing this, Randolph and Homer are left speechless. They then go to Ghislain and place their arms on each of his shoulders. With tears in their eyes, they tell Ghislain that he has done a great job, and that he must be tired from the expedition, so if he needs anything, they should let him know. Ghislain, however, says that there are a few conditions for the support fund, and Randolph asks what those are. First of all, Randolph has to release Scoven and Ricardo, as they were only following his orders. Second, they will continue to prohibit civilian access to the Forest of Beasts, just as they have done so far, as if unnecessary rumors spread, it could lead to needless troubles. Homer thinks and says that it seems reasonable enough. Lastly, Ghislain says, he will take care of recruiting and managing the mercenaries and security forces himself, as having interference every time he moves troops within the territory would only be a waste of time. Homer asks if this means Ghislain intends to maintain a private army, and Randolph says that there is no way this will stand, since they have no way of knowing what he is plotting. Alfred then comes to Ghislain and tells him that he is misunderstanding something, so he should allow him to correct it for him. Alfred tells Ghislain that he is currently in a position to be begging for forgiveness, but it sounds like he is simply saying, "I will do as I please, so stay out of my way." Ghislain tells him that this is a misunderstanding, as he is merely laying out the necessary consciousness to provide financial support to Perdium in place of Rayfold. He continues, saying that if such a trivia issue were to disrupt their operations, it could negatively impact Perdium's finances as well. So he asks Albert if he is sure he is okay with that. Alfred then turns to Lord Perdium, asking him to say something, as they are currently making a deal for the future of their land. Someone then calls for Ghislain from behind. These are Kaor and Gillian, who are thrilled to see Ghislain, thanking him for his hard work. Gillian tells him that the runestone loading process is almost complete, and Ghislain just needs to give the order, and they will be ready to move at any time. Kaor then says that just as instructed, the hides of the Dirus Ent have been stored without any preservation, and asks him what he plans to do with the blood python. Ghislain tells them that the python's corpse will soon be dismantled. The venom, blood, flesh, and hide will all be separated and preserved to prevent decay. Lord Perdium looks towards Randolph, and he tells the Lord that the mercenaries are individually formidable and have an overwhelming presence. Therefore, he has no clue how the young lord could have such individuals under him. Seeing him, Lord Perdium smiles. He then tells Ghislain that it's just an elite force. Getting such difficult mercenaries to follow Ghislain willingly, Ghislain must have put a lot of effort into it, and Ghislain tells him that if it weren't for them, this expedition wouldn't have prevailed. Finally, his father gives in. He turns away and tells all his disciples to follow him. He tells Ghislain that he will let this one slide, but if he's going to defy his orders again, he should be prepared to face the consequences. Ghislain smiles and thanks his father. He then tells Ghislain that he is the successor who shall inherit this land in the future, and it seems like he possessed the spirit of the Northern Wolf after all. Ghislain then thinks that the Northern Wolf is the alias given to Count Perdium, who guards the frontier of the Luthania kingdom. He says that his father was a lonely person, weak military forces and a treasury plagued by poverty. Yet in the northernmost reaches, where war never ceases, he dedicated his entire life to protecting this land, even without his wife, Elena, or his son. And in the end, he was met with a miserable death, forgotten by all. Kaor is happy, saying that finally they've crossed something off their list, and Belinda asks Ghislain if he will be heading right back to the castle. Ghislain then says that he won't do that just yet, and tells her to have everything ready so they can leave at any time, and Belinda asks him if he is not going to rest. Gillian tells Ghislain that since he has overworked himself, his body should get some rest, and Belinda says that it's a miracle he has made it out alive from the blood python's body. She then asks Ghislain if he has any idea how hard she has worked to detoxify him from the poison, but Ghislain stops her, placing one hand on his shoulder. He then simply tells her one word, "Please." Belinda stops and simply stares at Ghislain, along with Gillian and Kaor. Ghislain then turns around and says that the word that they have secured the runestone will spread quickly to the ears of those who are looking to invade their lands as well, Ghislain then says that he needs to expand his power as quickly as possible. He must get to a level where no one would dare challenge him. He then falls face first to the ground. Somewhere else, a pigeon delivered a message to someone standing on a throne. The man extends his arm, and the pigeon lands on it. The man then reads the message. It's information that part of the Forest of Beasts has been developed, so this person is to initiate war with the Degard family and annihilate Perdium, as only then will the ducal house step in. Seeing this, the man concentrates on one aspect only, the annihilation of Perdium. Hearing this, the counts gathered there ask if this means they should make Perdium a land without a lord, and that the time has come, and that the ducal house will appoint a new owner of Perdium. The man sitting on the throne then asks how many men of their men are still inside Perdium. A noble responds, saying that there are still 2 retainers and 1 knight. He gives the order for 2 retainers to be sent to the Degard's territory, and says that the fact that the young lord of Degard, who was thought to be missing, died in Perdium, is more than enough justification to start a war. Moreover, the man sitting on the throne says that the supreme commander of this operation will be Victor. Hearing this, the lords go mad, saying that they've never thought the day that Dissam's strongest card would be revealed would come so soon, and that if Frank had done his job properly, Perdium would have collapsed on its own. Then, another man calls for patience, asking if maybe it would be too soon to reveal their hidden card, as they have been proceeding cautiously so far, and this feels somewhat rash. The man then asks why the ducal house, which has always operated in secret, now choosing to directly intervene in Perdium. The man then explains that it's all because of the Forest of Beasts, but the nobles don't understand. The person sitting on the throne then tells them that all the decisions were made by Duke Delphine, so they mustn't be questioned, no matter what they are. This person is revealed to be Count Harold Desmond, who tells the nobles to prepare for war. He then asks the nobles if there is anyone else who is aware of this situation. Somewhere else, a scream can be heard from inside an estate. This is Amelia, screaming in the arms of her knight protector. The knight tries to comfort her. She calls Ghislain a bastard for securing the runestone mine, all with her 20,000 gold. She sent the wildcats to finish him off, but he survived. She even bowed her head to his wicked dad to cut off support funds for Perdium, so this just makes her look like a fool. The knight speaks, telling her to calm down, as this is not like her. Hearing this, she turns away, saying that he is right and that she has gotten too emotional. She then says that what's done is done. The knight tells her that he is waiting for his orders. Amelia then explains that since Perdium has found a runestone mine, they will soon escape their financial difficulties, and the knight concludes that they must be celebrating it. Amelia then explains that even if this is the case, it's too early for them to celebrate. The important thing is that they haven't sold the runestone yet, and the knight asks if that is so. She explains that according to the latest intelligence, the earliest they could have secured the runestone was 2 days ago, so that is far too little time for them to establish a distribution network. Amelia says that they will exploit that weakness, since it's obvious who they'll be selling to. The knight realizes that Amelia intends to act before they can sell the runestones, but he asks where, and she says that there's only one place in the northern region where Ghislain would go, the finest magic tower of the north, dominated by the 7th Circle Archmage, the Crimson Magic Tower. She explains that runestone is essential for magical research, so the magic towers are always determined to secure their distribution channels. He tells the knight to set up the wildcats for an ambush along the main routes leading to the tower. The target will not be Ghislain, but the laborers who are transporting the runestones. They will use hit-and-run tactics to isolate the transport, preventing it completely, and in the meantime, they will take the runestones for themselves. The knight then says that in the north, there's also the Flame Magic Tower in Brabant's territory, so he asks if it's wise to deploy all their forces towards the Crimson Magic Tower. Amelia then says that this may have been the case before, but things are now different. According to their intel, the Flame Magic Tower has been in decline ever since it lost its place at the TP, blinded by past glory. As someone who is utterly obsessed with money, Ghislain wouldn't choose Flame when Crimson offers a far better deal. Amelia, clearly mad, says that this time, she will take everything from Ghislain. Back in Perdium, it looks like Ghislain is sitting in his bed, covered in bandages from top to bottom. He looks like he is reminiscing about the battle with the blood serpent. A predator begins preparing to digest its prey. Before it reaches the esophagus, the prey is first dissolved by venom, secreted from the inside, making digestion easier. The mana from the 3rd core burns the acid upon contact, preventing it from invading the body. However, in the process, the resulting toxic fumes create a lethal breathing environment. As a result, most prey either lose consciousness or die by this stage. Ghislain had to endure it, otherwise it would have all been over. This expedition, everything he was holding dear, and even the future. If it was not possible to evade being poisoned, he then made it his own. He directed every bit of invading venom into his mana core, and the fierce rotation of mana within the core neutralizes the venomous energy. This is delicate mana manipulation that only those who have reached the realm of superhumans can achieve. It has served as an alternative fuel, capable of withstanding a mana explosion. Ghislain then wakes up. As he opens his eyes, he thinks that he is now feeling refreshed. He stands up and realizes he is in his room, remembering how his father forgave him, but not much else. He then sees Elena at his bedside. Seeing his brother wake up, Elena jumps with her arms around his neck. She tells Ghislain that he was passed out for 2 whole days and didn't even say anything before leaving, but he passed out after his return. She then greets Ghislain as he holds him tight. At this stage, Ghislain is at a loss for words. She then pushes Ghislain back into his bed. After that, she runs to get Belinda, screaming that Ghislain is awake. In the meantime, Ghislain can only think about the 2 days that he has been out. After entering and exiting the python's body, he received only the bare minimum of first aid from Belinda before continuing. He tried to endure until the runestones were sold, but it was impossible to do that with his younger body. Yet compared to how he overworked his body, Ghislain says that it's in a really great condition, and reckons 2 days shouldn't be enough to heal from that damage. He then takes off his bandages, and says that something is strange. His resilience has gotten much better, and for some reason, his total mana has increased. Analyzing his core, he can also see that the property of his mana has changed. This makes Ghislain wonder if it would be that the energy of the blood python got mixed in during the process of neutralizing the poison with his mana core. He says that this method is something he never knew of in his past life. It wasn't intentional, but risking his life was certainly worth it. He still needs to verify a few things, but with this method, he could grow dozens of times faster. Looking in his wardrobe, he says that for now though, he must make selling the runestones his priority. It's already been 2 days, and by now, many must have heard about it. First, he needs to call the mercenaries. He then hears a knock on the door, and thinking it's Belinda on the other side, he tells her there's no need to knock. Someone dressed in armor then steps in. It is, of course, none other than Ghislain's father, and it seems he is really happy to see Ghislain awake. However, Ghislain seems surprised to see him there. Lord Perdium tells his son that he has heard from Belinda that he was poisoned after jumping into the blood python's mouth, and asks Ghislain if he is alright, and Ghislain confirms he is. His father let out a sigh of relief, saying that this makes him happy. Belinda then tells Ghislain that she was so surprised because he had suddenly passed out, and asks him if he is sure he is alright, to which Ghislain once again says he is. His father then calls his name to get his attention. He then asks Ghislain if he has time to talk for a moment. It looks like he has a request for him, and Ghislain seems to be taken by surprise by this. It looks like Walter and Ghislain are in a training hall. Seeing this, Ghislain says that this would be the first time he is in a training facility with his father, and having one-on-one with him. This is because, in his previous life, he avoided him at all costs, scared that he would get screamed at. Walter asks Ghislain to forgive him for calling him there just after he woke up, and Ghislain tells him that it's okay. He says that he is in excellent condition, thanks to those 2 days of rest. He then asks Walter what request he wanted to ask of him. For a second, Walter simply stares at Ghislain. He then turns away his gaze, without really saying anything. Seeing him, Ghislain can only contemplate his past life. He remembers what his mother said to him when he was just a child, and wonders if this is what she meant by that. A memory is shown, with Ghislain and his mother sitting on a hill, looking in the distance, and his mother tells Ghislain that Walter cannot show his true self to others. Ghislain then asks if this is so. While holding Elena in her arms, his mother explains that his father told her that he has to be an unshakable pillar for the people of this land or whatever. He has always put others before himself, so he's never shown his honest self before. That is, for that one time he confessed his love to Ghislain's mother, and Ghislain seems to remain silent. She then tells Ghislain that he has to understand that part of him, because he is just not good at expressing his emotions. Walter then tells Ghislain to raise his weapon. Ghislain thinks for a second about his memory. Then he obeys his father, and they both take their fighting stances. Walter then attacks, and Ghislain easily parries his attack. Walter tries to strike him again, but Ghislain rotates his sword and blocks it. This ruthless fight continues, with Ghislain and Walter going back and forth. Strike after strike, they counter and try again. Finally, they stop, both of them without a scratch. For a second, Ghislain thinks that it's really heavy. He has finally seen his father's sword and potential. His strikes are forged with the strength to subdue the savage barbarians of the north, yet tempered with the gentleness to protect it all. Walter once again attacks from the front, and Ghislain stops him. He then goes on the offensive, trying to attack his father. Walter, however, sees through the attack and easily parries it. Then, Seeing an opening, they go for each other, and it looks like they have ended up in a stalemate. Seeing this, Walter is once again at a loss for words. He pulls away his sword and tells Ghislain that he has improved a lot. Ghislain thanks him, but it looks like Walter has one more thing to tell him. He tells Ghislain that he should loosen his sword pressure slightly when he is locked in a blade clash. He tells Ghislain how he seems to have the strength and reflexes to take down the massive monsters of the forest, but if he is not careful, his intent might become too easy for the opponent to read. Hearing this, Ghislain wonders if this could be so. As usually, he gets a feeling for his opponent's movements as the fight goes on. Then, he realizes that this is the first time anyone has ever given him feedback. His swordsmanship is instinctual, born from real combat and experience. There must be things he overlooked and never learned because he never followed formal training, and Walter has pointed them out precisely, making him aware of them. He always believed he had only himself to rely on, struggling through everything alone, but perhaps receiving guidance isn't such a bad thing after all. Ghislain then thanks his father for teaching him. Walter then looks at him without saying a word. He then tells Ghislain that he intended to scold him today, and Ghislain asks why. Walter says that no matter how great his recent contribution was, the fact that he broke rules remains. If everyone starts disregarding rules under the pretense of achieving contribution, the only thing that follows is greater chaos. Hearing this, Ghislain remains silent. Walter then turns his back and tells Ghislain that he can, however, see that he has changed. Unlike the past incidents that he has caused in reckless pursuit of merit, he can see that he is looking beyond that and towards something greater. He tells Ghislain to keep doing as he is now, and think of Perdium and those around him, and fulfill his responsibilities as a successor. Hearing this, Ghislain gets fixated on one word: responsibilities. He then remembers. He asks his father if he didn't say he had a request to make, as he hasn't told him what it was yet. Walter then stops. He sighs for a second and tries to get his words out. He asks Ghislain if he perhaps has some extra funds. Later, Ghislain returned to the Forest of Beasts post. Everyone is standing upright and waiting for his command. He smiles, then asks if they have been well. Everyone replies affirmatively. Kayor tells Ghislain that he is looking healthier now, and Jillian asks if he has gotten better, to which Ghislain replies by apologizing for making them wait so long. Ghislain then asks Jillian how Rachel is, which seems to surprise him. For a second, Jillian remains quiet. He then tells Ghislain that he never thought he would see the day Rachel would walk again. Then he bows to Ghislain, saying that it's all thanks to him. Ghislain smiles and tells him that he is happy to hear that. He then addresses all three of them, Belinda, Jillian, and Kayor, and lets them know there is something he has to tell them. He says that their land is in danger, which seems to have them a bit stunned. It appears that Ghislain has called a council and told them everything that has happened on the day Elena was attacked. How he stopped them from killing Elena and using her to start a war. How he has discovered the Degard young lord's corpse. And he also told them about the existence of those who are eyeing Perdium. He tells them that there are people who are surveilling them right now, and they have probably been active for a long time, and says that they didn't have the time or the resources to prepare for an attack. Belinda says that she now finally understands why Ghislain was in such a hurry, and says that she thought they would have been able to catch their breath after securing the runestones. Kayor continues, saying that first it was the Forest of Beasts, and now this, saying that this land never leaves a chance to get bored. Jillian tells Ghislain that if what he is saying is true, then this must be the perfect time to target Perdium. In a territory known for its weak military and poverty, the discovery of a runestone mine, a highly valuable resource, would change everything. Ghislain says that Jillian is right, and that the others won't just let them be. Belinda tells Ghislain that he should have mentioned this much earlier, and tells him to go and let the vassals of Walter know. But Ghislain says it's not yet the time for that. Considering that Elena's bodyguards betrayed them, there could be traitors among the vassals as well. There is no way to confirm who's on their side, so they should keep this among themselves. Ghislain says that thanks to Elena's survival, he bought some time, but now that they've found the mine, there's no reason for the enemies to sit still. Ghislain says that this will be a tough fight. Then, the room remains quiet. Kayor tells Ghislain to start doing his job and order them around. Honestly, he says, staying around Ghislain has been a lot of fun. Jillian says that he has already sworn his life to Ghislain, so he shall fight with him until the very end. Belinda jumps in as well, asking who would protect Ghislain if not for her. Hearing all of them, Ghislain smiles. He then explains that the biggest enemy of Perdium is the Delphine family, as well as Count Desmond and Amelia, who are taking orders from them. Ghislain says that he won't let things go the way they intend, and that they will now head to the Flame Magic Tower. Koar says that it was finally time to sell all those stones, and that they are going to be rich. Belinda then asks Ghislain why they would go to the Flame Magic Tower when the Crimson Magic Tower is closer to them, and they would probably pay a higher price. Ghislain explains that they will go there because the Flame Magic Tower would cause less friction, and Belinda asks what he means. Ghislain says that Ghislain's reasoning makes sense. When transporting high-value goods, inadvertent guests are bound to appear, and if that payload is filled with runestones, then staying one step ahead of the enemy is the only rational course of action. And Belinda says that Ghislain is right, and that it could be an ambush just like last time. Ghislain then thinks that ever since Felmuth of the Crimson Magic Tower ascended to a 7th Circle Archmage and made his name known, the Flame Magic Tower has been on a downward spiral. As a result, he believes it is more profitable to sell runestones in the Crimson Magic Tower, the greatest in the north. Flame is likely making efforts of its own, but reclaiming its former glory won't be easy. Yet, despite all of this, Ghislain is choosing to head for the Flame, and there is but one reason for this alone. It's all because of her, he says. Next, we are at the Flame Magic Tower, a massive structure that looks like a palace, much different from what I had expected. Inside, a woman sits among thousands of books in a library. She is holding some kind of staff and asking for Professor Renato, asking her when the light she mentioned would come for her. Next, it looks like Ghislain and the others have arrived at the Crimson Magic Tower, along with their carriage of a runestone. Looking at it, Gordon is mesmerized by how big it is, and his friend says he has heard about it many times, but he never thought he would see it with his own eyes. Just looking at how they live, this is a completely different world from Perdium. This is the place where they make magic scrolls, and even wizards are walking the streets like it's nothing special. Looking at the wizards, Gordon is wondering what they are doing, as he has never seen magic without a scroll before. The wizards, however, don't really seem to be that happy about their arrival here. Then, they start casting a spell, and just like that, they've disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, the mercenaries are stunned. Ghislain explains that this was a concealment spell and confirms my suspicion that they were not happy to see them there. Kayor calls his subordinate idiots, telling them to stop acting like country bumpkins. Belinda says that even though it's no longer the best, a magic tower is still a magic tower, and Ghislain says that Briviant is one of the wealthiest territories in the kingdom after all. Hearing this, Ghislain thinks that Ghislain is right, as it would surely seem like this on the surface. In the end, who would have thought that a tower at its peak would fall into decline? Finally, Ghislain says that they've arrived, and Kayor says that just looking up at the building makes his neck snap. It's so vast that even getting to the main gate takes forever. Belinda, looking at the gate, wonders where the keeper is. She then asks, why are those suits of armor just sitting there? Then, someone from above the gate orders them to step back. Suddenly, the armors lift from the ground and are engulfed by a magical stream. Then, the guards seem to emerge. They cross their axes and deny entrance into the tower. The mages above the tower tell Ghislain that not just anyone can enter the magic tower. He then asks them to state their identity and purpose. Seeing this, Belinda asks if those armors are like puppets, and Kayor tells her that this is typical magic tower gatekeepers, as they won't even come down themselves. Ghislain then introduces his master, Ghislain Perdium, the Grand Duke of Perdium. He then tells the gatekeepers to call the person in charge of transactions, as they have brought something valuable. The gatekeeper, annoyed, yells at them, saying that whatever it is, they're not buying. Belinda, even more annoyed by their audacity, asks if they're not even going to look at the goods before rejecting them. The gatekeeper then speaks about Perdium, asking if it isn't the beggar territory in the north, and that anything from there is probably just low-quality monster materials or cheap potions. Therefore, dealing with people like Ghislain is just a waste of time. They then prompt the armorist to push back Ghislain and his troops. Belinda, mad, asks them who the hell they are calling beggars, and tells them to come down there, while Ghislain asks Ghislain what they should do. For a second, Ghislain remains silent. He then asks the mage if he is definitely okay with this. He then pulls out one of the runestones, and tells him that since he is a mage, he should know exactly what that is. Seeing it, the mage doesn't realize at first, but then his eyes light up. Then, he wonders if this could be the whole baggage that they've brought. Ghislain then smirks and asks if they really aren't going to buy it. Inside, two mages are bowing before Ghislain and Belinda, saying that they've failed to recognize such an esteemed guest. This person presents himself as Sylvian, the trade manager of the Magic Tower, and tells Ghislain to let him know if there's anything he needs. Ghislain goes straight to business, saying that, as Sylvian has already seen, he has brought a large quantity. Therefore, he needs someone who can take full responsibility for this deal, so he wants to meet the Tower Master directly. Hearing this, Sylvian is unsure what to say and is taken aback by Ghislain's request. He tells Ghislain he will inform the Tower Master right away, so they should wait a moment. Then he prompts one of the mages to escort them to the reception room. Belinda then says that this should have happened from the start, asking how they could insult their territory like that, and the mage remains completely silent. As they roam the halls, a strange sound gets Ghislain's attention. He asks the mage if there's anything wrong, but the mage dismissed it, saying he doesn't need to worry about that. He tells Ghislain that it's just a common sound that can be heard during magic research. In another room, 3 mages enter to find the girl from earlier on her knees on the floor. This man scolds the girl, saying he already told her before not to set foot in the research lab. He tells the girl that she can't even use magic, yet she is occupying a spot in the research lab. Then he asks if she is ignoring the words of Alfoa, the heir to the magic tower. One of the other mages then says that they can't even understand how a teacher accepted someone like her as a disciple, and that she should be grateful that the master of the Crimson Tower gave her even a single spot. The girls want to say something in her defense, but she seems to be frightened. She then speaks, saying that she has the right to use the research lab freely, as everyone else, since she is a mage. Hearing this, Alfoa smirks and asks if this is so. He then sees that he will acknowledge her as a mage, but if she is a mage, she should be able to block this basic attack with a defensive spell. He then prepares a flame attack and tells the girl to block it. Seeing this, the girl realizes she is in danger. Alfoa then throws a first circle spell, the fire sling, towards her. She tries to use defense magic but fails, and instead raises her elbow in order to protect herself from the attack. Before the spell hits, someone manages to get in front of it. This is Ghislain, who uses his sword to easily cut through the spell. Seeing this, Alfoy and the others wonder what the heck is going on. He then asks, "Is this really magic research?" He then asks if this is what they study at the magic tower. Inside the Tower Master's conference room, a scream can be heard. It looks like the Tower Master, Hubert, cannot believe that they are running out of runestones. Along with the gathered council, Hubert asks how things ended up this way, and someone else tells him that at this rate, the gap between them and the Tower of Advancement will only widen. Hubert, furious, says he told them before to stock up on runestones, and asks what the hell the elders have been doing all this time. One of them then speaks, saying that every time he tried to secure a supply chain, they said there was a better use for it and postponed it. They wasted time mingling with nobles and buying jewelry and other luxury goods, so he can no longer stand it. Another then says that the runestone issue is one thing, but the Tower of Advancement's master is a 7th circle mage. Meanwhile, their master is only a 6th circle, so that poses a problem as well. Hubert, annoyed, tells the elder not even to mention that bastard, as if he had more runestones, he could reach the 7th circle in no time. And the elder tells him that if they run out of runestones, they won't even be able to train properly, so he asks what Hubert's plan is. Hubert, however, can only ask himself how that low-born bastard, Delmond, even manages to reach the 7th circle, wondering if he is the one buying all the runestones, and wants to ask what is so special about those damn rocks. Suddenly, Sylvian disrupts their meeting, saying there is an emergency. Hubert asks him how he even dares to interrupt him, asks if he cannot see they are in a meeting, and asks who permitted him to barge in like that. Sylvian tells him he apologizes, but Hubert must come down immediately. He then breaks the news that an enormous number of runestones have arrived. Hearing this, the elders and Hubert are stunned. In the research lab, it looks like Alfoy and Ghislain are still in a standoff. Ghislain raises his sword, prepared to parry any attack. With ease, he blocks all the spells coming towards him. Magic fireballs explode left and right. With one long swipe, Ghislain cuts right through the middle of the fire spells thrown at him by Alfoy. Seeing this, his disciples and the girl are all stunned. Alfoy cannot understand how Ghislain is doing this, and asks who the hell is behind this. Then some ropes have been thrown all around him. This is Belinda, who incapacitated him in a heartbeat. She asks Alfoy how he even dares to attack the young master, looking prepared to end him right there, while Alfoy can only mutter between his lips, asking who the hell she is. A voice can then be heard, screaming for them to stop. Hubert and the elders have come down, and Hubert asks what the hell this chaos is. The girl sees him and addresses him by his title, Tower Master, and Ghislain realizes who this is. He then orders Belinda to release that moron Alfoy, and so she does. It looks like Alfoy is Hubert's disciple. Hubert asks him what is going on as Alfoy goes to hug Hubert, like the little bitch he is. Alfoy calls Ghislain and his friends intruders, saying he was making sure Vanessa couldn't enter the laboratory, and then they suddenly attack him. He tells Hubert how he tried to stop Vanessa from entering because he didn't want her to get hurt, since she doesn't have any mana. Then Belinda cuts him off, saying that he is crying like a little girl, and Alfoy says he is a man. Vanessa jumps in, saying that she just wanted to use the laboratory. Seeing this, Ghislain remains silent for a second. He realizes that he was right, and that she is indeed a witch called the Red Nightmare. Vanessa, Seeing her, Ghislain says that he cannot believe this is what she was like before becoming a total nightmare. Hubert gets mad, asking Ghislain if he dares to try to harm his students after intruding on the magic castle, and as he prepares a spell of his own, he says that he will make sure Ghislain will be burned to a crisp. Seeing this, Belinda takes an attack stance, saying the guy looks a bit dangerous, but Ghislain remains silent. Ghislain then apologizes for the late introduction. He presents himself as Ghislain Perdium, heir of the Perdium family. He then tells Hubert that he is here to trade the runestone. Hearing this, Hubert remains stunned. Alfoy cannot believe it either. Ghislain then tells the Tower Master that the whole shipment is prepared for him in front of the castle. He then asks him if he would like to go see for himself. Outside, 9 carriages are standing full of runestones. Seeing this, Hubert and the elders are all amazed. The elders say that this is impossible, and ask where they could have procured this much runestone. One of the elders turns to Hubert and says there appear to be at least 10 cartfuls, and asks what he would like to do. Hubert's face, however, is like stone. He then screams with joy, saying he never thought he would see this many runestones. He says that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With this, he can finally crush those Crimson Magic Tower bastards. Hubert then regains his composure and tells Ghislain that he expected more than this, and that the quality doesn't seem very good either. Kayor, annoyed, goes to pick up his sword and asks Ghislain if this bastard even knows how hard it was to get all of this, while Ghislain remains calm. Behind Hubert, Vanessa asks if this isn't quite a lot of runestone, since as far as she knows, 1 cart audit alone could last them weeks. Hearing this, Hubert gets annoyed, asking what she could know, and orders her to go back inside. He then thinks about Renato, calling him scum for leaving this pain in the ass here with him, and saying that if she doesn't have the talent, she should at least be able to read the room. Once again, Ghislain remains silent, without saying anything. Hubert then turns towards his elders, asking if anyone else agrees with her, clearly trying to hustle Ghislain. The mages then stand by Hubert's opinion, saying that now, taking a better look at it, it doesn't really seem like the quality is very good, and if they suddenly brought runestones from such a poor territory, there is a possibility that these could be fake. Belinda, mad, asks them if they even have any idea how hard the young master worked to get those, and how they even dare to call them fakes. The mage says that how hard anyone worked to get those is not their concern, and as she already must know, there are a lot of scam artists out there these days, and the other agrees with him, saying that they cannot solely go off based on what the seller says. Hearing this, Ghislain says that if this is so, they must not be interested in purchasing it after all. Ghislain tells his friends that the Flame Magic Tower doesn't need it, so they should go somewhere else to sell it. And that's when Hubert drops the act and tells him to wait a second. He then looks at one of his mages, asking for his opinion. The mage goes on to say that since Ghislain and his peers went through the trouble of bringing it here, they should at least take it off their hands, as they wouldn't want Ghislain and the others to leave empty-handed after coming this far. So he asks Hubert to show them his mercy. Hubert, playing with his mustache, says that if this is the will of the elders, they must be right, so he has no choice. He then says that out of the generosity of his heart, he will buy them all. He says he will buy it slightly below market price, but Ghislain tells him he must be misunderstanding something. He then tells Kayor to take all the carts back except for one, and Kayor asks why. He smiles, and tells Kayor that in the end, they were only planning to sell 1 cart. Seeing this, Hubert wonders what is going on. Kayor gets the idea, smirks, and says that Ghislain is right, and that he forgot about that. He then orders his mercenaries to take it away, and so they go. Hubert asks Ghislain what he is doing, and Ghislain apologizes for the confusion, as it seems like his subordinates made a mistake and brought too much. He then says that their destination is actually the Crimson Magic Tower, but they just needed some money for their journey. Hearing this, Hubert goes mad. He tells Ghislain that he was just joking around, so that their first meeting won't be too awkward, and he asks Ghislain to go inside and have a little chat with him. Ghislain smiles, knowing he has this prick exactly where he wants him, and says that they should do that. Inside, it looks like Ghislain is sitting at a table with all the other elders and Hubert. He then introduces the elders Ofti Tower to Ghislain, all mages of the 5th circle. Hearing this, Ghislain says that it's really impressive that all of them have such high ranks, as it is, of course, expected from the 2nd strongest tower in the northern region, emphasizing the word second. Hubert tells Ghislain that he must have heard some strange rumors, but that is actually not true. The Flame Magic Tower is still the strongest in the northern region, but Ghislain doesn't care about it one bit. Seeing this, Belinda wonders if Ghislain is trying to piss Hubert off, and Jillian says he is sure Ghislain has a plan. Hubert gets tired of this small talk, and asks Ghislain how much he is willing to pay for the stones, saying that if he tries to sell them to anyone else, he won't get a better deal than here. Ghislain raises 2 fingers for Hubert. He tells him that he wants double the market price for them. Hearing this, the elders get mad, saying that Ghislain must simply be too naive to understand how the world works, and that this is now how he should negotiate. Hubert tells him the same thing, that he has no idea who taught him how to negotiate, but this is not the way, and that it's all about both parties making a compromise, as he can't just make a one-sided decision like that. Ghislain smiles, and says that he just felt that he needed to get double the market price from the magic tower. The elders, feeling mocked, ask Ghislain how he could joke around in a place like this, saying it makes them feel dishonored. Hubert, annoyed, cuts the bullshit. With a scary face, he tells Ghislain to watch himself, as it pisses him off when he sees clueless brats flailing around in a world they don't even understand. Ghislain remains stone cold. Hubert then laughs it off, saying that since Ghislain is young, he understands he can make mistakes, so he will show him mercy just this once out of generosity. He should take it seriously. He tells Ghislain he will give him a little more than the market price, so he should sell them all to him. But Ghislain has already stood up, and Hubert asks why. Ghislain tells Hubert that it doesn't really seem like he wants to buy the stones, and that even at double the price it's still discounted, so if he is not interested, he will just go to the magic Crimson Tower. He excuses himself, walking to the door, as Hubert yells at him to stop. He asks Ghislain why he is in such a rush, since he is not unwilling to negotiate. He was a little upset, so Ghislain should sit down and have a longer chat with them. Once again, Ghislain smiles, and asks if that is so. Gillian, Belinda, and Kyor are all speechless. Hubert tells Ghislain that he has got guts, since they are the first ones he has visited, and that he will give him double the price. He asks how that sounds to Ghislain, and as predicted, Ghislain accepts this deal. However, that is only for 1 cart. Hearing this, the elder asks what he means, and Hubert asks him what he is talking about, as he needs to sell him everything he has brought. Ghislain's theme explains that if he tells the Crimson Tower he sold them for double the market price, he could probably sell the rest for triple the price. So he asks Hubert what mark he thinks he would sell it all to him. Hubert, once again annoyed, tells him that this is outrageous, and that there is a limit to how much they can let him joke around. Once again, Ghislain is not willing to listen to Hubert, so he turns to walk away, but Hubert begs him to stay. He then tells Ghislain that he will buy it all for triple the price. Hearing this, Ghislain smiles. He says that this is now a deal, and an expected one from the greatest magic tower in the northern region. He tells Ghislain to stay right where he is. He will bring the money in a minute. The elders are not sure what to say about what just happened. While walking away, he cannot believe that a 6th circle mage like him is getting played by a country bumpkin like Ghislain, and he can't even understand why he is buying all of this. He then thinks that he has no choice since they have a shortage of runestones, but if Ghislain continues to act like this, he will surely burn him to a crisp. Yet he doesn't even get to leave the room, as Ghislain stops him, and says that he didn't finish telling him all his conditions. Hubert, clearly annoyed, asks what it is this time. As a final request, he tells Hubert that he also wants Vanessa. This request seems to silence the room more than anything Ghislain has asked for so far. Hubert, however, doesn't seem to understand this request. Ghislain tells him that he would like to have that child as his exclusive mage. A memory from Ghislain's past life appears. He was cooking meat on his sword over a fire. Ghislain tells him that his meat is burning. The guy tells him to turn it himself, as he is missing an arm. Ghislain asks him what he said, and the guy immediately shuts up. This guy then asks Ghislain if he has heard about Vanessa the Red Nightmare. Hearing this name, Ghislain asks who it is and how she got that title. This guy tells Ghislain that he has been going around collecting intel and has found it especially interesting. It's about the mage who burned down the entire northern region of Luthania, and apparently, that woman reached the 7th circle. Hearing this, Ghislain says that both her name and her power seem pretty flashy, so he asks his subordinate what about her. He goes on, saying that from what he has heard, he thinks she's gone completely mad. She's a mage, but she learned a mana cultivation technique, and Ghislain asks why a mage learned that instead of circles. Yet this guy simply says that it's because she is crazy. Anyway, he says that she's a walking disaster who burns down everything in her path, so the landlords are having a lot of trouble. He then asks Ghislain if he remembers the subjection request a while back, as that was her. Ghislain then stops and thinks for a while. A mage who reached the 7th circle through a mana cultivation technique. This makes Ghislain curious. He then tells his pal, Claude, that they should recruit her. However, such a thing never happened because by the time he found Vanessa, she was as good as dead, unable to control her magic. However, she had the talent to reach the 7th circle, even though she never learned magic properly. So with a little bit of guidance, her talent will flourish. This time, Ghislain cannot miss the opportunity to recruit her. with Ghislain asking if by Vanessa he means that girl from just now. And Kayor says that she didn't look that strong at all. And Belinda tells him that if he wants to bring someone along, he should tell her in advance. The elders are also discussing it with Hubert, saying that it's a great opportunity to get rid of that useless girl, so they should just do as he says. And the other tells Hubert that the fact that they've even cared for her until now is enough to say they've honored their loyalty to Renato. Hubert then goes to Ghislain, saying that Vanessa is indeed an outstanding mage that their magic tower values, but he is sure she'd be delighted to accept the request for the magic tower. And Ghislain goes one step further, saying that in addition, he'd like him to dispatch battle mages who have reached the third circle or higher to Perdium. Hearing this, Hubert becomes annoyed again. He then tells Hubert that he needs mages for the upcoming territorial war. Hearing this, the elders ask what war he is talking about. Ghislain once again reiterates his demands, paying triple the market price, dispatching third circle or higher mages to Perdium for 1 year, and handing Vanessa as his exclusive mage. Hearing this, there is only silence from everyone in the room. Hubert himself remains silent. Then it appears that this might have been the last drop, as he truly gets mad and starts riling up his power. The glass of the windows breaks, and pieces of rock start falling from the walls. Hubert tells Ghislain that he must have really taken him for a fool. He tells him that mages affiliated with the magic tower cannot intervene in territorial wars. Not only is he aware of the basic rules set by the kingdom, but he's also pushing mages of the third circle or higher, the very foundation of the magic tower, into the front lines. He tells Ghislain that this is an insult to the flame magic tower, and that, as of this moment, not even his ashes will be left behind. Seeing this, Ghislain and Kayor cannot believe their power, and prepare to jump in and help Ghislain, with Belinda at the front. Ghislain, however, doesn't even move from his chair. While staring each other in the eyes, Ghislain tells Hubert that they will regret it. He tells him that they've discovered a massive runestone vein in their territory, and at a rough estimate, that it contains several dozen times as much as they've brought today. Hearing this, the elders cannot believe it. He tells Hubert that this information is already spreading widely across the north, asks what he thinks it means, and Hubert says it means many will come after the runestone. He explains to Hubert that he is not trying to start a war, but that Perdium only needs the magic tower's help to gain strength, and that if Hubert goes on to help them, he promises he will exclusively supply the flame magic tower with runestones. Hearing this, Hubert asks if they will have a monopoly on the runestones. Ghislain extends his hand and tells Hubert that if that happens, it's only a matter of time before Flame overtakes Crimson and stands as the top magic tower. Seeing this, Hubert remains silent. It really looks like this is a good deal for him in the long term. He ultimately joins hands with Ghislain. Later, it looks like Hubert told Alfoy the whole story. He told him this story because Alfoy will be the one to go to Perdium, and he doesn't like it, but Hubert tells him not to misunderstand his intentions. Sending him, his greatest talent, as the chief in charge is for their own future. Hearing Hubert praise him, Alfoy blushes. He needs to keep his eyes, so that he can country bumpkin don't smuggle the runestone elsewhere. If an actual territorial war breaks out, Alfoy is not to fight, but retreat immediately. Hubert tells Alfoy that he only needs to endure it for 1 year, as in 1 year, they will take the #1 spot as the best magic tower. Alfoy remains silent for a second, then agrees with his master. Later, however, he might seem to regret this decision. After he arrived in Perdium, that is, Alfoy says that this castle is built in quite an old-fashioned style. It's not flashy, but he supposes it's practical enough, using proportional harmony as the basis to compose the space. Alfoy says that it's just a rural dump, and he only came because his master asked him to, but he still cannot believe that he, the successor of the magic tower, got dispatched to this miserable excuse of a territory. Alfoy presents himself to Ghislain, stating his name, and that he is a third circle master and the heir to the magic tower, having been entrusted with the important duty of leading the magic troops. Ghislain, however, cuts him off, saying that there's much that the territory requires from them, so he shouldn't let his guard down and do his best. Seeing the way Ghislain ignored him, Alfoy gets mad, asking himself if Ghislain thinks he is some kind of servant, saying that once he becomes tower master, Ghislain will be the first one he will deal with. However, Ghislain's most pressing problem is that he cannot see Vanessa, so his first question to Alfoy is about that. Alfoy then looks back and says she should bring her bags from somewhere there. Vanessa then comes, with her staff on her back, and 4 suitcases, and it looks like it's quite hard for her to carry them alone. Vanessa greets Ghislain, bowing while holding the luggage, and Alfoy mocks her, saying that he took her long enough, to the point where Ghislain thought she wasn't even there. Ghislain, however, seems to be annoyed by the way Alfoy treats her. Ghislain then extends his arm, telling Vanessa to unload her bags and come with him, but she says she hasn't even finished moving the bags yet. Alfoy tells Ghislain to leave her be, as this is what she's been doing ever since she was at the tower, since she can't even use magic anyway, so he should at least do chores like this. Ghislain, annoyed, takes one of the suitcases and throws it towards Alfoy's face. Seeing this, all the mages remain speechless. Alfoy, on the ground, asks Ghislain what this means. Ghislain tells Alfoy that Vanessa is no longer affiliated with the magic tower, but his personnel, so Alfoy won't order her around anymore. He tells Alfoy that he will let this one slide this time, but if he sees this kind of behavior ever again, he will have to risk his life for it. Seeing this, Vanessa is at a loss for words. Alfoy, annoyed, calls Ghislain a brat. He starts screaming, asking how he dares treat him like that, the heir of the flame magic tower, and a third circle mage. He tells Ghislain that even if he is a noble, he has crossed the line, and if they wanted, they could burn this entire territory down in a second. He then orders his mages to stand up and show Ghislain the pride of mages. Ghislain then simply snaps his fingers. In less than a second, Alfoy and his subordinates are all surrounded by mercenaries prepared to kill them. Seeing this, Alfoy calls it barbaric, asking what kind of barbarians would draw their weapons against mages, and says that since there are mages, they demand the treatment they deserve. Ghislain, unimpressed, simply tells Alfoy to shut up. Regardless of the treatment he receives, he is here under a contract. Through a legitimate deal with the Tower Master, he's been granted full authority to command the Tower Master at will for 1 year, and in return, Ghislain has agreed to supply runestones exclusively to the Flame Tower. If this contract gets voided because of one reckless action of his, whose side will the Tower Master take? Hearing this, Alfoy cannot counter it. Ghislain then tells him that in Perdium, his role is nothing more than that of a reserve bundle of living mana, and if he wants to be treated well, then he should obediently fulfill that role. Hearing the way Ghislain addressed him, Alfoy gets even angrier, asking Ghislain how he even dares do something like that. Ghislain, however, simply leaves, telling Kayor and Jillian to take good care of Alfoy and his peers. Hearing this, Kayor cracks his neck, saying that those boys must have liked it a lot better when they were at the Magic Tower, and then tells them that he will guide them to adapt to their land. Seeing this, Alfoy calls them miserable human beings. Vanessa, simply witnessing the scene, stays quiet. Ghislain then goes to her. He tells Vanessa not to take orders from anyone else but him, as she is his exclusive mage. Hearing this, Vanessa blushes, then turns her gaze away. She then lets Ghislain know that just as Alfoy said, she cannot use any magic, so she wants to tell Ghislain that being an exclusive mage might not be a good idea. But Ghislain cuts her off and tells her to come with him, as he will teach her to use magic. Next, it looks like Ghislain brought Vanessa to the training grounds, and she doesn't really seem to be so sure about herself, or maybe about Ghislain. Ghislain then calls her by name, which gets her attention. He asks her how far she got with her magic studies, and Vanessa tells him that she learned up to the 5th circle, but just the magic formulas. Hearing this, Ghislain is impressed. To these praises, Vanessa remains silent. She then tells Ghislain that it's all useless, as she is unable to use magic. Ghislain asks her if there is a reason for this, and she replies that she has never felt mana since she was a child. Still, she says she believes she would be able to use magic someday, so he worked hard. But the more she did it, the more she felt it was pointless. Now even her former teacher is dead. She then asks Ghislain whether this is why she has been cast out like this. Ghislain then looks at her, a 5th circle mage, who in terms of power, is on par with most elders of the Magic Tower. Magic isn't something you can learn just by memorizing it. You need an understanding of the principle of activation and insight to add your own interpretation and will. Vanessa understands it in her head, but her body can't keep up. So Ghislain thinks that she must have gone through grueling effort and all sorts of trials and errors to overcome this. Ghislain then remembers his conversation with Claude from his past life, a 7th circle woman mage who leaned on mana cultivation techniques. Ghislain then tells Vanessa that from now on, she will teach her mana cultivation. Hearing this, Vanessa is skeptical. She wonders why a mage needs mana cultivation, and Ghislain tells her that both mage circles and mana cultivation are based on mana. She then asks her if she has ever tried it before. Vanessa doesn't respond to Ghislain. She then tells him that this is madness, as using magic through mana cultivation is wrong, and if it goes badly, she will become a pariah and disabled for life. Even so, Ghislain tells her to do it, extending his hand to her. The kind smile on his face and his gaze melt her fear. She then looks down at her hand. She cannot believe she can finally be able to use magic. She then makes a fist and joins Ghislain in his meditative position on the ground, saying that if she could finally use mana, this would be worth it. She then unbuttons her shirt in front and on the back. Looking at her, Ghislain says that in her past life, she had the same eyes as him, regret, rage, and hatred. Vanessa longed endlessly for magic and fell into an abyss without end. She learned a mana cultivation technique of unknown origin, became a disaster driven by instinct, and burned everything down. But now, Ghislain is here to take care of her. Now he will make sure he doesn't fall into that abyss, and then extends his hand forward, imbued with mana. He reaches out and touches her back. The mana from his hand seems to reach every bit of her body. Vanessa starts screaming because of the heat. Ghislain screams at her to shut up, as the mana root is getting tangled. He then tells her that the mana inside her body now is his, and says she must not forget this sensation. He tells Vanessa to focus on feeling the flow of mana as much as possible. The flow of mana spreads through every corner of her body, circling its edges and the center. Finally, it looks like she opens her eyes, and something is happening. Vanessa then remembers something from her past, a conversation between a mage and Hubert, where the mage asks why he wants to cut his support, and if he even understands what he is saying. He tells Hubert that Vanessa has talent, and that without her, they could not have proven the regularity of mana particles transformed into magic power. Hubert tells Renato he is right, but she still feels kinda off, and asks him if he can't see it clearly. No matter how smart she is, if she can't use magic at all, could he really call her a mage? Renato asked Hubert what he was saying, and finally, Hubert burst, saying that no matter how much he poured into her, nothing would come out. It seems like she is watching this memory from behind, seeing her younger self watching the scene. Another memory comes to mind. Vanessa apologizes to her master Renato. She tells him that only if she had a bit more power, he wouldn't have had to leave the magic tower. Renato then places his hand on her head and tells Vanessa that he is not leaving the magic tower, but setting out on a journey to find a way for Vanessa to use magic. He tells Vanessa to lift her head and look towards the sky, and that there is no place in this world where darkness lasts forever. He promises him that one day, light will surely come to her, and that light seems to be Ghislain, the only one who has extended his hand towards her in the darkest of times. Vanessa yearns for that light, and she can finally have it. As she reaches for his hand, she says that Renato was right. Even to her, light has finally come. Late in the night, in a cottage, loud noises can be heard. One guy is beating up knights like carpets, knocking 4 of them at once. He even mocks them, calling them weaklings, and asks if they think they can cut him with those pathetic metal toys. One knight tries to attack him head-on, but the man dodges and picks him up by his arms. He then throws him to the ground like he was a leaf in the wind. As he does this, another knight tries to attack him from behind. Unfortunately for him, the man sees it, and in one swift motion, he uses the guy on the ground as a bat or something, and smacks the other one. He then threw them out through the wall. The man cleans his hands, saying that he didn't even warm up, and they are already down. 2 other knights then tell him that, as expected, he is the greatest warrior of the time, and these maggots shouldn't even dare interrupt their banquet. All of this, while one guy stands alone in the back, drinking from a pot. As they say that no one around can defeat them, he smacks the cup on the counter. He then leaves the cottage and lies down under the sky, next to his fishing rod. From the top of the hill, someone asks the man if his training is going well. The man replies, asking what they have to tell him. This man seems to be an envoy from Count Desmond, here to deliver a dispatch to the man. This man is Lord Victor, and when hearing the Count's name, he remains silent. He then picks up his helmet. He places it on his head and heads back towards the cottage, where everyone is lying dead on the ground, telling the envoy it's time they leave. This seems to work perfectly for him, as he was dying of boredom. Inside Lord Perdium's office, Walter is reading a letter, with Randolph at his side. He grips the paper tight, with a grim look on his face. The letter comes from House Daigle, and states that the Lord's son, Gilmore, was killed by Ghislain Perdium, and that the Lord will take revenge. Reading this, Walter tells Randolph to summon the soldiers. It looks like this was a declaration of war from the Daigle family. Reading the message, Randolph says that those Daigle bastards must be out of their minds, saying that the Archduchess Ghislain killed Gilmore. The whole council is gathered, and they say that starting a war with a false pretext is outrageous, and that they need to be put in their place. They didn't even take into consideration how long House Perdium has been part of the Northern Alliance, while Walter remains silent, deep in thought. Someone says that it's because of the rune stones, which gets Walter's attention. This was Ghislain, asking whether the elders hadn't said that 2 of their retainers had gone to Daigle as envoys while he was at the magic tower, and that they must have leaked internal information about their territory. The elders, however, don't want to believe that, and ask Ghislain if he has any evidence to support such a dangerous claim. Ghislain looks at his father and thinks that actions taken for the good of the territory sometimes lead to its downfall. Randolph gets angry, saying they shouldn't overthink this, since their forces outnumber Daigle's, and they have far more real battle experience. He says they should make them pay for picking a fight with them when a soldier bursts into the room. He screams that he has bad news, drawing the entire council's attention. He tells them the Daigul army is already there. At the front of the army stands a man in full silver armor, with a white fur collar. He brought with him what appeared to be more than 300 soldiers and knights. On the walls, Randolph says that they've just declared war, and they are already here, and Alfred asks when they even had time to prepare all of this. Also, my count seems to have been way off, as one soldier confirmed about 6,000 armed troops plus 1,000 more coming as a supply unit, along with numerous siege weapons that they've already begun deploying. Alfred asks Randolph how the power gap can be this huge. Since Daigul is just as poor as Perdium, how did they raise such a huge army? Randolph says that this is why he warned them not to reduce their forces. Lord Perdium gets annoyed by all of this pointless chattering and tells everyone to get a grip. Talking among themselves will only delay their response, so he orders all the soldiers to gather at the wall. All citizens are to be brought into the castle, and every gate shut. He then tells his soldiers to hold their positions. He then tells everyone that the war has begun. All of this, while some guy with a yellow cape is humming a song while riding towards Perdium. This is Lord Deagle, saying that Gilmore, his son, was a useless loafer, but thanks to him, he now has a reason to strike Perdium. Looking at the castle, Count Tamos calls it magnificent. The Count then tells Victor to come with him, as he has something to discuss with his dear Perdium brother. From the wall, Walter asks Deagle, "What is this atrocity?" Tamos replies, asking how he could say this is an atrocity, since his beloved son Gilmore was killed on this land. He then accuses Ghislain of the murder of Gilmore, and asks Walter what parent wouldn't be enraged by their child's death. Looking up at Walter, Tamos tells him that if he surrenders now, it can end without bloodshed. Seeing this, Ghislain remains silent. Randolph calls him a liar to the end, and Alfred says that further conversation is meaningless. Ghislain thinks they've saved Elena, but with Gilmore's death, this was bound to happen. By bringing siege weapons, it looks like the Deagles really intend to crush them. In the end, it's just like Ghislain expected it to be. Walter tells Tamos that his son didn't kill Gilmore, which surprises Ghislain in a way. He tells Tamos that this is his final answer, and if he values his life, then he should leave. Hearing this, Tamos really gets scared. Seeing him, even Victor says that this truly is the spirit of a great general who guarded the north for so long. Tamos also said this would be expected of the Northern Wolf, and asked how much blood would be spilled because of his foolish choice, calling Walter his brother. He turns away his horse, telling Walter not to regret his decision later. Everyone on the wall then remains silent. Randolph tells Walter to entrust all the troops to him, saying they are nothing but a lot of poorly trained rabble, and that he will wipe them out. Homer and Alfred try to stop him, asking whether Randolph is insane. No matter how strong he is, the numerical gap is too big, and with just one loss, Perdium is finished. As Walter looks into the distance, they start exploring other options, like requesting aid from other territories. But can they even hold out until support arrives? Hearing all of this, Walter says that this is chaos, and that he cannot think straight. The sudden declaration of war, and the fact that they are already there, fully prepared. Besides that, the number of troops that Daigul shouldn't be capable of makes Walter ask himself who is supporting them. Walter wonders what he should do. Ghislain, by his side, tells his father that they should prepare for a siege. Looking at his son, Walter asks him why he says that. Ghislain explains that Deagle's forces are nearly 7,000, while Perdium barely managed to gather just over 2,000, which means that the gap is more than 3 times. They are fully prepared, and their morale is high. He tells his father that it will take about 15 days for their siege weapons to be ready, after which their assault will begin in full force. For now, Ghislain says, requesting aid and holding the castle is their best option. Walter tells Ghislain that he is right, and that normally, this is exactly what he would do, but he can't figure out what's behind this. Hearing this, Ghislain turns to his father. He then whispers something in his ear. I don't know what he told him, but this information seems to stun him. Dressed in his iconic full armor, with 15 days remaining before the clash, Ghislain says that he will put everything into turning the tables. Ghislain convenes a council of his own with Belinda, Kayor, and Jillian. Jillian and Kayor are silent, and Belinda says that the war has really begun. Ghislain acknowledges it, and says that he will tell everyone what they have to do. It looks like Ghislain is planning a surprise attack. Before the Daigles have the chance to strike, they will strike their supply unit first, and when their supplies are cut, continuing the war will be difficult. Belinda asks how they are going to do that, since the area in front of the castle is already occupied by Deagle's troops, so there are too many eyes. Anything they try will be noticed immediately. Ghislain then addresses Kayor and Jillian. Kayor tells Ghislain that, as he ordered, They've already stationed troops in the Beast Forest outpost, so if needed, they can hide in the forest without worrying about being discovered. Ghislain then says that the ponchos made from dirus ent bark, as requested by the Archduchess, have also been distributed to the soldiers, and the dark material makes them suitable for night operations as well. Ghislain says that if a large force moves, it will be easily spotted, but if a small elite unit wears camouflage, the ambush won't be easy to detect. The one problem is that they don't know where their supply unit is, so he turns to Belinda. That's when he tells her she needs to find the location of the supply unit. Seeing this, Belinda remains silent for a second. She then tells Ghislain she will do it. Ghislain thinks that sneaking into enemy lines while risking death is a dangerous mission, but if it's Belinda, she'll handle it with ease. The last thing they need is the ultimate trump card to end this war. That is Vanessa. A few days later, it looks like the operation is about to take place at Daigel's supply unit's camp. The former Perdium retainer, and now the supply unit's commander, Pabro, is toasting with a full glass of wine, saying that the war has finally begun, and that soon, even a lifelong retainer like him will finally receive land. He and the other retainer who have left Perdium are cheering, with Pabro saying that joining Desmond's side was definitely the right move, and that thanks to their troop support, he's gotten a cushy rear position, while the other says that it's all thanks to Pabro's excellent decision. Pabro then sips from the glass, wishing farewell to Perdium, and saying that soon, part of that land will be his. In the woods, two horses are hiding behind some bushes, examining the camp. This is Ghislain with his elite unit, saying that they have arrived right on time. Ghislain says that the weather is really gloomy too, and Kaor agrees, saying that you can't see a thing in this darkness. Ghislain lifts up his helmet's visor, saying that this is the perfect weather for a surprise attack. He then lowers his visor, saying they won't be taking any prisoners. As he rushes for the camp on his horse, he tells his people to kill everyone in the camp. In front stand two guards who look almost asleep. The noise from the unit's attack surely makes them stand up in an instant. With ease, Kaor, Ghislain, and Gillian kill everyone standing in their path. The soldiers in the camp realize that this is an ambush, and wonder what the hell the sentries are doing. This is the only words they manage to speak though, as next Gillian and Ghislain kill them, even before they manage to reach for their weapons. Ghislain tells his fellow soldiers that from now on, they will move according to plan, and that no one among them will be left alive. Some knight then informs Pabro that they have been ambushed, and he says he can see that, once again, asking what the guards are doing. Even so, he tries to stay calm, saying that they have 1,000 troops on their side, and orders his knights just to stop them. That is when the former retainer breaks the news to him. Over 70% of their forces are already down. Pabro remains silent for a second. He then tells the other retainer to run for it, as if this keeps up, he will lose his head. He doesn't get to finish his sentence as two needles are driven into the neck of his pal. He falls to the ground, scared by his friend's downfall, and it looks like Belinda is the one who threw the needles. She mocks him, saying that it's fancy to see him there, a vassal of Perdium. Seeing Belinda, Pabro seems to be scared shitless. Later, the whole base is covered in flames. Dead bodies are covering the ground like leaves in the autumn. Finally, Pabro is standing before Ghislain, Kaor, and Gillian. Belinda brought him there, saying he was one of the vassals sent as an envoy to Daigel, and not only had he sold information, but he had also been acting as the supply base commander. Seeing himself defeated, with his head pressed against the ground, he begs for mercy from Ghislain. Ghislain then asks him who bribed him. He tells Ghislain that it was Count Desmond who bribed him, and that this was his only choice, as they had threatened his life. Ghislain then realizes that he must have been the one giving troops to Daigel. Pabro continues, saying that even if he has fallen like this, he has been serving Perdium for a long time, and that he is sure Count Daigel would pay a hefty ransom for him, a profitable deal for Ghislain. Ghislain then gets down from his horse, telling Pabro to raise his head. Pabro thanks Ghislain for giving him a chance, saying that with this life he is spared, he will serve Perdium with everything he has. However, that might be a little hard to do without a head, the one that Ghislain just decapitated. He then says that for those who betray Perdium, there's only death, and so, after destroying the supply base, he marches back. Belinda and Kaor look toward Ghislain, with Kaor asking him what their next move is. Ghislain tells them that they will head right back to the castle. That is because the enemy should have begun their attack by now, so all attention will be on the castle. In the meantime, Ghislain says that they will strike their rear and throw them into chaos. While riding towards the battle, Ghislain tells Kaor and Belinda to support the left wall as soon as they arrive, and that he will take the right wall. Ghislain then calls for Gillian. He tells him he will be in charge of Daigel's base and will lead a surprise attack, fighting thousands with a small force, asking him if he is up to it. Hearing this, Gillian smiles. He then tells Ghislain that if this is an order, there will be no issues. Ghislain also smiles. Kaor says that Jillian always gets the fun stuff, and Belinda asks Ghislain who will be in charge of the gate. Ghislain, however, tells them to leave the gate alone. This seems to shock all of them. He then turns around with a smile. He says that this war will mark the beginning of a new chapter in Perdium's history. At the castle, Walter tells everyone to prepare for an attack. Archers are firing arrows, and crossbow-carrying cavalrymen are also commanded by Randolph, who tells everyone not to let the enemy get close. Even so, the Deagle army has begun climbing the walls. There are too many of them to hold back. Walter then tells everyone to assume a close-quarters combat position. As Tamos laughs at the ruin he is creating, Walter tells everyone not to let the enemy take the walls. He claps, calling this exhilarating, and says that even without watching, it's obvious this is over. He then orders the catapults to prepare for a second volley and crush them as fast as they can. Victor, looking at the scene, thinks that this will be the end of the Northern Wolf. As Walter fights on the walls, he says that he had a bit of hope, but it might be for nothing. Back to back with Randolph, they manage to hold off the soldiers attacking them. Randolph tells him that the walls are one thing, but at this rate, the gate's going to fall soon, and asks what his orders are. Walter closes his eyes and tells him to leave the gate alone. He then tells Randolph that they hold only the walls. He then asks Scoven about the reinforcements, and he tells Walter that the territories they have sent messengers to have all refused to help. The Zimbar and Rayfold territories said they have internal issues and can't assist. Every messenger sent to Count Logus has lost contact, so they have no news. Hearing this, Randolph asks how none of them are sending support. As Deagle continues their fierce attack, Randolph calls them ungrateful bastards. A soldier then comes to break the bad news to Count Tamos. He tells him that the supply unit has been attacked. The soldiers they've sent to request supplies still haven't returned, so something must have gone wrong with the supply unit. But Count Tamos tells him not to jump to conclusions, as there is no way the supply unit is down. He asks how those Perdium rats, stuck in the castle, know the supply's unit location and attack, but Victor seems to realize something. He sees the smoke in the distance and realizes that the only spot it could come from is the supply unit. He says that there is still someone in Perdium bold enough to think strategically. Victor finds this interesting. Tamos then turns to Lord Victor, asking what they should do, since the war has just begun, and without supplies, there's not much they can do. Victor lightly slaps Tamos across the face. He then tells him that they won't need supplies, because they will take the castle by the end of today. Hearing this, Tamos cannot believe it. Victor then looks towards the gate. He thinks that the assault on the left and right walls began long ago, but hasn't broken through yet, so Perdium's elite forces must be holding the line. But compared to the front gate seems to be free. That's when Victor figures it out. He points his sword towards the gate and tells all his troops to advance. He says that today, they will smash through their gate. Victor, standing on his horse, looks prepared for a siege. He looks to his right and calls for Aiden. Another knight then steps up on his horse. He then brings Victor a weird-looking weapon, like a spear merged with a sword. Aiden stands ready, with a shield in one hand and the weapon in the other. Victor looks towards him and tells him that he is going to break through the gate himself now. He instructs Aiden to remain there and hold that spot while he takes some soldiers and marches towards the gate. On the walls, Tamos's soldiers are still climbing, trying to conquer the castle. Walter and Randolph are killing them left and right with ease. Then, Scoven warns Walter about something. It looks like the enemy has come prepared with a siege tower as well. Seeing this, Walter wonders how they even knew the wall's height, and Randolph says they are already overwhelmed. If a siege tower arrives, they are truly finished. Walter then asks if the catapults are ready, and some soldiers say that they've just finished setting them up. Walter then orders his men to fire the catapult and destroy the siege tower, and so they do. Seeing this, the Tamos soldiers cannot believe it. Suddenly someone throws a spear. Its target was the projectile, and it hit perfectly. Seeing this, neither Walter, Randolph, nor Scovan can understand what happened. They ask who could have done that, while Victor is still riding towards the gate. The only person they can think of who could do something like that is Victor, whom now, closer to the gate, says that all the efforts of Perdium are without a use, since no matter how much they resist, their fall is inevitable. Victor then takes out his sword and orders the battering ram to be brought forward. Then the soldiers holding the ram charge towards the gate. While this is happening, the siege towers have arrived at the walls, and it looks like the Perdium soldiers are outnumbered. With the battering ram at the gate, Walter wonders where the heck is Ghislain. Just inside the gate, the mages brought from the flame magic tower are riled up in a circle, asking to be let go. Alfoy cries that they are mages, and they are not supposed to be caught up in some trashy estate war like this. Fergus, guarding the mages, says that this is the young lord's order, so they should remain calm, but it seems Alfoy is not that trusting of Ghislain. asking Fergus if he is blind, saying he cannot be calm in this situation. He tells Fergus to take a look at the gate, as letting a battering ram get close was a bad mistake, and that this war is already lost. Alfoy screams that this castle is done for, but Vanessa doesn't seem to agree. She tells Alfoy not to worry, as Ghislain will surely fix everything, but he is annoyed to hear her speak. Alfoy screams at Vanessa, telling her that Ghislain is a joke of an archduke, and that thanks to that bastard, he's never been dragged through hell like this, and now he is even about to die because of him. Yet Vanessa still has faith in him, and tries to convince Alfoy that everything will be fine. Alfoy screams at them to shut up, and asks if she is really going to follow the orders of a lunatic. She then says that the young lord is not a lunatic, but something more. A few days ago, it seemed like Vanessa had used magic. Weak magic, but at least she managed to do it. She apologizes to Ghislain, saying she has finally learned to do it, but that's all she can manage. Ghislain, however, seems happy, saying that it's fine for now, and just being able to use magic is enough, as the lacking mana will build over time. He then tells Vanessa to come along with him because he has to show her something. It looks like some soldiers are digging up a trench and filling it with runestones. Looking at it, Vanessa does not understand why Ghislain buries runestones. Alfoy then screams at Ghislain. He asks why, if he's making the mages dig, and if he doesn't have soldiers for this. He wouldn't move the runestones outside the castle. Hearing him speak, Gordon picks him up by the neck and tells him there should be no chatting during work. Vanessa wants to say that this is not okay, but Ghislain says it's preparation. No matter how hard they struggle, they cannot withstand their endless assault. The gate will break, but that doesn't mean there's no way to win. Vanessa then realizes what Ghislain means. Standing in the circle, she hits the center of the rune circle with her staff. Suddenly, Alfoy realizes that this is a mana transfer circle, and so, Vanessa remembers what Ghislain told her, that she can do it. Ghislain is also riding towards the gate. With the gate almost down, soldiers with crossbows are standing at the gate, waiting for the signal to fire. From the wall, Randolph prompts Walter to look in a direction. Some soldiers are coming from the back. Seeing them, Walter realizes what that means. That is Ghislain's unit. A soldier then comes to Victor to report. He says that unknown cavalry units are launching ambushes from the front and the rear on both sides. Ghislain and all the other mercenaries are killing Daigel soldiers left and right. Seeing this, the soldiers are asking what is happening, as they've heard Perdium won't be getting any reinforcements. Then, a soldier shouts for them to shoot, and not just stand there. And so, a rain of arrows is flying towards Ghislain. Only it seems Ghislain and his horse jumped over it and are now just above the soldiers who attacked him. With just a couple of swings, he gets rid of all of them. Ghislain has left behind a massacre. Seeing this, the other soldiers cannot believe it and ask if he's a monster. Ghislain then lifts his helmet visor, saying that from now on, it's counterattack time. With this, all of Ghislain's soldiers attack the units at the wall. It looks like Ghislain has taken the right wall, and Belinda and Kaor the left one, with the gate still undefended. Meanwhile, it looks like the Daigel main camp destruction is also following. Gillian and a couple of other mercenaries are running a surprise attack. Gillian tells Gordon and Toran that he will draw their attention, and that they should spread out wide and disable their key facilities. They do as told, killing everyone left and right. A mercenary laughs at the enemy's panicked faces, and tells one of the victims that by the time he returns to his base, it will already be reduced to ashes. Seeing this, Count Tamos asks what the heck is going on, and how they're the ones being ambushed, while one knight tries to take him away and evacuate the place. Just as this happens, Gillian is approaching, holding a giant double-sided axe, prepared to take Tamos's head. In reality, Gillian tells him that he wants him as a hostage. Seeing him approach, Tamos shits his pants. All of a sudden, a spear appears, heading towards Gillian. Just in the last second, Gillian notices it. He manages to use his own weapon and block the attack. This man stands now between Gillian and Tamos. Looking at him, Gillian acknowledges that he is a strong fella. Preparing his weapon again, the man states that Gillian needs guts in order to pull off a surprise attack on the main base with a small force like that. He then presents himself as Aiden Prasso. He then asks for Gillian's name. Annoyed, Gillian looks him directly in his eyes. He simply says that he has no name, and that he is merely a weapon wielded by the Grand Duke of Perdium. Back at the left fortress wall, chaos stands. Belinda and Kaor are fighting together, killing enemy soldiers with ease. Kaor even seems to have a lot of fun doing that. Belinda tells him to stop splattering blood her way, but Kaor tells her to handle that herself, calling her an old lady. At the right fortress wall, Ghislain is swinging his sword with as much force as possible, fighting in the middle of the war. Seeing him, the soldiers start screaming, saying that everyone is going to die, screaming for everyone to run away. It seems like this is Ghislain's strategy, to fight and kill everyone with a full charge while the enemy is confused, overwhelming them. Ghislain then says that he will bring down the siege tower himself. Hearing this, the mercenaries raise their swords, screaming that they will follow Captain Ghislain and crush these bastards completely. One general from the enemy army calls the soldiers a disorganized bunch and says that running back on the battlefield is foolish. He then commands the spearmen to block the front, where Ghislain is coming from. Ghislain then tells his horse to dodge the attacks on its own. As he approaches the spearmen, they drive their spears towards Ghislain's horse. However, it looks like they didn't even manage to scratch the horse, and Ghislain is gone. Sadly for them, they didn't look above them. While falling, Ghislain pins one of the spearmen to the ground with his crotch. Then he starts spinning, killing everyone near him. Within seconds, it looks like Ghislain killed all the spearmen. Then he looks towards the siege tower, where at least 100 men must be waiting for him. Seeing the wall condition, Ghislain says that it's in worse condition than he would have thought, wondering if it's because of the siege tower, and says that at this rate, the fortress wall will fall before they get through the fortress gate. The allied cavalry is somehow keeping them at bay, but the difference in their numbers is way too big, and if they let this fray on, they will get surrounded by them. The general then orders his soldiers to stop Ghislain, saying that now, with the siege tower in play, the fortress wall will soon fall, and so he doesn't care if Ghislain still stands. He just needs to be kept there. Ghislain then says there is no time, and that he must do it before they lose momentum. They must secure their win, and so he jumps into the fight. With ease, he kills the soldier heading towards him. He cuts through everyone coming at him with grace and no emotion. The crossbowmen realize that he is targeting the siege tower, and they start firing at him to keep him at a distance. Even so, Ghislain dodges with ease. Then, he reaches the general. With one swing, he drives his sword right through the man's chest. Then he throws him away. It looks like the direction is the crossbowman on the siege tower. It looks like Ghislain threw his sword as well, which got stuck on one of the wooden pieces. However, he used a mana thread before throwing the sword. That allows him to pull back the sword as well. He does so, and he keeps advancing through the troops towards the tower. Seeing him, the soldiers are completely frightened. I would be too if I saw this guy approaching me. Approaching the siege tower, Ghislain smashes his sword right at its base. It looks like this was enough to tear it down from the base to the top. Seeing that, the soldiers don't know what to do. Victor is also surprised to see Ghislain's power, saying that he wouldn't even have thought someone was capable of something like this here. He wonders if Ghislain is the commander. He then turns to one of his soldiers, asking if the front gate hasn't been breached yet, and the soldier has no favorable reply. He tells Victor that the gate's defenses are stronger than they've expected, and they've been slightly delayed by internal resistance, but they should be able to break through in about 10 minutes. Hearing this, Victor remains silent for a second. He then turns his horse away and tells the soldier to make it 5, while in the meantime, he will go and take out their commander, so they should have that gate open when he returns. He tells the man that if he fails, he will die by his hand. Seeing this, the man almost cries and says that he understands. As Victor is leaving, someone calls him a flying tin can, taking his attention. This person tells him that he will not be going anywhere. Victor looks his way and asks who he is. The man presents himself as Kaor, the commander of the Cerberus mercenaries. He then points his sword towards Victor and tells him to come and play. After making his declaration, Kaor rushes toward Victor on horseback, prepared to launch a devastating attack. Victor, however, remains completely unthreatened. As the distance closes, Victor simply prompts his horse to buck, striking Kaor's horse in the neck with its hind legs. The blow sends the animal crashing to the ground. Kaor leaps into the air just as Victor tries to cut him down in a single motion. For a moment, it seems Kaor has seized the upper hand. He prepares to strike back, lunging with his blade, but Victor parries the blow effortlessly. Kaor is not one to go down easily and tries to slash him again, but once more, Victor stops the attack with ease. Watching him, Kaor cannot believe the sheer strength he is up against. Victor remarks that he has met countless people like Kaor before, dismissively knocking the mercenary's sword aside. He calls Kaor a mediocre fighter who relies on nothing but brute force. Victor then shifts to the offensive, slashing at Kaor without even looking. Kaor manages to block the strike, but the overwhelming power behind it is too much. With just one strike, Victor shatters Kaor's sword and leaves him injured. Victor looks down at Kaor and remarks that there is nothing easier to deal with than beasts who simply swing their paws on instinct. Kaor is pinned to the ground while Victor hasn't even bothered to dismount from his horse. In this moment, Kaor finally realizes the vast gulf in their abilities. He recalls Ghislain's warning that Victor is the hidden joker of the Desmond family. Kaor remembers asking if Victor was stronger than Ghislain, and Ghislain admitted he was stronger than anyone Kaor had ever faced, except for Ghislain himself. Ghislain's plan was to use an overwhelming advantage in numbers to force the enemy to focus on defense. At that moment, Victor would likely break through the weakened gate to launch an all-out attack. This, Ghislain noted, was exactly what he wanted. However, Kaur knows that if Victor makes it through that gate, the plan will end in a worst-case scenario. Kaur realizes he has only one job. He must hold Victor down for as long as possible. Realizing how desperate his situation is, Kaur lets out a nervous laugh. He picks up the broken remains of his sword, clutching it like a dagger while trying to stanch his bleeding with his other hand. He thinks to himself that Ghislain might be asking a bit too much of him. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Ghislain is engaged in combat with another knight on horseback. This is Lord Adon's finest knight. As they clash, Adon's soldiers shout for their lord to step back and stay safe. The other mercenaries are busy thinning the enemy ranks, trying to prevent any interference in Ghislain's duel. Ghislain finds the entire situation annoying, muttering that there is no time to waste. The enemy's shield is incredibly sturdy, blocking attacks from all angles, and Ghislain finds himself unable to pierce through. He wonders when he last met someone so resilient. Even so, he knows a strong shield will not be enough to stop him. Declaring that he has no more time to play, Ghislain swings his axe with every ounce of power he possesses. While blocking with his shield, Adon remarks that Ghislain's efforts are totally pointless. Though it was a heavy blow, he insists that Ghislain cannot break through his defense. Adon then maneuvers away, causing Ghislain's axe to lash harmlessly against the ground. Adon immediately counters with an attack, but Ghislain manages to parry it using the handle of his axe. The two exchange strikes again until Adon manages to kill Ghislain's horse, sending him crashing to the ground. At this moment, Adon clearly holds the upper hand. Looking down on his opponent, Adon tells Ghislain to fall and smacks him into the dirt with his shield. Neither Kaur nor Ghislain seem to be doing well, and to make matters worse, the gates to the estate have finally fallen. Seeing the breach, Ghislain's father and the other knights are overcome by a sense of danger. Even so, this turn of events must have been exactly what Ghislain wanted. Witnessing the breach, Elfoy tells Vanessa that the enemy is getting past the gate. Since she has already taken all their mana, he begs her to do something, but Vanessa replies that it isn't done yet. She needs more mana. Seeing the fallen gate, Victor orders everyone to attack, commanding them to take over the castle. He turns to one of the knights and tells him to bring the Count's guard forward, as Victor intends to eliminate all the enemy commanders. However, Kaur interjects, telling Victor he isn't going anywhere. Despite being badly beaten, Kaur refuses to let him pass so easily. Victor asks Kaur if, as a mercenary captain, he has forgotten how to value his own life, wondering why he would even bother to challenge him again. A similar conversation is taking place between Adon and Ghislain, with Adon pointing out that the gate has fallen. Both knights try to end their respective duels in a peaceful manner, telling Kaur and Ghislain that they have already lost. Victor and Adon essentially deliver the same message. While the bold surprise attack was unexpected, the result remains the same. They claim the fatal mistake was trusting a strike team that would decide a family's fate to mere mercenaries. They argue that no matter how skilled a mercenary is, they cannot defeat a highly trained knight, and as mercenaries they should know when to run if a job isn't worth their lives. Despite this, Kaur says he doesn't care. He insists that on the battlefield it doesn't matter if you are a mercenary or a knight. All that matters is winning or losing. With renewed resolve, both Ghislain and Kaur launch themselves at the knights once more. Adon tells Ghislain that he has no interest in a loser's excuses, but the next exchange brings a surprise. Adon strikes with his spear toward Ghislain's axe handle, pinning it to the ground. While his weapon is caught, Ghislain counters by attacking with the inner part of his axe. Adon manages to raise his shield in time, but Ghislain's strike kills Adon's horse, forcing the knight to the ground. Adon calls Ghislain a wretched mercenary, outraged that he would dare such a tactic. Ghislain doesn't hesitate for a second. He draws his axe far behind his head, preparing to strike Adon from above to end the fight in one blow. Once again, Adon's shield proves to be a formidable barrier, but Ghislain remarks that even the sturdiest defense has a gap. He draws a secondary blade, stating that he has already offered his life to the young lord to serve as his weapon. Ghislain declares that he shall only bring his lord victory. With a swift, precise motion, he drives his dagger through the narrow opening in Adon's helmet. On the other side of the battlefield, Kaur charges Victor. As he runs, Kaur admits to himself that Victor is stronger and that he might die, but he believes that landing just one strike will be enough. After all, his primary mission was never to kill Victor, but simply to hold him down. The scene shifts to a memory of a conversation Kaur had with Ghislain before the operation began. Kaur asked Ghislain how he had done it, and Ghislain asked what he meant. Kaur brought up their previous bet, saying he was baffled by how Ghislain had dodged every strike, and asked him to share the secret. Ghislain explained with a smile that the physical movement was not the true focus. He told Kaur that anyone facing him for the first time would assume he was charging blindly like an animal. Ghislain emphasized the importance of being underestimated by his opponents, as that was exactly the mistake made by Victor. Kaur successfully evades every strike thrown by Victor. Kaur flings a dagger to create a distraction, but Victor parries the blade in one fluid motion and sends Kaur's primary sword flying into the air. Victor remarks that hasty, desperate decisions are always made by fools who don't realize they are making their last choice. As Victor raises the sword to drive it through Kaur's head, Kaur recalls the rest of Ghislain's advice. It can be done if you hide your true intention within the movement. At the absolute last moment, Kaur twists away. Victor's blade only grazes him as he reaches out to catch the sword mid-air. He uses Victor's own arm as leverage to pull himself upward. Victor witnesses an irregular maneuver that he had not expected. The opening Kaur needs for a single, decisive blow appears, not against the knight, but against his mount. Kaur kills the horse instantly when he drives the sword through it. Victor is forced to leap away as the beast collapses, while Kaur strikes the ground face first, exhausted. Victor realizes that Kaur made a calculated gamble through the irregular movement used to catch the deflected blade. He wonders if shifting an extremely disadvantageous situation was Kaur's intended groundwork, a level of skill reached only by those prepared for death. Victor admits, while looking down at the fallen mercenary, that Kaur was not as thoughtless as he had judged him to be. From the dirt, Kaur mutters that the situation is excellent. As he approaches Kaur, Victor notes that limits are often surpassed at the crossroads of life and death, but he states that Kaur has ultimately failed. Victor says that he chose the wrong opponent. He asks a final question regarding whether Kaur holds any last words. Nothing can be seen in Kaur's dark eyes, but he says something that catches Victor's attention. Kaur expresses happiness that he successfully landed the hit. A confused Victor demands to know what he means by that. Suddenly, he senses a lethal presence from above. Victor dodges just in time, as a massive attack strikes the earth, a strike that could only have come from one person. The attacker is Belinda. She throws a grappling hook while still mid-air, and Kaur's clothes are snagged. She pulls Kaur away and hauls him onto her horse as she makes a landing and begins their escape. Watching Belinda ride off with Kaur, Victor doesn't understand the meaning behind the statement of having landed a hit. Victor remarks that, although he lost a steed to that one strike, he would have died, if not for the woman's help. However, he notes that Kaur was not so foolish as to trade his life for nothing. Victor realizes that every action Kaur took until now was worth risking his life for a specific purpose. He casts a glance down at his dead horse, and a sudden realization occurs. Victor looks toward the gate, where the soldiers are rushing toward the enemy castle, but he senses that something is wrong. Inside, Vanessa is preparing a spell. She holds a relentless expression, as sweat pours from her face, and mana flows everywhere. Victor realizes that the entirety of Kaur's effort was intended to hold him in place. Vanessa remembers the words of Ghislain. The situation can be flipped to their advantage with her magic, even when the enemies have reached their very noses. She recalls that when she questioned her own ability, Ghislain gave a smirk and expressed his confidence in her. Vanessa finally activates the spell. A powerful wave of magic erupts, and blue light flows everywhere. She speaks the words, "Flame strike." Every soldier approaching is caught in the fire, and a massive explosion follows. Everyone is basically burned to death by the power of the spell. The commotion is so great that the entire area is engulfed in flames, and all who see it react with disbelief. Only Ghislain realizes the true extent of the power. As the soldiers burn and screams for help are heard, only a few manage to retreat from the castle. Ghislain meets those who escape, and he gives the order for the gate to be surrounded. He commands that no one be allowed to escape. Victor falls to his knees as he realizes the reality of the situation. A knight, shielding himself, calls out to Sir Victor and reports that the situation is troublesome because most of the soldiers have been incinerated. He requests a retreat. Victor remarks that the situation is irritating. He sees that a war meticulously planned has been thwarted, and every path for Perdium's survival has seemingly been blocked. However, he notes the presence of special forces, the Mad Dog, and an elder-class mage. He realizes that these factors are far too perfectly aligned to be a mere coincidence. He concludes that he has fallen directly into Ghislain's trap. Victor gives an order for the soldiers to assemble so a temporary retreat can be made. He remarks that the lack of trees will allow them to regroup at the main camp once they are clear of the fire. He states that capturing the place will take longer than planned, but says it cannot be helped. He orders a call for Adon immediately, but Victor is silenced by a disturbing sight. Jillian is seen appearing, holding Aiden's helmet, and he projects a readiness to kill. Ghislain asks whether Victor is the commander of the guard. Victor stares at the helmet and realizes that Adon's head is inside. Ghislain drops the helmet and states that the main forces are finished. He points an axe at Victor and demands his surrender. While the enemy is still being defeated by Ghislain's soldiers, a smirk is seen on Victor's face. Victor shouts at Ghislain that such a suggestion is laughable. He prepares a sword and asks whether Ghislain truly believes the war would end this way. Victor declares that every one of their heads will be cut off by his own hand. He launches an attack toward Ghislain and shouts that the war has only just begun. As all of this unfolds, Ghislain's troops successfully catch the enemy in the trap. Lord Ghislain tells his men that the enemy is basically mouse-trapped in a snare and shouts for them not to let anyone escape the fire. He then says that this is their golden opportunity to turn the tides of the war, and his soldiers are ordered not to spare a single one of them as the fight continues. A few seconds later, Belinda shows up on her horse and asks if the young master is okay. She asks Ghislain if he is hurt anywhere, but he says that he's fine and asks how they are doing. Belinda seems to be all right, but looking at Kaor, he clearly isn't doing so well. Even so, Kaor manages a thumbs up to let everyone know he's fine, which makes Ghislain huff and smile. Belinda then starts shouting at Ghislain, saying that a disaster could have happened if things had played out even a little later. She mentions that she thought his plan was ridiculous when she first heard it, but Ghislain simply smirks and asks if it didn't seem doable to her in the end. Belinda tells Ghislain never to suggest such a plan again, noting that every single mana runestone was spent on that one strike. She adds that he should be sure to give Vanessa some compliments later. Ghislain remains silent for a moment before asking Belinda about Ghislain's whereabouts. Realizing that Ghislain hasn't yet returned, Ghislain takes the reins of his horse, dons his mask, and heads toward the battlefront. At that moment, Victor and Ghislain are locked in combat. Victor tries to strike Ghislain down, but the blow is parried. A wave of attacks follows, yet Ghislain manages to block them all by staying behind the head of his axe. Ghislain notes the incredible weight and momentum behind Victor's strikes. Victor's movements are a testament to his power. He leaps over lethal strikes and launches counterattacks without a second thought. With his latest strike, Victor manages to wound Ghislain. Ghislain realizes that Victor's strength and speed are ridiculous, leaving him no time to rest. He acknowledges that at this rate, he might die in this fight. Victor lunges with another attack, calling Ghislain a disgusting mercenary, and remarking that such men always try to take a mile when given an inch. Ghislain tries to parry, but Victor pins the axe to the ground and with a swift motion disarms him. Victor declares that Ghislain has finally crossed a line and drives his sword through Ghislain's stomach. Blood spills from Ghislain's mouth, yet Victor remains relentless. It appears that Ghislain managed to twist the blade at the last moment to evade a vital point. Victor tells Ghislain that it clearly wasn't just luck that allowed him to defeat Adon, as no one else has ever received an attack like that. He mentions that while it was a foolish decision to challenge him while exhausted, he wouldn't be angry about being killed by a man of Ghislain's caliber. Victor then shouts for him to die. An instant later, a sword flies from behind, forcing Victor to pull away from Ghislain. Victor demands to know who would dare interfere, only to recognize the figure approaching. Ghislain picks up Ghislain's axe, heaves it onto his shoulder, and faces Victor head-on. Victor immediately recognizes the black armor. Ghislain unleashes his power and attacks without hesitation. He leaps high into the air to strike Victor down, but the attack is blocked. Victor is driven back, realizing his strength might not be enough to easily defeat this new opponent. Both men begin to fight, and Ghislain proves to be on par with Victor. Their attacks are equally strong, and neither can find a quick victory. Every attack Victor throws is parried. Ghislain then uses his axe as leverage to jump, catching Victor's body between his legs to pin him to the ground, but Victor manages to escape. Victor realizes that Ghislain's movements are entirely unpredictable, and that a single mistake will mean his death. He wonders how such a powerful individual could stay hidden within Perdium. Ghislain tells Victor that he knows everything about him, from his power and strategy to the factions supporting him from the shadows. Victor wonders if this is all a trap. He uses his sword to stand his ground and attacks Ghislain once more, calling his words nonsense. While locked in combat with Ghislain, Victor insists that there is no way Perdium could have known about the grand project they had been conducting in absolute secrecy. Ghislain launches another heavy strike with his axe, but Victor blocks the blow with his sword, identifying his opponent as the hidden joker of Count Desmond. Victor manages to pin the axe to the ground and prepares to decapitate Ghislain, warning him not to think he would fall for such cheap trickery a second time. However, the maneuver is not enough to defeat Ghislain. He uses the pinned axe as a pivot, leaping above it to deflect the incoming attack and dodge. Channeling his force, Ghislain rips the axe from the earth and prepares a lethal strike from above. Victor attempts to parry, but Ghislain strikes him with his feet instead, pinning him to the ground and preparing to end his life. With the last of his strength, Victor grips his sword with both hands to halt the descent of the blade, but the weapon fails to hold. Ghislain's attack breaks through, and Victor's helmet is sent flying. The strike is not fatal, though it clearly leaves Victor shaken. His face is revealed, characterized by blonde hair, a blonde beard, and treacherous eyes. Leaving the axe behind, Ghislain approaches the sword he threw earlier and retrieves it from the ground. He remarks that while he enjoys using axes, this sword simply fits his style better. Seeing that he is on the verge of defeat, Victor demands to know the true identity of the man before him. Ghislain initially hesitates to answer, but eventually prepares to remove his mask. He declares that he is the young lord of Perdium, Ghislain Perdium, as he casts his mask aside. Upon hearing the name of his opponent, Victor is struck with disbelief. He turns his gaze to the dirt, processing the revelation, before bursting into a sudden fit of laughter. He finds it impossible to grasp that he, the strongest knight in the north, has been defeated by a man he considers a mere scoundrel. Ghislain remains unmoved, stating that this is exactly what has happened, and that today, the world will see who truly holds the title of the strongest in the north. Victor rises to his feet, calling Ghislain's confidence arrogant. He notes that he will not even ask how such a trap was orchestrated, as he considers it fundamental in war, to use every means necessary for a decisive victory, regardless of the process. In his eyes, whoever remains standing at the conclusion is the true winner. Victor then begins to focus his core, unleashing his true power, and asks if Ghislain agrees with that philosophy. Ghislain readies his sword, agreeing that Victor is absolutely right, and begins to manifest his own core power in response. The fight commences as Ghislain challenges Victor to come at him. The war remains far from over as the two titans clash across the battlefield. Victor and Ghislain attack simultaneously, each attempting to demonstrate their superior power, yet they remain perfectly balanced. Neither manages to land a decisive blow. The air is filled with a rapid succession of blocks, strikes, and dodges. The exchange happens so quickly it is a blur, but Ghislain eventually gains a momentary advantage. He leaps onto Victor's sword and delivers a sharp kick to the knight's face. Victor's head snaps back, and Ghislain immediately swings to decapitate him, but Victor manages to recover in time to block the strike. Regaining his composure, Victor applies immense pressure to Ghislain's blade and successfully shoves him back. During the struggle, a grazing blow from Victor's sword catches Ghislain, prompting a triumphant laugh from the knight. Victor immediately presses his advantage, launching a fresh barrage of attacks. Ghislain blocks each one with ease, until Victor manages to surprise him with a low strike. Ghislain leaps into the air to dodge the maneuver. Victor attempts to catch him while he is airborne, but Ghislain proves to be faster. Upon landing, Ghislain lunges for an attack of his own, which Victor manages to halt by holding his sword high. The combat reaches a pace that no ordinary soldier or knight could hope to follow. Their strength is nearly equal, each blow carrying enough force to overwhelm a lesser opponent. Eventually, Victor manages to pin Ghislain's sword against the ground. He attempts to slide his blade up for a finishing move, but Ghislain anticipates the intent. At the last possible second, Ghislain dodges to the side and thrusts his sword between them to reset the distance. Ghislain manages to seize Victor by the neck and slams him violently into the ground. He recovers his sword and immediately launches a downward strike, but Victor rolls away at the last possible second to evade the blade. Attempting a desperate counter, Victor uses his sword to spray dirt toward Ghislain's face to blind him. Ghislain, anticipating the move, raises his hand to shield his eyes while Victor lunges forward, aiming his sword directly at Ghislain's head. Ghislain acknowledges that Victor is indeed formidable, noting that even with his power amplified by the third core, the gap between them is narrow. He reflects on the beginning of the war, when he attacked Count Desmond and found these same forces standing in his way. He remembers clashing swords dozens of times until he finally achieved victory, though it wasted far too much precious time. He realizes that if men of this caliber were truly determined to destroy Perdium, its downfall would be inevitable. In that moment, Ghislain knows he must make a final decision. As Victor launches another assault, Ghislain declares that he shall deliver nothing but death to those who pose a threat to his people. The two clash one last time, and it appears as though both have been impaled. However, the reality of the exchange quickly becomes clear. At the critical moment, Ghislain had shoved Victor's blade aside, trapping it securely between his arm and chest, while his own sword found its mark. In his final moments, Victor's thoughts turn to Lord Desmond before his body finally collapses to the earth. The duel is over, and Ghislain stands as the victor. He looks down at Victor, whose body lies motionless on the ground, and begins to turn away. However, Victor manages to voice one last question, asking again who Ghislain truly is. He gasps that the Ghislain he once knew was nothing more than a loser in Perdium, the trash of the north. Victor admits that it no longer matters, but he tells Ghislain that the fight was truly enjoyable, a final testament to Ghislain's unexpected power. Ghislain continues to walk away, never once looking back. The following morning, the battlefield is revealed, blanketed by the remains of the fallen. Returning toward the estate, Ghislain carries the wounded Ghislain toward the gates, where the entire army sits in wait. Ghislain is struck by the sight of them, while his father and the soldiers look upon him with utter amazement. To the side, Belinda, Kaor, and the other mercenaries wait expectantly for him to speak. Ghislain finally smiles and asks if everyone is still alive. Upon hearing his voice, the mercenaries rush forward, exclaiming that they have never seen anything like this in their entire careers. They ask about the nature of the magic that gave them goosebumps, and Ghislain thanks them all for following his lead, telling them they did a magnificent job. Kaor, clutching his injured left arm, teases Ghislain, calling him a gramps for needing to be carried over a simple stab wound. Ghislain dismisses the injury as nothing. Ghislain asks Belinda about Vanessa's condition. Belinda explains that Vanessa is completely drained of energy, but will be fine, as Fergus has already moved her and the other mages inside the castle. The knight captain then approaches and pulls Ghislain into a proud embrace, declaring him the true successor of Perdium. Ghislain wipes a bead of sweat from his cheek and tells the captain he also did a great job. His attention then turns to his father, who approaches in silence. Lord Perdium looks at his son, and for a moment, they face one another without showing any emotion. Suddenly, Lord Perdium pulls Ghislain into a tight, unyielding hug. He tells Ghislain that he has done an amazing job, admitting that when he first heard the plan, he believed it was impossible, yet Ghislain managed to achieve it. Ghislain insists that victory was only possible because his father perfectly fended off the enemies at the castle walls, but Lord Perdium disagrees, stating that it was all thanks to his son. Lord Perdium raises Ghislain's arm toward the sky, announcing to everyone that Ghislain is the reason for their victory. He declares that this is the moment Perdium won, and the credit belongs to Ghislain. The air is filled with laughter and cheers. Kaor, Belinda, and Ghislain look on with immense happiness as the mercenaries scream Ghislain's name. Ghislain smiles, realizing that this moment of unity is exactly what he came back for. However, he reminds himself that the war is not yet over. Randolph asks Lord Perdium what he plans to do now, stating that he will go to check on the state of the soldiers right away. Walter Perdium tells Ghislain that he should recall his soldiers as well, noting that there will be much to do from now on, and advising him to take a rest. However, Ghislain informs his father that he cannot do that, which takes Walter by surprise. Ghislain explains that no time can be wasted, and that a formal surrender must be secured from Count de Garde as quickly as possible. Walter tells Ghislain not to worry, as he intends to head out for the surrender tomorrow. Ghislain insists that tomorrow will be too late. He declares his intention to head to Count de Garde's territory with the mercenaries immediately, and requests to be granted the authority of a lord's deputy. Randolph wonders if such measures are truly necessary, and Walter points out that the war has just ended. He asks Ghislain if there is really a need to be so hasty when he and all his soldiers must be exhausted. Ghislain tells his father that the war isn't over yet. This statement strikes Walter, who does not understand his son's meaning. Ghislain explains that Count de Garde broke their alliance and declared war to seize their territory. Therefore, he cannot be given any time to think. Ghislain asserts that, if they let this slide, the Count will surely strike again. He argues that they must strike immediately, press the advantage, and demand reparations on their own terms, so that the Count will never dare challenge them again. Thinking about it, Walter acknowledges that while it would be understandable to bask in victory for a moment, Ghislain is already planning the next move. Realizing how much his son has grown, Walter gives his permission to go, stating that when a chance to end things decisively appears, they must push forward to take it. Ghislain bows his head and thanks his father. Before Ghislain leaves, Walter reminds him that Count de Garde was once their ally, and is a noble who swore loyalty to the royal family, so he must be treated with as much courtesy as the situation allows. Ghislain tells his father not to worry about that. Ghislain turns toward Kaor and Belinda, asking if they are able to move. Kaor replies that his injury is only a scratch. Ghislain mounts his horse and tells his friends they need to move. They ride at full speed toward de Garde territory and arrive at the castle shortly after. Inside, Lord de Garde is in a state of disbelief. He reflects on how he only accepted the secret treaty because of the Desmond family's reputation for strength, yet they were defeated by the scrubby Perdiums. De Garde's administrator Lowell attempts to tell his lord to calm down, but Lord Degard simply shouts at him to shut up, asking if he looks like a man who can find peace. Pointing a finger at Lowell, Degard orders him to stop standing around and begin preparing for surrender negotiations. He instructs the bureaucrats to prepare for reparations, prompting Lowell to ask exactly what his lord means. Count Degard explains that Count Perdium is an idiot known for respecting customs and honor, so he will surely accept the negotiations. He reasons that since the Perdiums are desperate for money, he can overcome this crisis by offering reparations and then shifting the responsibility for the entire mess onto Count Desmond. Lowell points out that they have poured their entire treasury into this war and asks where the money for reparations would even come from. Annoyed, Count Degard begins choking Lowell with his right hand. He screams at him, calling him an idiot, and questioning how he has worked there so long with such a mind. He tells Lowell to simply squeeze the money out of the citizens. When he asks if Lowell feels guilty because of his own peasant roots, he tells him that those animals are not more important than his own life. Choking and coughing, Lowell agrees that his lord is the only one who matters. Lord Degard throws Lowell to the ground, telling him to remember who his master is and to get moving. Looking up, Lowell reflects that while he has been forced into administering this territory, he can no longer endure such tyranny. He realizes the people will truly revolt this time. A knight then enters the room with troublesome news. The soldiers from Perdium have already arrived. Inside the meeting hall, the mercenaries look around the room. Count Degard sits at his desk with Lowell behind him, while Ghislain's soldiers form a path through the room. Degard cannot believe the soldiers arrived so quickly, and questions the heavy atmosphere. He realizes things are not unfolding as planned, but still shouts for Count Perdium to face him. However, he is met with a surprise as Ghislain enters the room alongside Belinda and Kaor. Ghislain asks Count Degard if he has prepared for the surrender negotiations, addressing him by his first name, Tamos. Standing up from his desk, Count Degard asks why the son is there instead of Walter. Ghislain explains that his father is busy focusing on the recovery of the territory, and as the Lord's deputy, he has been put in charge of the negotiations. Ghislain then gives the order to his soldiers to force the man to his knees. A few hours earlier, Ghislain, Belinda, and Kaor, along with the other mercenaries, had departed from Perdium toward the Degard territory. Seeing the immense distance they needed to cover, Kaor remarked that the Degard lord was certainly fast when it came to running away. He questioned Ghislain about what kind of lord abandons his soldiers to flee back to his territory so quickly. Gordon apologized, noting that Tamos had escaped because they let him slip away, but Kaor pointed out that Gillian was the one who let him slip. Kaor added that Gordon and the others had still done a good job. Watching them, Ghislain thought to himself that perhaps he should give Kaor his own chance to face Gillian one day. Kaor then asked Ghislain why he was even offering the man a surrender negotiation, wondering if that meant he intended to spare him. Ghislain explained that Count Degard was a shameless bastard who tried to take over Perdium under the pretext of seeking vengeance for his successor. He noted that if Perdium demanded excessive reparations, it would put them in an uncomfortable political spot, and Tamos would likely just end the negotiations. Hearing this, Kaor complained that Ghislain and the others were making things more complicated than necessary, asking why they didn't just march in and wipe everything out. Belinda asked Kaor if he truly believed disputes between nobles could be resolved like a fight between mercenaries. Kaor countered that nobles and mercenaries are all human. He questioned what made nobles better, especially since they were the ones who attacked first. Ghislain ended the argument, telling Kaor not to overthink it, as he was merely stating what his father, Lord Perdium, would do. This worried Belinda, who asked what he meant by that. Ghislain simply replied that he is different. As they arrived at the castle, Ghislain declared that he was going to make the Degard territory his own. Back in the present moment, Kaor and another mercenary seize Lord Tamos and force him down. Tamos shouts at Ghislain, demanding to know the meaning of this and ordering the mercenaries to take their dirty hands off him. They force him to his knees as Ghislain walks up to face him. Belinda whispers to Ghislain, asking if this is really okay. She tells him that if his father asks about this later, he should know she tried to stop him. Ghislain reassures her that he knows. Lord Tamos continues shouting, claiming he has sworn allegiance to the kingdom. He asks Ghislain if he truly thinks he can get away with treating a subject of the king this way, and demands immediate respect. Ghislain, however, pulls his sword and points it directly at Tamos's face. He speaks the count's name, declaring that Tamos was deceived by the enemy's sweet temptations, broke his allegiance, and tried to seize Perdium. Calling him a traitor, Ghislain tells Tamos that only death awaits those who dare to harm Perdium. Lord Tamos, realizing Ghislain might be serious, asks in terror if he is truly going to be killed. Ghislain reminds him that he pushed countless lives onto the battlefield and therefore must face the risk of losing his own life, or pay the price his actions deserve. Thamos begins to cry, snot running down his face, as he realizes the man before him is crazy. Just before the sword can strike, Thamos shouts for Ghislain to wait. Remembering the mention of paying the price, Thamos desperately tells Ghislain that he will give him his territory. Belinda and Lowell are stunned by the offer, but Ghislain simply smiles. Having known Thamos would eventually resort to this, Ghislain points out that to inherit a territory, one must be of the bloodline or a rightful successor. Otherwise, it violates inheritance laws. He reminds the Count that a domain isn't something that can be bartered like common goods. Thamos insists he will handle the legalities himself, proposing that he can claim Ghislain as a distant relative and have his people forge the inheritance rights. Thamos then barks at Lowell to bring him a pen and paper. Seeing that Ghislain is still not easily swayed, Thamos promises to pay reparations on top of the land. Though he has no money currently, he claims he can raise it by taxing the citizens further. He begs for his life, and Ghislain asks him if he truly values his life that much. Ghislain tells Thamos that he will give him one chance, then pulls him up by his armor. In front of the castle, it looks like Ghislain threw the Count to face the people. Seeing this, the citizens don't understand what's happening. Count Thamos then turns around and asks Ghislain why he is putting him in front of these peasants. Ghislain then tells him to watch what he says, because they will be the ones deciding if Count Thamos lives or dies. Then Ghislain starts shouting for everyone to hear, saying that he is the young Lord of Perdium, Ghislain Perdium. He then tells everyone that Count de Garde had declared war against Perdium to avenge his successor, and was defeated. Therefore, he would like to collect the reparations from them. Ghislain then asks if there is anyone who would like to volunteer, and the men start screaming, asking how they could do that. The people seem to be on the verge of rebelling, saying that Count de Garde took so much from them last time to start the war, and now they're doing it again. How could he think they would just pay up, as the nobles should be handling this among themselves? Ghislain then says that as the Deputy Lord of Perdium, he is offering them mercy and giving them a choice. They can save their lord and pay a massive reparation, or let him die and have their land absorbed by Perdium. That way, the people won't have to bear the weight of defeat. Hearing this, Count Thamos goes mad, asking Ghislain if he dares to insult him like that. Then a rock hits Count Thamos in the head. Several others start to follow. It looks like the people are really mad at Count Thamos, saying that he took their mother's keepsakes and the bread from their children. Starting to hit Count Thamos with different utensils, they ask if he even has any idea how many people have suffered because of him. Then they are beating him to death. Ghislain then walks away as the people are handling the nasty business for him. Kaor and Belinda don't seem to agree though. Ghislain smiles and tells them to go back, as the war is over. Ghislain then says that Belinda will have to say what happened to his father. She starts laughing, saying that Ghislain must have a plan, or something like he always does, saying he's still not worried at all. Then it seems like we are back at the Perdium castle. All the nobles, along with Walter, cannot believe what Ghislain has told them. It looks like Count de Garde is dead. Walter asks Ghislain if he forgot what he told him, as he specifically told Ghislain to pay him as much respect as possible. Ghislain says that he did not forget his father's words, but after seeing him for himself, he simply judged that this was a better course of action. If they spared him, he'd attack Perdium once again. Hearing this, Albert and Homer cannot believe it. They say it would be impossible. Ghislain then explains that de Garde had attacked Perdium with an army of over 7,000 men. They probably already noticed that this isn't something de Garde could do by himself. Desmond, he says, provided troops, and Ryfold worked behind the scenes. Hearing this, Randolph asks if he thinks those two dominant powers are targeting them, and Albert says that Desmond is known for maintaining neutrality, so why would they attack? All while Homer says Ryfold could. Ghislain then thinks that the reason for which no aid came from their allied territory must be Amelia, as she killed the messenger to cut off the flow of information completely. That isolation tactic has always been her speciality, but if they take control of the de Garde territory, the situation changes. From their perspective, they cannot immediately launch an attack on Perdium, as the land would now share a border, and if they show a move that is even slightly suspicious, they can respond immediately. Walter realizes that this is why he killed Count de Garde. However, even if he kills the Lord, that doesn't mean the land becomes theirs. Walter then asks Ghislain if he knows that he must be inherited by a blood relative or rightful heir. Ghislain then takes out a document and puts it in front of his father, asking him to take a look at it. It looks like the piece of paper says that Ghislain is a distant relative of Count de Garde, and that he is the first successor of the de Garde territory. Reading it, Walter cannot believe it. Ghislain says that he got it from Count de Garde himself, and that with that document, they can probably dodge all the issues that come with inheritance. Seeing this, the other nobles are not sure what to say. Walter tells Ghislain that ruling over a territory is no easy task, and asks him if he is sure he can handle that with the manpower he has. Ghislain then tells him not to worry, there is someone fit for the role. Then it looks like we are in the Saran Kingdom in the Austin territory. Inside the tavern, people are partying, eating, and having fun. In a corner, it looks like some guy is playing some kind of game with a big muscular guy. The man prepares to put the dice from the table in a cup. He sweeps them away and starts shaking the cup. Then he places it back in front of the muscular man. The man then asks the guy with the dice if he knows what will happen if he tries to trick him. Then he calls him by his first name, which is Claude. Claude then tells him that they do not have to get so nasty there, as it is all just for fun. The man then takes away the cup and reveals that the dice have all been placed perfectly, one on top of each other, with all their faces matching. He tells the man to hurry and make his bet. Inside the giant hall, a grand assembly of nobles and knights gathers under the authority of Lord Perdium. Ghislain is seen kneeling before Randolph, Homer, and his father Walter. It is declared that, in acknowledgement of his immense contributions in the name of His Majesty, Count Perdium has a specific honor to bestow. Ghislain is officially granted the title of Baron of Fenris. Taking the scepter into his hands, Ghislain bows before his father, while the crowd behind him erupts in cheers, wishing a long life to the new Baron. The transition from young lord to established ruler was a move Ghislain had planned with meticulous care. In a prior strategy meeting, he had pointed out on a map that the Degard territory, excluding the lands directly governed, is comprised of 5 baronies. He announced his intention to establish his base of operations in the Fenris barony, noting its strategic position at the center of the region. When Ghislain asks if his father or the other nobles have any questions, Randolph and Homer realize that the presentation is less of a negotiation and more of a formal notice. After whispering with Albert, Walter tells Ghislain that while he is free to do as he likes, the responsibility of the land is a duty that must be upheld. Ghislain offers his thanks. Walter then notes that their territory is financially bleeding due to the costs of the war. Ghislain reflects on the word bleeding and suggests that he could sell runestones to help, but he admits that he currently possesses none. When Walter asks why, Ghislain smiles and reminds everyone that he blew every single one of them up at the castle gates. He reassures them, however, that he will mine more and provide them soon. In the present, Belinda is visibly overjoyed to see her master in such a high position. She urges him to hurry and eat his meal, while Gillian lowers his head in respectful congratulation. Cower corrects himself, shifting from young lord to lord. Belinda reflects that she once worried about what Ghislain might become, but she claims her hard work in raising him has finally paid off. When Cower mutters that her hard work is likely why she is so rude and ruthless, Belinda laughs and delivers a sharp strike to his solar plexus. The conversation is interrupted by the arrival of Elena and Rachel. Elena asks if this is truly the same person she once knew, and wonders if she must address him as Lord, though Ghislain tells her to call him whatever she likes. Rachel offers a formal salute, prompting Elena to wonder how the two became so close. Ghislain turns to Gillian, who observes that Rachel appears completely healed. Gillian credits the recovery to the master's care. Clapping his hands for attention, Ghislain thanks everyone for following his orders during the war. He announces that since his base is moving to Fenris, he intends to hire every mercenary as his private army rather than as temporary contractors. Gordon asks for clarification, and Ghislain confirms that they are being offered permanent positions with the intent of training them all as knights. He asserts that their bravery in the recent war proves they are more than qualified for the title. Belinda points out that an army of such a scale will be incredibly expensive to maintain. Ghislain simply replies that this is exactly why they are going to make a lot of money. He checks on Gillian's condition, and after being assured that everything is fine, he instructs Gillian to lead the people to Fenris and wait for his arrival. Gillian asks if Ghislain is coming with them, but Ghislain reveals that he has somewhere else to visit beforehand. Ghislain tells Gillian that Fenris will likely suffer from poor public order since the war has just ended, so he instructs him to go there immediately to handle the situation. Gillian agrees and prepares to leave in his usual silent manner, but Ghislain stops him with a heartfelt admission. He tells Gillian that he is one of the people he trusts the most, placing a hand on the warrior's shoulder and explaining that this is why such a critical job has been left to him. Gillian's eyes widen at the weight of the praise. Even as Ghislain turns away, Gillian bows deeply toward his back and wishes his lord a safe trip. Ghislain then approaches Belinda and Kaor, telling them to prepare themselves as they will be accompanying him. When Belinda asks for their destination, Ghislain reveals they are heading to the Austin territory of the Saran Kingdom. Belinda is surprised to hear they are going overseas, and Kaur asks if he means the place famous for its high-stakes games. Ghislain quickly corrects them, stating that they are not traveling for entertainment. Meanwhile, inside another room of the palace, Vanessa is making a rather unusual request. Clutching her staff, she begs someone to let her suck just one time. Elfoy steps back in a panic, demanding to know what on earth she wants to suck on. Vanessa explains that if she could absorb his mana like she did during the battle, she believes she could finally implement all the complex magic she has envisioned. Elfoy asks why it has to be his mana, and Vanessa explains that the young lord referred to Elfoy as a mana battery. Just as Ghislain arrives, he notes that they are as energetic as ever. But Elfoy immediately demands that he do something about Vanessa's constant attempts to drain him. Ghislain ignores the complaint and asks Vanessa if she is feeling all right. He tells her that she did a wonderful job in her first real combat, despite the natural nerves, and Vanessa thanks him warmly. Wanting his own share of acknowledgement, Elfoy points out that he was there too. Ghislain tells him he also played a very important role, but the casual praise only makes Elfoy angrier. He warns Ghislain that things will be different once he returns to the Magic Tower, but Ghislain informs him that he will be coming along to the Austin territory in a couple of days. The group eventually arrives at the Kraken gambling house in Austin. Kaur is ecstatic, breathing in the atmosphere he has missed so dearly. Elfoy, still confused, mentions that he thought they were headed for the Magic Tower. Ghislain tosses a bag of gold to Kaur, telling him and Elfoy to have fun, and that they will be summoned when needed. While Elfoy doesn't understand how one has fun with money, Kaur smirks and takes the mage by the neck. He remarks that their little friend knows magic, but nothing about how the world works, promising to show him how to make money with money. Belinda follows Ghislain, asking him to be honest about his intentions. She promises not to say anything if he wants to gamble a little, but Ghislain insists he is not there for that. He explains that he is looking for a man to appoint as the steward of his new territory. This man currently lives in the gambling house due to his circumstances, and Ghislain wants to recruit him before the man loses a hand. Belinda is skeptical about hiring a gambler for such a vital role, but Ghislain assures her the man is a genius at handling resources. Just as he is about to reveal the name, a scream erupts from the back of the room as someone yells that they have caught Claude. Claude is pinned to a table by a group of thugs. A man accuses him of using trickery to win so much money, and mocks Claude for boasting about his education while playing cheap tricks. The leader of the group, the muscular man from before, accuses Claude of swapping in a weighted die. He crushes a die in his hand to show its fake interior, and tells Claude his skill has run out. Claude denies the accusation, stating he never prepared a fake die, and points out that the man is the one playing tricks on him. Crank, the leader, dismisses the complaint, saying they can never truly understand each other, and gives the order to a man to cut off Claude's hand. Claude closes his eyes and prepares for the pain, but several seconds pass without a strike. To his surprise, a newcomer intervenes, suggesting that since they are playing such a fun game, he should be allowed to join. It is Ghislain, who has stepped between them and used his sword to stop the blade intended for Claude. The muscular leader, peering through his glasses, asks who the intruder is. Ghislain presents himself as being from the Luthania kingdom and proudly announces his full title, Baron Ghislain Fenris. The leader of the gambling house is stunned to find himself face to face with a foreign noble. The thug who had been about to maim Claude doesn't hesitate and lunges at Ghislain, but before his blade can even get close, the muscular man with the glasses and pipe commands everyone to stop. At the same moment, Belinda is seen ready to strike. Exhibiting a sudden, forced politeness, the muscular man welcomes Ghislain to the Kraken, acknowledging him as a noble from a neighboring city. He requests that Ghislain refrain from causing a fuss, and orders his men to stand down. Ghislain follows suit, signaling for Belinda to lower her weapon as well. When asked what could bring such a distinguished guest to a shabby establishment, Ghislain simply states he was looking for someone, and has found him. He gestures for Claude to stand up, declaring that he is there to take him away. Meanwhile, at a table downstairs, Elfoy is deep into the same dice game. He reveals 3 ones, a winning roll that nets him 1,000 points. The other players are baffled, unable to believe a beginner could possess such luck. Kaur grabs Elfoy, impressed by the winnings, and noting that the mage might actually have a talent for this. However, Elfoy is lost in his own thoughts. His eyes are fixed on the gold. He realizes that in a single moment, he has earned several times what he would make selling magic scrolls all day. Clutching his chest, he wonders how long it has been since his heart beat this fast from pure adrenaline. Upstairs, the tension remains high. Belinda looks at the disheveled Claude and asks if this is truly the gambler Ghislain was seeking. The muscular leader interjects, informing Ghislain that Claude cannot leave. He argues that Claude failed to honor the sacred game and resorted to trickery, and therefore must pay the price. Ghislain remains skeptical, asking if the man is truly serious about those accusations. In a sudden shift of character, Claude drops to his knees before Ghislain, addressing him as Baron Fenris. With a performance of deep regret, he apologizes for losing the precious support money Ghislain supposedly provided. He cleverly points out the suspicious nature of the situation. The house strictly screens for cheating tools, yet rigged dice appeared the very moment he placed a massive bet. Belinda is speechless, whispering to Ghislain that they have never met this man in their lives. Ghislain, however, silences her with a hand, playing along with the ruse. The leader realizes he might be being played but admits he had wondered where a man like Claude got such a large sum of money. Lighting his pipe, he remarks that Claude's words are untrustworthy and hints that Ghislain himself might be a swindler. He reminds Ghislain that the Kraken is the private property of Baron of Austin and that any trouble could spark a diplomatic dispute. He suggests Ghislain simply leave and pretend none of this happened. Ghislain refuses, doubling down on the claim that the house swindled his money. Seeing the leader's scowl, Ghislain proposes a compromise since both parties seem to want Claude. He challenges the man to a game. If Ghislain wins, he takes Claude and all the money. If he loses, he offers up his noble status and all of his assets as the price. The room falls into a stunned silence. Even Belinda and Claude cannot believe the magnitude of the wager. And what just happened? Claude tells Ghislain that he appreciates the thug but asks who the hell he is and where he is going so far for him. Ghislain then pulls Claude by his neck closer to him. Ghislain then says that he is somebody who needs him. The leader says that it's been some time since he saw a noble with this much gut. Then he accepts the bet. He says that if they're here at the gambling house, they have to play a game. A big match is then starting, with everybody coming to see what they're going to play. It looks like some no-name noble challenged Boss Krang, and there is no time to be bored. The man holding the dice says the rules are simple. The person with the lowest number wins. There's no such thing as a tie. In that case, they roll again. Krang says that nobles nowadays don't seem to understand the rules if they get too complicated. Ghislain notes that he gets it, so the man should start. Krang says that Ghislain is hastier than he thought and then goes for it. The guy who was holding the dice now throws a coin into the air. Ghislain chooses heads while the thug chooses tails. With the coin falling down, it shows tails, which means that Krang goes first. Krang places the dice inside the cup. Then he proceeds to scramble it. With all his might, he appears to be like a professional dice scrambler. Looking from away, Belinda says that this guy is really taking all the time in the world with a single die. Then it looks like something interesting is happening. The man is cheating, doing something to the cup. He then smacks it with all his power onto the table. It looks like the man got a 1. The arbiter says that Krang got 1 point. Everyone is in awe, not believing that this is already over and saying that he doesn't know why people keep bothering trying to play with Boss Krang. Seeing this, Belinda starts to worry. Claude, however, seems to know that this was going to happen. Boss Krang tells Ghislain that he is sorry, and that it seems the game might end too quickly, considering how much noise they've made, and it looks like he went too hard from the start. But Ghislain tells him to be quiet. He tells him that he has a big mouth for a big guy while holding the die. Hearing this, Krang remains silent. Looking at Ghislain, he says that he must be bluffing, and he is pretending to be calm, but he can tell he's panicking. Even so, Krang says that it's all useless. A special custom-made cup with a button that opens depending on how it's held, and a weighted die that always lands on one hidden between the fingers. The motion of shaking the cup is used to conceal the process of switching the dice, and no one ever caught him doing it, he thinks. That's why Ghislain can never avoid defeat, no matter how many times he tries. Ghislain, however, seems to be using mana. He places the die inside the cup, and then places his hand over the opening. Then the commotion created by the mana erupts. He places the cup down on the table without even scrambling it, and tells Krang that the person with the lowest number wins. Then he reveals that he's got 0 points as the die has been destroyed. Seeing this, Krang cannot believe it. The men looking at the scene cannot believe how the die turned into dust, and ask if 0 points is even possible, wondering if that counts, and if the boss even really lost that. Seeing this, Claude smiles, and Belinda is not sure what to say. Krang stands up from his seat, saying that this is nonsense, and it doesn't count as it's trickery. He cannot just do that, even if he's a noble. Ghislain then takes Krang by his wrist. He asks Krang what this is, then, letting the dice fall from his hand. As it falls, it looks like everybody can see the dice are weighted. No one can believe that another dice came from the boss's hand, and they are asking each other if all this time he's been bullshitting them. Ghislain then reuses the words that Krang told him. Honorably in the sacred game, he says. Krang wonders how this guy could know everything from the start. Then he prepares to take out his blade from his belt. He tries to stab Ghislain, but with ease he manages to dodge that. Belinda and Claude cannot believe what is happening. Ghislain tells him that he should have taken that stance from the start, and he tells him not to pretend to be polite when he is just a thug. Krang then says that he's not sure what Ghislain is talking about, and now it has come to this. They cannot let him go so easily. Krang then points his sword at Ghislain and tells his companions to get him, and so they jump over the table and towards Ghislain. Thank you for watching. See you next time.